Good morning. Good morning. Welcome everyone to the October 14th, 2023 County Board meeting. I am Board Chair Christian Dorsey. I'll be presiding this morning and through the afternoon, and joining me here on the dais are Vice Chair Libby Garvey, Board members Matt DiFerranti and Tanya Talento, and participating electronically from beautiful Aachen, Germany is Board member Takis Karantonis, who is part of an Arlington delegation celebrating the 30th anniversary of Arlington's partnership with its sister city in Aachen. We also have many people here in the boardroom this morning, and people are also participating remotely through Microsoft Teams. In the room, since we are crowded and you would be more comfortable with the mask, we do have those available here at the front at our clerk's station, which is located to my right. I believe we also have masks which are located out in the atrium. And we will certainly allow you to, you are certainly welcome to a mask, but they are not required, they are optional. And as you should know that during the course of today's meeting, we do have a number of people who will be participating remotely, including some county staff as well as other presenters. Another couple of logistics remarks for those of you who are in person and who are scheduled and signed up to speak. What you'll do is you'll come up to the lectern there. The microphone is already on. You don't need to do anything to activate it, but you can adjust the lectern to a height that is comfortable for you by pressing the up or down arrows, which are located to your right as you face the microphone. If you have documents that you'd like to submit as part of your testimony, please make sure that you give those to our clerk and make sure that your name as well as contact information is included on all copies of your documents. For those who are participating remotely, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are recognized to speak. If you are participating by phone, you can unmute and then mute yourself again by pressing *6. And if you are using Teams on an app or browser, you can unmute yourself by using the microphone, by pressing the microphone toolbar. We do have a Spanish language interpreter who is available for the public comment portion of our meeting. Could our interpreter please introduce herself so that people will know who to look for assistance?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Johanna Marquina, intérprete de español. Good morning, Johanna Marquina, Spanish interpreter.
Gracias. And throughout the course of this meeting, which will stretch into the afternoon, you may see board members leave the front. They are not leaving the meeting. We can follow the meeting in the back as people tend to other needs. And with that, I believe we are ready to hear from our public comment speakers. As a reminder, this portion of the meeting is designed for individuals, groups to alert the board to issues that have not been the subject of a recent public hearing, nor are scheduled for an upcoming public hearing. To ensure that we hear from a range of topics, as well as to be fair and consistent across all speakers and issues, we do have a one speaker per topic rule. This helps us efficiently manage what is the primary portion of today's meeting, which are the items that are included on our published and advertised regular agenda. So we appreciate everyone's help in adhering to the meeting procedures and being fair and respectful to your fellow residents. If you are here as part of a coordinated group today, we ask that simply one of you raise the issues that are a part of your group's concern, and everyone else is welcome to silently show their agreement with what their representative says. There are a number of ways that you could do this. Vice Chair Garvey is demonstrating one, but certainly this is a way for us to make sure that we can get through and be respectful for everyone. And if this hearing is not the exact way that you want to communicate your issues to the board, we do have a number of other ways for you to engage. Those are found in an exhaustive sense on our website, but they include writing to the board if you just have a message that you'd like to send, countyboard@arlingtonva.us. But if you desire a more dynamic conversation, not just speaking at us, but speaking with us, we have a wonderful engagement opportunity. It's called Open Door Mondays. It's most Mondays throughout the year where a member of the board will, for about an hour and a half, all you have to do is sign up the day of or earlier, and you can speak on a topic and engage with a board member on any way that you like with no time limits. So if you have any questions about any of those engagement opportunities, again, you can check our website, or if you'd like to hear more about them today, check with our clerks, Ms. Jacobs, or our deputy clerk, Mr. Kushner, who's out in the atrium if you have any questions. All right, it's a lot of stuff. We're ready to get into public comment. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call our first two speakers, or recognize our first two speakers?
First speaker is Michael Grace, followed by Beatrice Marnay.
My favorite tennis racket, and I say good morning. I'm Michael Grace, resident since 1985, and also I proudly serve on the board of directors of the Arlington County Tennis Association, around since 1989. ACTA is proudly and officially affiliated with Arlington County government. Members of the board, the pickleball wars raging in Arlington are not about, nor should they be about, pitting activities against one another. We must determine how best to protect facilities that thousands of citizens use to play tennis, a mature but growing sport, but also accommodate pickleball, a newer startup activity that some would characterize as a mania. Will pickleball continue to grow? Who knows? But meanwhile, we urge the county not to rush to extremes. Two recent extremes that concern our tennis community: one, Marcy Road Park, dual striping the beautiful tennis courts there that were recently renovated through a robust public process that specifically rejected pickleball, and Walter Reed Community Center. The county is continuing to insist that it convert the dual purpose courts there to dedicated pickleball courts, even though the neighbors repeatedly have pleaded with genuine anguish, we do not want them. What's the solution? If Arlington County needs public dedicated pickleball courts, then let's install them at Minor Hill Park. Two attributes of that venue would mitigate the noise that pickleball makes. It sits at the highest elevation point in Arlington, and it's closer to businesses than homes. It also has an existing impervious surface that can again be used as it once was used for athletic courts, and it has ample off-street parking without making any improvements. So I urge you, for pickleball, if you need to, focus your efforts on Minor Hill Park, and while you're at it, throw in some new tennis
Thank you,
courts.
Mr.
Thank
Grace.
you.
Our next speaker is Beatrice Marnay, followed by Armand Cicarelli. Beatrice Marnay.
If Beatrice is, I see, signed up remotely, make sure that you are not muted.
I am not seeing Beatrice online.
Okay.
Next speaker is Armand Cicarelli, followed by Peter Evans.
Good morning. I hope you'll bear with me, given Mr. Grace's comments. I'm trying to speak to a different aspect of the Arlington County Outdoor Courts Assessment Project overall and that planning effort in general. So in general, it's understandable that planning decisions sometimes get made absent complete information. It happens, just things happen. In that vein, when the Arlington County Outdoor Courts Assessment was first undertaken, it appears to have been the case. However, since that time, a great deal of additional information has come available, pointing towards the impacts associated with changes that are going to be put into effect as part of that planning effort. In letters that the Columbia Heights Civic Association has sent over the past few months, as well as some public comment that Mr. Reginald Nixon made last month to this body, he pointed to a number of municipalities in the neighborhood of 10 that had changed their planning efforts due to new information. This is from around the country. That included Berkeley, California, Denver, Colorado, and Portland, Oregon, amongst others. And to that list, I want to add that since September of 2023, there's new cities that have made changes to their planning efforts. That includes Wichita, Kansas, Lambert and Schurz with their Grand Bend pickleball courts, and then La Canada, Flint Ridge, California, where they've closed their courts, all because of new information that's become available about impacts related to the nature of this planning effort. A couple of quick quotes. The Denver Parks and Recreation's deputy director said, "It would be irresponsible for me to bring back these courts to this park." The city of Walker, Michigan's communication manager said, "We're also putting a burden on our neighbors that really negatively affected their impact of their quality of life." So all this said, we understand that the county, you all, DPR, they have a service-related need they're trying to meet. And we understand that. However, we hope that you, the board, as well as the Department of Parks and Recreation, see this as a bellwether. that modifications are warranted in his plans given the lessons that are being learned from around the country as well as the scientific information that's now becoming readily available concerning quality of life impacts associated with this planning. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Evans, followed by Saul Reyes.
Good morning. Happy Saturday, and thank you for this opportunity to come back and continue helping to nourish a culture of gun safety in Arlington. I'm Peter Evans. I live near Clarendon, and I rise again to question whether the good efforts of our county are sufficient to the increasing risk. You probably saw the report in the Washington Post last week, a national study of guns found in our schools. I think it's very alarming, even though we live in a relatively safe community. Many of the kids bringing guns to school find them unlocked in their own home, but a number of them are also carrying so-called crime guns. The available science reported by the Washington Post suggests that more guns are being found in our schools every year, perhaps an 80% increase in the last 5 years. They also report that more than 50% of those gun seizures in our schools are not publicly reported. So we don't have data from Arlington Public Schools yet, but I want to remind you about the police department statistics that I brought you last summer, showing the rising trends for gun thefts in Arlington, gun confiscations in Arlington, and gun offenses, which have increased more than 150%. Or 180% in the last 5 years. These trends, all of them are going in the wrong direction, and the forecast is very bleak. If we're not careful, if we don't do something more about this, we're at risk of getting shot up by one of our own kids here in Arlington. Arlington needs a comprehensive plan for promoting safe storage and a red flag law, and I hope that the board will see fit to promote something like that. I don't want to close on a downbeat, though. I'd like to give a shout out to the sheriff's office for
you.
We're going to have to end you there, Mr. Evans.
hundreds of very credible gun locks.
Your shout out.
Each one
Thank
creates
you.
an
Our
opportunity
next
for a
speaker
good
is Saul
conversation.
Reyes,
Thank you.
followed by Pamela Van Hine.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Dorsey, County Board members, Mr. County Manager. Today, I'd like to speak to you about the affordability at Barcroft Apartments. And just want to say that Bugatti remains committed to achieving 255 30% units at Barcroft Apartments. We also believe that based on data provided by the Community Foundation, that a significant number of 40 and 50% units can be achieved as well. Bugatti is dedicating to housing that is affordable, and everyone, regardless of their income level, has a place to call home. Today I stand before you, echoing the sentiments of many within our community, and we urge the county staff to release their plan promptly. I just want to say also that the goal tracks the number of people and their incomes that were present when Jerry Lynch conducted their survey of tenants. We have been patiently awaiting the county staff's plan to achieve a diverse range of affordability in the 1,334 CAF units of Barcroft, and Bugatti believes that when the plan is shared openly, it will foster dialogue and collaborative solutions, ensuring that it meets the needs of all residents. And we remain hopeful that you, the county board, will take your actions regarding the proposed MFDP before the end of this calendar year. And also later on, you'll be hearing about Plan Langston Boulevard. And I just want to say that Bugatti has to ensure that Plan Langston Boulevard achieves the goal of 2,500 units as called for in the Affordable Housing Master Plan to avoid further displacement of our low-income communities in Arlington. As you know, we're in a housing crisis, and we have to provide opportunities to ensure that these plans ensure that people have a future here in Arlington as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pamela Van Hine, followed by Andrew Trinker.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Dorsey, County Board members, manager, and staff for providing this opportunity for public comments. I'm Pam Van Hine, a 38-year resident of Aurora Highlands and a pedestrian advocate. These are my personal comments. Today, I want to talk briefly about the impact of the superblocks on transportation and connectivity, specifically in the National Landing area. These superblocks are like a boulder in a stream, which forces the flowing water to divert around it and merge with other diverted water. No matter how we move, on foot, bike, or car, we have to detour around the superblocks, making our journeys longer in time and distance. As we detour around the superblock, we merge with other diverted traffic on an already crowded street. This diversion increases traffic congestion on the through street and increases safety risks for cyclists and pedestrians. Because superblocks are so ubiquitous in National Landing, we rely on alternative routes through them that match our desire lines through the block. The Underground and Met Park are examples of existing pedestrian routes that help us avoid the superblocks. The green ribbons proposed in the Pentagon City Sector Plan are another form of connectivity for us. And River House and the Brookfield projects are being developed with green ribbons. However, the Crystal House complex was not designed to optimize pedestrian connectivity through the site or match our desire lines, which runs from 22nd and Fern to 18th and Eads, and then linked to the wealth of transportation options further east. Therefore, I strongly recommend providing a mini SPRC review process for Crystal House 3 to ensure that the pedestrians who live in Crystal House, as well as our local community, will have safe and convenient access through the Crystal House megablock and be able to exit through a Crystal 3 portal to the corner of 18th and East. Ensuring this access is unfinished business from the 2019 project approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Trinker, followed by Mike Cantwell.
Good morning, council members. My name is Andrew Trinker. I've been a resident of Arlington County for about 7 years now. I'd like to speak to you this morning about an issue of public safety at the Shirlington Dog Park. This specifically concerns an unsafe pathway that just 2 weeks ago was the site of a slip and fall of an elderly man. I want to preface by saying the Shirlington Dog Park is an absolute boon to the community. Myself, my wife, my dog, many of my neighbors enjoy going there. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the Shirlington Dog Park is roughly a quarter-mile stretch of land, and it runs parallel to a creek. On either side of the dog park, there is a gateway that opens to the creek. The creek is about 25 feet below the park itself. On one end, there is a set of concrete stairs that goes down to the creek. On the other end, it is a pathway that is dirt, rock, and roots that you must climb down. The pathway side of the park is the more popular side of the park for the creek because it is deeper, it's wider, more room for the dogs to play. Just 2 weeks ago, I was at the park with my wife and dog. We were about to leave the creek when I heard a scream. I turned and watched in horror as an elderly man slipped, rolled down the hill, and hit his head on a rock. I ran to the man while my wife called 911, and I sat with him for about 15 minutes until paramedics were able to pull him up. It's a horrific incident, and this is a pathway that is frequented by children, elderly, and I've seen pregnant women climb down, and it's only a matter of time until something like this happens again. So I would ask that the council take steps in order to.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Cantwell, followed by Allison.
Good morning. I'm going to do something a little different today. I usually use notes. I'm going to try to look everybody in the eye when I talk about ranked choice voting. So my name is Mike Cantwell. I'm the Virginia lead for Veterans for Political Innovation. And first I want to talk about our representatives in the Richmond State House and in the U.S. Congress. We have wonderful representative, Patrick Hope in Richmond, and we have Don Beyer for our representative in the U.S. House, and then we also have across the river, we have Jamie Raskin. These three representatives are staunch advocates for ranked choice voting. Delegate Hope shepherded through a bill in 2020 to allow localities to use ranked choice voting for their elections. The Arlington County Board has had that power since July of 2020. Representative Raskin and Don Beyer have frequently spoken publicly and in writing about the benefits of ranked choice voting, including to solve the terrible dysfunction in the U.S. House of Representatives. They could use ranked choice voting to select their speaker. Unfortunately, here in Arlington County, you publicly, each and every one of you have publicly said that you favor ranked choice voting, but you fail to implement ranked choice voting here in Arlington. You have the power to do this. The majority of Arlingtonians want to do it. Young Arlingtonians absolutely want to implement ranked choice voting. You have the ordinance. All you have to do is implement it. We want ranked choice voting for the 2024 Arlington County Board election. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison, followed by Wilson Bender.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Allison. I'm born and raised in the metro area and lived in Arlington for several years. I'd like to share my concern today as a community member who experienced firsthand the devastating effects of policies like Section 7 of the trust policy. In 2020, my partner, the father of my child, was deported after Arlington police held him for hours in a parking lot on Columbia Pike. He was not arrested for any crime and he had no warrants. He was just a young Latino man with a couple tattoos, profiled and handcuffed by Arlington police, who proactively chose to call ICE when he presented them with an ID from El Salvador rather than from the US. The lifelong emotional and financial consequences of my partner's deportation are immeasurable. In the aftermath, I lost the apartment we lived in together and resigned from a job I loved at Doorways, the local domestic violence shelter. Today, our son is growing up without his father around. To the members of this board, I ask, how can Arlington County claim to protect all members of its community if officers are given leeway to contribute to family separation? Section 7 can create systemic inequalities and disproportionately affect already marginalized communities. It conflicts with Arlington's public stance of creating a welcoming and inclusive community. I urge the county board to remove the clauses from the trust policy that have created a loophole for Arlington PD to participate in enforcing federal immigration laws. Arlington can and should be a community where families can thrive together and where individuals are all treated with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, everyone should have a copy of the fact sheet. At the meeting in July, you mentioned you wanted more information about collaboration with ICE. Well, here it is. And as long as Section 7 is there,
Thank you.
It criminalizes our community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wilson Bender, followed by Luke Thurston.
Hi. So I spoke here not too long ago when the board was deciding to allow to sell booze at Penrose Square. I spoke about pedestrian safety in Penrose Square. The quote, first of 3 squares that will eventually be located along the Pike Corridor and will be an active pedestrian center, end quote, according to the Arlington Parks Department. Of course, the Penrose Master Plan states, quote, the aim is to pursue a goal that would be transit-oriented, end quote. So how is it to be that removing the Capital Bike Share dock to allow drivers running into Starbucks for just a minute to park along both sides of the streets, in the middle of the street, in the crosswalks, and in on the sidewalk? The Bike Share dock was the only physical barrier stopping vehicles from turning the square into a scene from Mad Max. And that is not an anecdote. I will be reposting my videos I've made over the last year of the erratic drivers this weekend. I'll be sure to tag you all. You may wonder what my inspiration was for filming the erratic drivers at Penrose Square. Well, last time I spoke here, I invoked the name of Viviana Perez, our neighbor who was killed by someone running a stop sign. And this may seem like an exaggeration, but what I filmed at Penrose Square was 100% of the vehicles, 100% of the time running that stop sign. It was 6 months before I took action myself. I put out and tended to parking cones to block the no parking zone. I spray painted a stop line in front of the stop sign. I filled out forms to have the police show up and calm traffic. I posted videos daily, so much so that Arl now did a story on it. And the solution was to promote more traffic. I always described as Arlington as elite, you know, we're the Ritz-Carlton and everybody is just the Days Inn. But whosever decision it was to alleviate the traffic problems by allowing more traffic lives in a fairy tale. Just to point out, every single bollard along the end of the block is broken, except for the ones that are completely missing, hashtag forecourts. There is a 3-story parking garage at the end of the block. The drivers that park and go into Starbucks are just too lazy to use it. An ad hoc Starbucks doesn't get to win.
Thank
the
you,
people
Mr.
do.
Bender.
Thanks.
Next speaker is Luke Thurston, followed by Esther.
Good morning, County Board member. My name is Luke Thurston, and I'm a rower with the Wakefield crew team. Today, however, I'm speaking on behalf of all 3 Arlington rowing teams, Wakefield, Washington Liberty, and Yorktown, to encourage you to support building plans of the Arlington Boathouse and to keep the pressure on until it is built. Our teams have represented Arlington at local regattas on the Potomac, Occoquan River, Stotesbury Regatta, and SRAA National Rowing Championships. The rowers lined up behind me represent an impressive record of success with countless medals and trophies across all 3 teams. We would like to ensure that our teams can continue representing Arlington well for a long time to come. As you might know, our 3 teams currently row at 3 separate boathouses in Washington, D.C. Each of these boathouses poses serious challenges for our rowers in terms of access, equipment, and expense as we compete for space with collegiate and adult rowers. Washington Liberty has a tenuous relationship with their boathouse and were nearly homeless after the spring 2019 season. Yorktown's boathouse is literally sinking and is likely not to be accessible for rowing in 3 to 5 years. Wakefield rows on the Anacostia, which requires travels on I-395, often leaving students with 45-minute travel times when they should be home studying. We need a boathouse of our own. At our own boathouse, we will have secure access to the river without any of these concerns, and we will not need to pass on the exorbitant cost of housing our shells to the families of our rowers. Did you know that Yorktown rowers pay over $1,400 in order to register for the spring season? Finally, a boathouse of our own allows us to pursue our dream of one Arlington. While our teams compete against one another at regattas, in the end, we are all part of one community. When we travel, we share tent space. We are one Arlington. A boathouse of our own will promote equity by making rowing more affordable and community by allowing us to row together, because we are one community, one Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Esther. Final speaker, Esther.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Vivo en los Barcroft apartamentos. Una de nuestras principales demandas de nuestro grupo de inquilinos en Barcroft es ser parte interesada en Barcroft durante 99 años. Exigimos que de aprobar la segunda cara de Barcroft, ustedes conviertan a Barcroft Tenant Grupo en accionistas. Esto es algo que pueden hacer. J. Lynch necesita tener limitaciones y parte de esto debería de ser trabajar con el grupo de inquilinos, no solo compartir actualizaciones. Exigimos ser parte de la toma de decisiones. Es fundamental que permanezcamos en Barcroft. Aún no está claro cuál es un inquilino calificado para la reubicación. Esto es algo que realmente me preocupa. No, después.
I live in Barcroft Apartments. One of our main demands from our tenant group at Barcroft is to be stakeholders in Barcroft 99 years. We demand that before approving the second phase of Barcroft, you make Barcroft tenant groups a stakeholder. This is something that you could do. GRLIN needs to have limitations, and part of what should be working with the tenant group, not just sharing updates. We demand to be part of the decision-making. It is critical for us to remain at Barcroft. It is still unclear what qualifies a tenant for relocation. This is something that really worries me.
Acerca de la reubicación en Barcroft, esta es la segunda vez que pregunto cuáles somos los inquilinos elegibles y cuáles no lo somos. Me gustaría obtener la respuesta hoy. Gracias.
As far as the remodelations, that this is the second time that I'm asking these questions. Which tenants are eligible and which tenants are not eligible? I would like to obtain an answer for this today.
Gracias, Esther. Ms. Jacobs, are there any other public comment speakers?
No, that's our final public comment speaker.
Okay, a few of these, just provide some comments so that you can consider some information for your future advocacy, or in a couple of cases, see if there's anything that we can resolve. Mr. Grace, thank you for coming, and as with everyone who comes with ideas about how they would better like to see facilities, athletic facilities, placed in Arlington County and how they should be utilized. We are always open to that input, and I think I'll address Mr. Cicerelli as well, since the comments, while not exactly the same, were in the same orbit. I think Arlington County does actually, for Mr. Cicerelli's baseline point, adjust plans when new information or perspectives are available. As we consider the various striping initiatives at Walter Reed, those have iterated over time based on lots of feedback, based on the interest in trying hopeful mitigants like acoustic fencing, all to say that we are constantly in the state of thinking about how to improve what might be plans for accommodating all of the demands for the various recreational uses. And we will continue to do that. I can assure you, even though you might not necessarily see it, the amount of attention that pickleball and striping of court facilities has for each of us, as well as the manager and staff, is significant. And we take it seriously because of two things. One, in many ways, and this echoes Mr. Thurston's point, we've seen communities build around these various recreational activities, and we want to foster that. We want to encourage that. It's also been able to foster active living for people of all ages, and we want to promote that. It certainly also comes with, in some cases, impacts on people depending on where they are proximate to these facilities, and we absolutely want to reduce that. So all that is to say, we're working, we're trying to do what's best for everyone. In most cases, that means it's probably going to leave some people more disappointed than others. That's just the nature of trying to provide an opportunity to accommodate all interests, mitigate all issues in a place like Arlington that is very space constrained. So please work with us, continue to engage, offer ideas like Mr. Grace did with Minor Hill Park, Mr. Cicerelli by providing perspectives that you hear from other jurisdictions that may be further along in considering some new analysis and information, and we welcome all of that feedback as we figure out the right way forward in Arlington. And colleagues, Mr. Evans, we do appreciate your coming, and as you well know from, I believe, talking to most of the board members here on the dais today and also prior board members, gun safety is something that is a particular concern. We see its reverberations in many instances throughout our community, and particularly as it relates to gun access for young people. That is an emerging threat area of risk that we coordinate with Arlington Public Schools on. It's something that we care significantly about for the reasons that you mentioned. And we engage with you frequently on things that we can do in terms of public education and awareness, knowing full well that our legislative ability to substantially reduce the number of guns and their availability to people who should not have them is restricted by laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia that we as a locality cannot supersede. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Mr. Evans, last time, I'm trying to find you. Oh, there you are. The last time we talked, I said I would follow up along with colleague Mr. Karantonis regarding some work with the police department to see what their possibilities. We have done that. We will reach out to you next week with an email. I have to align myself, two other thoughts, align myself. You mentioned specifically red flag laws, and I think you also mentioned requiring people to lock up their guns. I'm fairly confident, unless I'm missing something, I've always thought, I think it's still the case, we would need state legislative changes in order to take action in those two areas. And you certainly can correct, that is something that I'd like to pursue. The last point, before maybe the chair has more information, the last point I think it's just worth saying out loud. In this election in November, one party cares about common sense gun safety and the other party does not. The elections in Arlington are not in dispute, but if you can volunteer or help win the elections for the party that cares about gun safety, do it. I did not grow up in a time when all of you who are high school students, I didn't have to do safety drills. It should not be that way. We have to act to stop it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I, again, appreciate Mr. Evans coming again and the advocacy, which I think the more people that say it, the better. And I also appreciate Mr. DeFerranti's remarks. I'm just going to double, triple check with our council. I believe red flag laws, we cannot do that right now. Is that correct? What would it take?
Just to be clear, there are red flag laws in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Strengthening them, though, is the prerogative of the General Assembly, not the county board.
All right. And I'll just, thank you. I was going to ask our council. She's smiling, so I'm assuming that you've got it correct. Thank you, as you usually do. And really do take to heart the comments that Mr. DeFerranti made. We're in this is a great community, but we're affected a lot by what goes on elsewhere. And we all need to do our part to try to get common sense gun laws in this country. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Talento.
Good morning. I just want to acknowledge the comments of Mr. Grace and Mr. Ciccarelli. I align myself with the chair, the chair's comments on these issues. And Mr. Evans, again, I think a lot has already been said. I would just encourage you, if you're not already, to be involved with Moms Demand Action and some of the other organizations that really dig deep on how to impact policy to make these changes, both at the federal and local levels, which is imperative to have all three. So thank you for continuing to advocate on that, and appreciate you being here.
Thank you. And I don't want to forget, Mr. Karantonis, I cannot see you, so if you at any point would like to comment, sir, I'll try to provide an opportunity, but if not,
I will speak up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I will speak up. I try to be frugal in this. I definitely align myself with the comments of you and Mr. DeFerranti and Ms. Garvey and Ms. Talento on Mr. Evans's kind reminder that we need to remain very vigilant. After all, it is still true that about 1,000 or a little bit more than 1,000 concealed carry permits are issued in Arlington every year. So we are living in an environment that is extremely dangerous because we have neglected the basic tenets of a gun safety culture for way too long, and that has cost lives. And this vicious circle needs to be interrupted. It needs to be truncated, and the next election, of course, is one more opportunity to do that. In the meanwhile, we are working very diligently to get as many activities to be offered to take guns out of where they are not needed. And to Mr. Ciccarelli, my neighbor, Mr. Ciccarelli, and to Mr. Grace, I'm happy that you are picking up on the comprehensive effort of the Department of Parks and Rec to actually map the entirety of the needs we have on our public spaces, not only on tennis and pickleball, but all other sports, all other levels of service that need to be provided. We are, after the pandemic, in a very different place. We are learning a lot about the use of public facilities and about the need of Arlingtonians to be outside and exercise. So I welcome your comments and the thinking that goes with them. But there is a process ongoing there, and I invite you to contribute as much as you can to this process. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Thank you. And Mr. Reyes, thank you for coming and highlighting the goals of the Community Foundation as well as others about ensuring deep affordability as Barcroft and the plans for Barcroft come to fruition. For many people who don't know, there's been significant advocacy based on the income levels at Barcroft, as well as longstanding goals that Arlington has had as part of its affordable housing master plan to ensure a path for there to be units available at Barcroft as it redevelops that are affordable to those Arlingtonians who are earning no more than 30% of our area's median income. That is an income group that has been poorly served by Arlington's otherwise very successful and admirable efforts to have committed affordable units for people who are income constrained. Those at the 30% level have been particularly hard to serve through the typical tools that we have for affordable housing production. And as part of Barcroft, one of the exciting opportunities behind the county's partnering in the acquisition of it is an opportunity to actually do that. And so what Mr. Reyes mentioned is a master finance and development plan, which sets the stage for how that is going to be achieved. And while that is still ongoing among the partners in the Barcroft redevelopment, which includes Jair Lynch, Arlington County, as well as Amazon's housing fund, there is absolutely a commitment to serve that group of 30% income earners in a way that has never been achieved in Arlington County. So the details hopefully will be forthcoming soon. I don't have anything more to say about that, since it's always difficult to wrangle many different parties and be able to have surety as to date certain. But the goal of having it done by the end of the year is one that seemingly is shared by everyone involved. So thank you for your comments. Ms. Van Hine, thank you very much. Speaking to Superblocks in Crystal City and National Landing for, I'll just share a brief anecdote. I had someone who visited Crystal City for the first time in several decades, and they were shocked at what Crystal City looks like now compared to then, and they were favorably impressed. And one of the things they noted was that this didn't seem like a concrete fortress that was impenetrable. It felt like this was actually a place that had an orientation towards people walking in a very urban environment. And part of that is because Arlington has for a long time had consistent policy that through redevelopment, we seek to break up super blocks where possible so that we can promote pedestrian activity and also promote safety. And I think we've had a lot of success in Crystal City, but one of the key things is we have to, for the most part, wait for redevelopment to occur. So over time, I expect that that will continue to improve. And as it relates to the specific opportunity that may become available with the redevelopment of Crystal Houses 3, Ms. Van Hine, I think certainly staff will look at breaking up the super block as a key opportunity. Whether or not there is a mini SPRC process as the means to discuss that issue, I can't comment on that now. I don't know if there's any commitment we can make to that now, but I think we hear you in terms of what one of the primary goals should be with that. All right, moving to Mr. Trinker and the Shirlington Dog Park. I was not aware of the incident that you mentioned, and certainly thoughts go to the gentleman who fell, and I'm sure it was traumatic for you having to witness and experience that. this is where I'm going to ask for some help from the manager. Is my understanding that officially the Shirlington Dog Park does not include access to the creek, and we don't actually encourage access to the creek. That was my understanding at one point. Can you refresh and complete my thinking on this?
That is correct. Sometimes we have signage there. Sometimes people will not pay attention to it. But having said all that, I would suggest that, I think it's Mr. Trinker was his name?
Yes.
Yeah, meet with Kevin Connolly here, who is our new ombudsperson, and have a conversation about things that we could do to try to improve that situation down there, because obviously nobody wants that to happen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manager. So, Mr. Trinker, it's one of those things where, we don't actually want people to take that unsafe route, but we also recognize how the park is used in actuality. So figuring out a solution is, not as easy as it would appear at first glance. And Mr. Connolly, if you didn't see him, he is the gentleman there who has the impeccable fashion sense of a blue suit and a pink tie. Very, very natty. Love it. Love it. Mr. Cantwell, ranked choice voting. So certainly know that Arlington was the first to take advantage of the legislative opportunity presented by Delegate Hope's legislation to implement ranked choice voting in an election, having done so this year. And Arlington has, I would say, not failed to implement it, has not yet implemented it or considered it for 2024. So I know semantics, but I want you to be a little optimistic. There is no consideration that was dismissed. It just hasn't come up yet, and there's still time for that to happen. So I'll just leave it at that. I think in terms of perspectives on ranked choice voting, after the successful implementation of it this year, we spoke at length about ranked choice voting, at least for this board member. All of the perspectives shared then still hold true, so take that for what it is worth. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cantwell, for his continuous advocacy on the matter. I align with your remarks, Mr. Chair, and want to add one critical part that will help us a lot to, approach RCV as a permanent voting system in the future. It is the education and outreach to all constituents in all communities in Arlington. We learned a lot from this year, and I believe that one critical part is still that we need to explain how the system works, what are its advantages, how it supports our local democracy to those where our message has not, those who our message has not reached yet. A lot of work needs to be done, but I believe that at least I can say for myself that I'm very committed to continue doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison, thank you for coming and sharing perspectives on the trust policy, specifically Section 7. I want to first appreciate that behind you, Allison, were many members of La Colectiva who I see with the sign, and I appreciate the recent notes that have been sent to the board, which, as I read them, accomplish two things. One, recognize that what was done under Mr. DeFerrante's leadership in actually creating a trust policy overall has made some significant improvements in Arlington's ability to both demonstrate but also codify how it looks to protect many residents in our community who are marginalized because of their language status, their national origin status, and that you appreciate the work that was done there, but you have continuing concerns with Section 7, which outlines the limited ways in which Arlington County Police may be involved and coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. Thank you for providing this information that you have provided us today. I've skimmed it, but we'll look at it in more detail and would like to engage with you to understand perspectives on the incidents that you have shown us and to further engage and see whether or not there are any new policy directions or policy additions that we should consider. So thank you for coming and for continuing to engage thoughtfully, and hopefully we can get to a place where the 4 or 5 items that you are pleased are in the trust policy will result ultimately in universal appreciation for what is in the trust policy. So I look forward to engaging in that way. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. Thank you, Allison, for coming to speak today. I just want to echo what Chair Dorsey said. The trust policy is a significant improvement to what didn't even exist in the past prior to this effort. I know that it is not perfect, and the continuing advocacy is important. And I hope, first, I appreciate the collaborative perspective that you're bringing the information to us, having these conversations. While sometimes that appears to take longer, I believe it is the most effective way to impact change. When you're able to engage all of the decision makers in a way where you can show your work, help them to understand the impacts, help them to process those changes. While it takes a little longer, you will make great, sustainable, long-lasting change. And that is what is required to make sure that our communities feel safe in Arlington. I also hope that you are engaging in these types of collaborative discussions with the police department, as well as the sheriff's department. I know that the sheriff's department has made changes to improve efforts for our community to only engage ICE when absolutely deemed necessary by law. And I hope that you continue to engage them and make sure that that is also happening in a way that you believe is the best way possible moving forward. Again, just thank you for continuing to bring this advocacy. I think with time, efforts, information, we can continue to improve upon this policy and ensure that we have the best place for our community here in Arlington who is living in an undocumented situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey, and then Mr. DeFerranti.
Yeah, thank you. I will be quick, because I just want to thank our chair for his comments, and Ms. Talento as well, and thank the folks for coming out today and your really kind of positive, collaborative approach, and we will continue talking, and I hope you will take us up on our offer to sit down and really have some more conversations as we work this through, and appreciate everybody coming today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just add 3 thoughts. First, Allison, it's very clear this has had a significant impact. The facts, the results, the outcomes had a significant impact on your life, and I'm sorry for that. The second thought is that Section 7 actually is tailored and an updated process from what we used prior to passing the trust policy. It requires faster and clearer supervisor approval. It also narrows quite significantly and requires articulable facts in the instances where we ever could engage violent felonies. You mentioned gang-related issues and a couple of other tailored cases. And then I'll just end with a thank you for the fact sheet. It's very helpful, as is the advocacy of those standing with you, being focused on facts and the implications of actual circumstances seems like the best way we can move forward and better implement the best policy for us on this critical area.
Thank you. And Mr. Bender, thank you for your concerns about Penrose. I will note that you identify some of the principal challenges at that very important public space that also is space constrained. There's a lot of activity happening and trying to manage all of it so that it can be accomplished safely and with efficiency has been something that is over time needed to have revisions to improve, and we are continuing to do that with the temporary relocation of the bike share station and consideration of a permanent installation elsewhere, as has been discussed. Part of this, what makes this complex, is because, as you very well note, driving behavior can be quite erratic. If anybody has ever experienced that, you can do that silent applause thing there, because we really can't account for all of the ways in which people use our roadways. We do have rules for how they should use them. That is sometimes impacted by driver experience, by driver courtesy, driver urgency, or the built environment. And trying to figure out how to make all that work is why we have a transportation planning division of real expert professionals who do this work and are constantly trying to improve it. So it is an area that we clearly have identified as being one that deserves priority attention, and we are iterating improvements to try and make it all work. And Mr. Karantonis.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, just for a second, Mr. Bender, thank you for coming and testifying on that. It beats me every single time. The driver behavior on Penrose Square in this very narrow side strip is really problematic. And I mean, many efforts to try to manage that have not succeeded. I do believe that what our professional staff tries to do now is another effort. I see the possibility for us to succeed, but we need the community's attention and your testimony to see how it works. This is a very popular public space. Kids are playing on that. Adults, older adults are crossing the street. It is really justified to be concerned about the safety of pedestrians there. And I look forward to close observation of how this new traffic pattern will work there.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield.
And I mean, you know, the boathouse bringing together Arlington's high school students together in this collaborative spirit. Hallelujah. Who are the Patriots in the room? All right, how about the Generals? Sorry, I'm biased. My favorite, how about the Warriors? Wakefield Warriors. All right, there we go. My daughter goes to Wakefield, so it's nothing else. So I appreciate you all coming this morning. And you know, I know crew folks are accustomed to getting up early, so this is probably like not that big a deal, starting at 8:30. But we appreciate your coming, and Luke, thank you for representing the group. We are as excited about the opportunity that a boathouse and access to the water on the Arlington side can bring to having an opportunity to reduce a lot of the barriers to effective participation of those who want to row in Arlington. We are so excited about that opportunity. We have taken some important steps in the last few years to actually make it a reality instead of what it was for a couple of decades, like this sort of far-flung pipe dream. So we have secured participation and coordination with the National Park Service to get access to the water. We've got an agreement that will be further refined, specifically outlining what can be done there. Also, as importantly, we've committed funds already for design of the boathouse portion, and we have also engaged with the private Boathouse Foundation to try and support and help them fulfill what is an expectation that there be a significant amount of private money that is raised in support of this effort, because otherwise publicly we can't do it all, but we certainly are going to look to have them participate in a model that's been very successful with how we've been able to finance fields and other athletic facilities in Arlington, a partnership with the private sector. So this is all to say that the vision that Luke articulated so eloquently that we hadn't even thought of in terms of building community among the student groups in Arlington, which is fantastic, is absolutely inspiring to us, and we hope that everything aligns, and we think that the steps are in place for us to achieve the Boathouse Project's vision during the course of our capital improvement plan in the next 10 years. That is our hope, with your inspired continued participation, and, you know, maybe finding some ways in which people can contribute financially, and not that that's your responsibility, but if you've got great ideas, we're open for it. With your continued inspiration, I have confidence that it'll happen. So thanks so much. And you all have made my day by being here this morning. Not that everyone hasn't, but whenever we can get high school students to appear at 8:30 at a local county board hearing, that's a special day. All right, Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that I can do it as thoughtfully and smoothly as you did, but I will say this. Few things in my job and our job are more inspiring than a group of people making a case together with one person speaking and dozens standing behind, politely, strongly supporting that idea. You have done that this morning, as has La Colectiva and those advocating on immigration and ICE. And it also has made my day so far, which we could have a pretty long day this afternoon. So thank you to both groups for making your case and making it thoughtfully. And then the second thought I would have is that there's pieces of details and follow through that are essential to making this project happen. We're trying to make, amongst others, the federal government move, and that does not always occur quickly. I take it to heart to follow up and work with staff to try and make this happen as soon as possible. I'm certainly mindful that for the seniors, you won't get this chance. And every year that we don't have someone close, it's not as ideal as we would like. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. So it is so exciting for me as a former school board member to see so many students at Arlington County Board meeting. I was so excited when we see you all at the school board meetings, and to see you all in force today is really, as I think my colleagues have said, rewarding. I know that our crew teams in Arlington are some of our most invested and energized group of athletes. And I remember the 2019 advocacy very, very well. And one of the things that I just want to, again, take an opportunity to thank you, because I don't know when I'll have that all collectively, is how you all truly work as a community and open the doors to every single student who is interested in rowing. Every single student who is interested has an opportunity at all of our schools to do that. And the boosters, our parents, I mean, this is a true family sport. I have 5 kids, 3 stepsons, 2 of my own. I remember when I had to get up early for something they were doing, and I cannot imagine, although I wanted some of my kids to row, I always was thankful when I said, okay, well, at least I don't have to get up at 5:30 in the morning to get them to the boathouse. So kudos to you. Was it 4? Okay, well, there you go. Maybe I didn't want my kid to really row. But no, really, to be able to know, which I was not aware of, that we are actually going to have a boathouse, the possibility of a boathouse in Arlington is, for me as a community member and having been so invested in our schools, so exciting. I grew up in a high school that did not have an opportunity like rowing. And to know that we can offer that in our community and do it in a way that is so inclusive and accessible is just very, very exciting. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for making the time to come. I know that when y'all did Regattas out of town, Arlington was one community. And so to be able to hear it today and have it here in Arlington would be great. So again, thank you for being here. And during my short tenure, if there's something I can do to push this forward, if it comes before me, please know that I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to share my pleasure, if I might, with everybody coming. I was on the school board too, even before Ms. Talento, and actually somebody came and talked to me about the boathouse when I first got on the school board. That's when I learned about it. It was before any of the students here were born. I'm really old. It's so exciting to get us to this point. And I'll say, our chair, Chair Dorsey, and myself met with the Boathouse Foundation very recently, talking to them about it. And I remember talking to them and thinking, oh, this has been going along so long. I haven't heard from people about it a whole lot lately. Gosh, this has really got to go, but like, is all the energy sort of dying out? And here you are. It was so exciting to see you all here. Please do connect with the Boathouse Foundation if you're not picking up on this, because we do need to make this sort of a big, huge, all-of-community effort to make this happen, particularly to make it happen the way we want. You know, there's the lower boathouse and the upper boathouse. We're determined to move it forward, but the more community support we get, the more we're going to be able to make it the way we want it. So please stay involved. Thank you so very much. And then I want to comment too, just on to finish up. This has been a great morning. When I came into this room, I don't know if any of you have been here with us through the last couple of years, but we've had crowds of people in this room. It hasn't always been real pleasant. And sometimes I've been sort of disappointed. I mean, what's happening to Arlington? Why aren't people, people didn't used to behave like this. And here you are. Everybody's doing this, which is great. Everybody's advocating as you should. The passion is good, but we're doing it in a positive way. And you see what's happening around this country. We're doing it right here, and we're going to show people how to do it, and we're going to keep doing it. And we're going to get the boathouse, and we're going to get it more than that, and continue to work together as a community. So thank you for making all of our days, all of ours day, however you would say it. Anyway, thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for your positivity. Stay connected. Open Door Monday is a great way to have conversations back and forth, and I look forward to talking to a lot of you over the next year. Thank you so very much. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so sorry that I'm so far away. I could tell you that you evoke real memories. I had the enormous privilege to row at school, and it was a municipal rowing school. I had to pay exactly 0 fees for that. It was open and available to everybody.
Talk about how to alienate your crowd, Mr. Karantonis. Good job.
I was number 7, and I very much hope that you keep up the stroke so that I can emulate and we can get this boat to a finish line here. I think that there is a significant momentum behind that. Our staff has been working behind the scenes with the National Park Service and others, and it's so not only for the rowers important, it's the moment that Arlington will find another exit, another connection to the river. And this is so awesome for everybody, not only for the rowers. I am really very encouraged by your presence here today. Let's keep up the momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. And Esther, thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of, or speaking in favor of, involving tenants more in decision-making at Barcroft. I will be hopefully constructive while also trying not to appear to be blunt. The primary thing that you're asking for in terms of having decision-making position with Barcroft, it's just not going to happen. You know, the folks who own Barcroft are responsive to their lenders and responsive to their investors, and they're the primary decision makers. And that's a function of our system. We can have lots of conversations as to whether or not that's proper or appropriate. In the absence of that being possible, it's our responsibility to figure out what's the best thing that we can do in light of that. And we think it is making sure that there is regular, and by regular I mean monthly, conversation between Barcroft owner Jair Lynch Enterprises and tenants, which has been fulfilled. We get a report of those monthly meetings in terms of the content that is discussed, in terms of the number of people who participate, and we think that this is, number one, an important feature as it relates to Barcroft. It should also be noted it doesn't really exist at any other residential community within Arlington. We think it's important to try and do something different here so that tenants, if not necessarily being a primary decision maker, can influence decision making to the greatest extent possible, because they hear about plans early enough for them to be improved and adjusted depending on needs. One of the features also of that engagement is that everyone at Barcroft is considered a stakeholder for that engagement. And whether or not they choose to participate as individuals based on their individual circumstances or needs, or whether or not they choose to align and have their voice heard through a tenant group, we're just happy that they get involved and hear about what's going on in whatever way they choose to do it. So we do encourage, Esther, that you encourage everyone at Barcroft, whether it is through a group or on their own behalf, to participate to the greatest extent possible, because the ways they can do it at the Barcroft community are different than anywhere else. And while it might not necessarily meet your ideal, I think all things considered, it's pretty good. So thank you for those comments, and thank you also for your interest in being a part of shaping the future of that community. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. Señora Esther, gracias por estar con nosotros hoy día. Espero que alguien está traduciendo para lo que dijo el chair de la Junta, pero sepa que por favor usted puede abogar con nosotros directamente. Como ha dicho el presidente de la Junta, Jared Lynch tiene toda la decisión de cómo va a desarrollar este complejo, pero usted tiene la habilidad de hablar con ellos. Ellos mandan mensualmente noticias sobre cómo están involucrándose con la comunidad. Hay oportunidades. Yo sé que Bogata está ayudando con eso. Si usted no está conectada con Saúl Reyes, por favor, conéctese. Si eso no le está saliendo bien para usted, usted se puede comunicar con la Junta. Este lunes yo voy a estar disponible por las puertas abiertas y puedo hablar con usted de otras maneras de cómo puede involucrarse más y los comités que existen donde usted puede dar su comentario público. Entonces, muchas gracias por estar aquí hoy día. Esta es la manera de abogar por su situación. Yo sé que es muy difícil no saber qué va a pasar con su vivienda. Me imagino que eso le da mucho estrés, pero entienda que sí hay maneras de abogar y que estamos haciendo todo lo posible para poder asegurar que hay oportunidades para la comunidad que vive ahorita en Barcroft de poder seguir viviendo ahí. Ms. Hester, thank you so much for coming to provide comments today. I just wanted to echo our chair's comments about understanding that D.R. Lynch is the ultimate decision maker on how these things are going to play out. But they are engaging with the community. They do send monthly newsletters about how they're engaging with the community. I would suggest that if you haven't engaged with Bugata, that you please engage with Mr. Reyes to see if there's opportunities for you to provide your feedback there. If that does not work, providing feedback with us also works. I'm actually having Open Door Mondays this coming Monday and would welcome you to come, and I can work with you to understand what other types of committees you can provide your public voice, such as the Planning Committee and so forth. I really thank you for coming to advocate today, understanding that your voice is important and that you have a place to provide your thoughts on the challenges that you're facing is really great. And I recognize the stress that it causes to not know what your living situation may be in the future. But please know that the board is doing everything we can to determine how to best support the current residents in Barcroft and moving into the development once it is finished. And we'll do all we can to make that happen. So thank you. And just real quick, I did want to ask Ms. Allison, who spoke earlier, I will be at Open Door Mondays, and I would, this coming Monday on I think it's the 16th, if you'd be willing to sign up, I would love to follow up with you on some discussions about your comments today, and I meant to say that earlier. And if that doesn't work, please call 703-228-3130, and they can get you my contact information or my email so we can, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Talento. All right, as I have done in the past, I have skipped over someone who provided public comments. So if I have inadvertently done that this morning, please raise your hand. All right, good. Excellent. So thank everyone for coming. I don't know if you were told, but the requirement is that if you come and speak for public comment, you have to stay in the same seat for the rest of the day for all of the items on our agenda. No. Thank you all. We do appreciate your coming, and we look forward to seeing you again. If you would like to leave, have a great day.
Provided that the clerk will unlock the door, Mr. Chair, right?
For those remaining, we'll give the room a minute or two to clear out before we resume. Thank you all.
So far, so good.
meeting. Thank you all for that brief little interlude. Ms. Jacobs, we are ready to call the first item on our regular agenda, if you are.
I'm sorry, we have the consent agenda too.
I'm sorry, whoa,
To
yeah,
deal with.
see? So discombobulated and out of sorts. Yes, we do have a consent agenda. Have there been any items that have been pulled from our consent agenda?
No items have been pulled from the
Okay. So with that, colleagues, we are ready to consider items number 1 through 20, I believe, on our agenda today, our consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I move adoption of the consent agenda.
Move adoption by Vice Chair Garvey. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
I'm so sorry,
Ms.
Chair. I do
Talento?
have one quick question. I didn't pull it because I'm still going to vote for it and I support it, but can I
Okay.
just get clarification on one piece? I think it's item number 4. And I just had a question on the difference between the LEED certification versus the, I'm pulling it up right now, I apologize. I think it's Earth's Ready certification.
Earthcraft?
Earthcraft, thank you. I just want to know the difference. I think that what's being put forth is completely important, and so I'm going to support the consent agenda, but I just wanted that clarification. And I apologize that I did not submit that earlier to my staff, just because with both roles that I'm playing, I did not have that time. And
So I tell you what,
they can follow up with me.
yeah, I
just
think
wanted
why
to
don't we
get it-
handle it that way? Since
Yeah.
that's something that's not necessarily going to impact the vote, we'll make sure that
Thank
that
you.
information is provided to you.
I appreciate that.
There's a lot of detail in LEED certification and Earthcraft certification,
Thank
and I know
you.
you're going to love the details.
I just was worried if I didn't mention it now, I would not be able to follow up in time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, motion has been made and seconded for adoption of the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. We will, the board just voted to approve about 20 items on our consent agenda, including minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, requests to advertise, and more. These items are placed on our consent agenda not because they are unimportant, but because they are non-controversial. And so I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight several items in particular. Ms. Talento referenced something associated with item number 4, which was just approved, an amendment to Crystal Houses 6, which in Crystal City, we have a site plan amendment that's going to allow for conversion of what are existing market rate condominiums into an age-restricted, committed, affordable housing building that's going to increase the number of units available from 63 to 80. This will certainly help serve the needs of our senior community, seniors who are on fixed incomes and who are eligible for income-restricted units, and of course, adding to the number of units in the building better utilizes the built environment there. It's environmentally sustainable. It's meeting our needs of our affordable housing master plan as well as seniors. And so to remind everyone, the board has an option agreement and disposition and development agreement which guarantees that 75% of all newly built units within the massive Crystal House community, which will be ultimately 554 new committed affordable units out of 739 that are allowed to be built, will be committed for 99 years of affordability. And this is really a significant achievement of the Crystal City Sector Plan that was only possible because of some relatively new tools to our ability to finance and construct and plan for affordable housing. And that includes Amazon and their Housing Equity Fund dollars, also the Washington Housing Conservancy, and we are very appreciative for the master developers of the site, the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, APA, as well as EYA, who will do this work, creating this new opportunity for seniors. Then we also have item 14. We have amended Chapter 48 of the Arlington County Code, and this relates to floodplain management. The changes in this amendment include adopting new flood insurance maps, which is a requirement to participate in the National Flood Insurance Program for Arlington property owners. And we will look forward to this allowing for to be a more resilient Arlington and dealing with the specific needs of people who may be affected by recurring flooding issues. And then we'll move to item 17. We have executed several grant agreements totaling $18 million with the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation. The funding assistance will be appropriated toward approved projects in Arlington's Transit Capital Program, as well as operating expenses for ART, Arlington Transit. Specifically, we've got $66,000 for internships to help increase staff support within the department. We also have a little under $500,000 for transit infrastructure, including bus stops and shelters. We have $3.2 million for the purchase of 4 large heavy-duty battery electric buses, $6.5 million in ongoing operational funding for ART, as well as nearly $8 million for the replacement of 15 transit buses. And then item 20, I'd like to just speak on a request to advertise Arlington's update to the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan. This is an element of our comprehensive plan, but we haven't updated it since 2006, and we have been engaged in a multi-year planning process that has resulted in 5 recommended focus areas: community engagement, incentives, partnerships. Really? Those are the things? Yeah, I guess they are. Incentives, partnerships, regulations, technology, information, and tools. And this will provide a framework for us to advance the mission and the effectiveness of the county's historic preservation program. We will have further conversation on the update to this element of the comprehensive plan at the Planning Commission on October 30th, and then again by the County Board a little less than a month from today on November 11th. All right, now I do believe that we are ready to move on to our regular agenda. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call that first item?
I will. Item number 21, Sunrise Senior Living at 716 South Glebe Road. This is items 21A and B, actually. 21A is a rezoning from R6, one-family dwelling district, to R5, one-family and restricted two-family dwellings, to SD Special Development District for an area of approximately 91,064 square feet, located at 716 South Glebe. Also, 21B is a site plan for construction of an assisted living facility with modifications related to parking and setbacks and other modifications for the proposed development.
Okay. Mr. Manager, are you ready to kick off the staff presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With us this morning presenting is Kevin Lamb from CPHD, and he's also joined by Rob Gibson, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Lamb.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. I'm Kevin Lamb with the Planning Division, and today I'll be providing a presentation on behalf of staff for the Sunrise South Glebe project. So the subject item consists of 2 parts. The first is a rezoning request to SD Special Development District, and the second is a new site plan to construct an assisted living facility. So the site is located at 716 South Glebe Road in the Alcova Heights neighborhood and sits adjacent to the privately owned Alcova House, which is designated a local historic district. So the property is currently occupied by a church building, a vacant single-family residence, as well as a large surface parking lot. So although the site, was previously surveyed by Historic Preservation Program staff, the property is not listed on the county's historic resources inventory or designated a local historic district itself. However, the applicant has agreed to allow county staff to inspect the property for any historic building elements, and those could be salvaged by interested community groups. So the church building was recently occupied by the Redeemer Church of Arlington, a daycare, as well as a preschool, all of which have relocated their programs to other locations in Arlington. So the GLUP designation for the site is primarily semi-public, shown in green, with a small area designated low residential, shown in yellow. And the applicant, is requesting a rezoning from R6 and R5 to the SD Special Development District. So this SD zoning district does permit elder care uses via special exception, and the zoning district is consistent with the semi-public GLUP designation. So the new site plan consists of a 4-story assisted living facility, which will be operated by Sunrise Senior Living. It will include 99 assisted living and memory care units at a total proposed density of 1.06 FAR. So the site itself features a driveway off South Glebe Road and a porte cochere structure, which is designed to provide covered and convenient pickup and drop-off, as well as emergency vehicle access, which is a standard feature for this type of use. So the site also includes a total of 53 parking spaces, which are primarily located in a rear surface parking lot, as well as a handful of spaces just off the porte cochere and driveway. The project will be built at a LEED Silver certification level, and the applicant is requesting zoning ordinance modifications for required parking, as well as a front setback modification on Glebe Road. So through the site plan review process, the applicant did make important design revisions based on staff and community feedback. This includes improvements to the Glebe Road building frontage and porte cochere area. So originally, the front entrance was situated 75 feet from the Glebe Road sidewalk and included a larger porte cochere structure that had a pitched roof. It also included 5 short-term parking spaces off to the side. So to better engage the streetscape and reduce the auto-oriented nature of this porte cochere area, staff did recommend reducing the building setback, as well as the overall area dedicated to vehicles. So as a result, the applicant did minimize the depth of the driveway. They minimized the height and scale of the porte cochere structure. They also reduced the number of short-term parking spaces to 4, and then also incorporated permeable pavers into the parking spaces and underneath the porte cochere. So the site does include 3 vehicular access points. The first is a right-in, right-out driveway serving the building's front entrance. There's also a curb cut on 8th Street, which provides access to the rear surface parking lot as well as the secondary building entrance. And then there's another curb cut on 7th, which provides access to the loading and trash. So in terms of parking, the applicant is proposing 53 parking spaces at a reduced parking ratio of 0.44 spaces per bedroom. And then all adjacent streetscapes will be expanded to include a 6-foot sidewalk and 5.5-foot planting strip. So the review process for this project began back in February, which was followed by an online engagement opportunity in March, followed by 2 SPRC meetings, which covered the following topics. The project was heard at the October Transportation and Planning Commissions, where they voted unanimously to support the main motion. The Planning Commission also passed 2 additional motions to explore ways to increase the project's sustainability and to add on-site affordable units. So overall, the site plan is consistent with the GLUP and the zoning ordinance and advances several key county goals and objectives. The first is that, the project does provide those 99 assisted living and memory care units, which provides more housing options for aging residents and also advances the housing goals of the Age-Friendly Arlington Action Plan. The project will also provide the base affordable housing contribution, which is the choice of an AHIF contribution or the provision of one affordable unit. The project will provide streetscape improvements on all adjacent street frontages. It will also be built at a LEED Silver certification level. And beyond the LEED criteria, the project will also meet other green building incentive policy standards, such as energy performance improvement to increase energy efficiency, Energy Star appliances and water sense fixtures, and then also 10 years of energy reporting. And then lastly, the project will also feature electric vehicle charging, permeable pavers, and other biophilic design elements like green roofs. So therefore, staff recommend adoption of the ordinances listed here. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now ready to hear from our applicant. Don't all of you leap for the microphone at once.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Clyde McGraw. I'm Vice President of Real Estate for Sunrise Senior Living. I'm here to present our proposal to redevelop 716 South Glebe Road, which is the former United Arlington Methodist Church. But before I do that, I would like to tell you a little bit about Sunrise Senior Living. So at Sunrise Senior Living, we are a mission-based organization, and our mission is to champion the quality of life for all seniors. In addition, we do have a forward-looking vision statement, which is to create the preferred lifestyle for enjoying longer, healthier, happier lives. Sunrise is one of the largest providers of senior living in North America with nearly 275 communities. We were founded over 40 years ago in Northern Virginia, and in fact, our first purpose-built Sunrise community was built in Arlington at 2000 North Glebe Road, which is a community that we still operate today. While Sunrise provides a full range of senior housing options, from independent living through skilled nursing, our specialty is in assisted living and memory care, which is what we are proposing for this site. Assisted living is for seniors who need assistance with activities of daily living, including bathing, dressing, using the bathroom, mobility, and meals, while our memory care is for seniors with Alzheimer's disease and other memory impairments. While traditionally Sunrise built only Victorian-style buildings, which I'm sure many of you have seen across the DMV, over the last 10 years, we've become much more forward-looking with our architecture. Now, each new Sunrise is designed to fit in aesthetically with each neighborhood they're in and be much more reflective of the local design vernacular. For example, here are 4 recent Sunrise projects in different markets across the country, including Newton, Massachusetts, Burlingame, California, Issaquah, Washington, and Summit, New Jersey. And you can see each building is designed to fit in with their local neighborhoods. Looking at the Arlington market specifically, we find there's a significant imbalance between the available supply and needed demand for our type of building. In fact, there's not been a new senior project built in Arlington County for over 20 years. When Sunrise estimates the needed supply within just 3 miles of the site, we estimate a need of approximately 1,100 assisted living units, while there are only 482 today. It's similar when we look at the needed supply of memory care, which we approximated about 600 units, while only about 100 exist in the market today. There is clearly a great need for new senior housing in Arlington County. Next, we'd like to take a look at the actual site. So looking at the area around the site, it's located on South Glebe Road between Arlington Boulevard and Columbia Pike. The area is mixed use with a variety of single-family homes, tall apartment towers up to 6 or 7 stories, churches, schools, a fire station, and other commercial uses. The physical site is located at 716 South Glebe Road on the west side of Glebe between 7th and 8th Streets. Here we have an aerial view of the existing conditions. There's the existing church building with the partially demolished roof at the bottom of the image, the large surface parking lot and former pastor's house at the top right. There's currently 4 existing curb cuts on site, with 1 off of 7th Street, 2 off of Glebe Road, and 1 off of 8th Street at the bottom. You can also see the existing building location in proximity to our neighbors. On the north side of our building structure is approximately 97 feet from our neighbors. The northwest, we're approximately 36 feet from the neighbors. At the south, we're about 150 feet from the historic Alcova House. And on the southeast, we're about 109 feet from our neighbors. Here's some views of the existing condition. First is the view looking south on Glebe from 7th, where you can see the former pastor's house in white on the corner that will be part of the larger development, as well as the church building in the background. The second view is from 8th Street looking north on Glebe. You can see the church in the background and the existing bus stop and shelter that will be retained in the foreground. The third view here is from the 8th Street looking east. You can see one of the existing curb cuts with the open air existing garbage dumpsters that are there today. The fourth view is from the rear surface parking lot. You can see a portion of the church roof that was previously demolished due to structural issues. And the fifth and final view is looking east down 7th, where again, you see the former pastor's house in white at the corner that will be part of the larger development. And now we'd like to take a look at the proposed project. So first, looking at the allowable building massing on the site, a building could be 6 stories tall, and you can see just how impactful that would be on the neighborhood if we use the minimum required setbacks. Here you can see what we are proposing for the site for our massing, which would be a 4-story building, which we are going to push as close to Glebe Road as possible to minimize the impact on the surrounding neighborhood. And this is our proposed site plan for the project. First item I'll point out again is that we've strived to push our building massing as close to Glebe Road as possible, away from our neighbors. In fact, we are approximately 17 feet and 8 feet further from our neighbors on the north and south sides respectively, approximately 18 feet further from our neighbor to the northwest, and approximately 86 feet further from the historic Alcova house. We're proposing 4 curb cuts, the same number as there are today, with one on 8th Street with access to a small rear parking lot, a double curb cut on on Glebe to allow for resident drop-off at the front door with a porker share, and a curb cut on 7th to allow for loading and garbage pickup, which will be fully enclosed within the footprint of the building. I also want to point out the significant increase in street trees bordering the property, new sidewalks, vast planted gardens and walking paths around the building, and proposed new fencing and landscaping along the western edge of the property. Our proposed program for the development is an assisted living and memory care building of approximately 93,000 square feet and 99 units. The building will be approximately 49 feet tall, and there will be 53 parking spaces on site. We are a very low traffic generating use, and at full occupancy, we anticipate our largest employee shift of 33 team members arriving on site by 7 a.m. through a combination of driving, public transportation, including the bus stop in front of the site, car share, biking, and walking. Our number of team members then declines throughout the day to about 17 in the afternoon and approximately 6 employees overnight. And finally, we are requesting a modification of the Arlington County zoning ordinance of a reduction of 7 parking spaces. Here's our proposed landscape plan for the site. To note, we'll be increasing the overall landscape areas compared to what's there today, including plantings and walking paths by nearly 2,400 square feet. We'll also be increasing tree canopy by 5,000 square feet, and we'll be decreasing the amount of impervious asphalt by nearly 12,000 square feet. In addition, we'll be introducing a significant amount of native and biophilic landscaping around the site. In regards to building access, as I mentioned, we will have a fully enclosed loading zone on the north side of the site as shown in blue. There will be drop-off, package delivery, and short-term parking off of Glebe Road as shown in orange. And there will be visitor and employee parking and rear entry access at the west side of the site as shown in yellow. In addition, there's an existing bus stop in front of the site that will be maintained, and we will be providing 6 Class 3 bike parking spaces adjacent to the front entry and 4 Class 2 bike parking spaces adjacent to the rear entry. We'll also be providing locker and shower facilities for our employees. Finally, there is, of course, an extensive network of pedestrian sidewalks all around the site. And now we have a number of renderings of the project. This is the view from Glebe Road if you're facing the front of the building. We strive to introduce an arts and crafts style architecture similar to the bungalows that are found in the neighborhood. The proposed building is 4 stories, and off of Glebe will be the main entrance with the drop-off porker share. This is a view of the building from 7th Street looking south on Glebe. Here's a view of the building from the corner of 8th and Glebe looking north. Notice the abundance of street trees, landscaping, as well as the existing bus stop that will be retained. And finally, this is a view of the rear of the building from 8th Street with the small surface parking lot in the foreground with the building in the background. Next, we have several renderings of the site just to show some of the enhanced landscaping. We'll try and move through these quickly. So this is 8th Street looking east. Again, 8th Street looking east, approaching the corner of Glebe. The corner of Glebe and 8th with the bus stop. We did get a number of comments during SBRC to try and enhance the landscaping around the bus stop, which we've strived to do here. Another view of that bus stop looking north on Glebe now. This is Glebe Road. You can see the porker share. We're looking south on Glebe now, the porker share on the right side. And now we're on 7th Street. You can see the new street trees and sidewalk with gardens around the building. And here, these are several images of what will be the garden in the rear of the building for the residents. Great, so now we'd like to discuss transportation. As I mentioned, the site is very well connected today with roadway and sidewalk networks, as well as bus lines, access to the Ballston Metro, and bicycle facilities. Regarding vehicular traffic, the project would actually generate fewer peak hour trips than the existing uses that were on site previously, including daycares, religious organizations, and the clothing bank. In addition, the TMP would encourage non-auto modes of transportation. Regarding the transportation improvements, we will be installing new curb ramps and restriping the crosswalk at 8th Street and Glebe. We'll also be installing new curb ramps as well as allowing for future pedestrian push buttons and an easement for future traffic control equipment at 7th and Glebe. We also just wanted to point out the significant improvement we'll be making to the sidewalk in front of Glebe Road, as this was a comment that we got from many members of the public. On the left side are some of the views of the existing sidewalk condition. You can see there's currently a retaining wall, which limits the amount of maneuverable space. There are no street trees, the sidewalk is only 5 feet wide, and the sidewalk is only 1.5 feet setback from the curb. In short, it's not a very welcoming sidewalk condition today. For our proposed sidewalk condition, we will be removing the retaining wall. We'll be planting a landscape buffer with biodiverse street trees. We'll be installing a new 6-foot sidewalk, and the sidewalk will be set back from the curb 5.5 feet, an increase of 4 feet from the existing. And finally, we'd like to touch on sustainability. In regards to sustainability for the site, Sunrise will be utilizing the Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, or LEED certification, which is a globally recognized symbol of sustainability achievement. We'll be targeting LEED Silver, which is proven to save money, improve efficiency, lower carbon emissions, and create healthier places for people to live. We will also be targeting a 20% energy performance savings, as well as several Arlington Community Priority credits, including Energy Star certification, envelope commissioning, and light pollution reduction. We did just want to point out just how far we've come in increasing the sustainability of the project from where we started. We initially proposed achieving LEED certified building with a 16% energy savings. However, based on feedback from the public, the Planning Commission, and C2E2, we've pushed ourselves to make the project more sustainable in several ways. This includes now targeting LEED Silver and a 20% energy savings. We're now including 5% EV charging stations. We have further decreased the amount of asphalt while increasing the green space and tree coverage. We've reduced the number of parking spaces, and we're now including permeable pavers and green roofs where possible, where previously we had none. In addition, we will now be utilizing high-efficiency washers and kitchen equipment. We'll be utilizing enhanced building system commissioning and building envelope commissioning. In short, we have increased the sustainability of the project significantly from where we started. Finally, we also wanted to point out that Sunrise enters all of its U.S. buildings into the EPA's Energy Star certification program. To date, more than 40 of our buildings have been granted the Energy Star certification, which signifies that these buildings perform in the top 25% of similar buildings nationwide for energy efficiency and meet strict energy performance levels set by the EPA. These buildings use an average of 30% less energy and release 35% less carbon dioxide than typical buildings. Thank you very much. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McGraw. I'm sure there will be some. We have had a number of our commissions review this proposal, and I think we have 3 of them here this morning. Elizabeth Guerin from the Planning Commission, Joan McIntyre from Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission, as well as Cynthia Schneider from our Commission on Aging. We'll go in that order. Ms. Guerin, welcome. If you
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. So at our Planning Commission hearing last week, we heard from one public speaker. This was someone with the Chamber of Commerce who strongly supported the proposal based on the increased residential options. Then we heard 2 commission reports, one from C2E2, which noted that it was hard for them to support this because of the very low energy scores. There were very minimal efficiency gains and little attention to sustainable design options, permeability, reduced paving, solar panels. Prior, we'd heard Commission of Aging had great support for this. Transportation Commission also heard this in preparation for the Planning Commission hearing, and they unanimously supported it. And then our own SPRC noted the great demand for this type of residential option, but also was disappointed with LEED. Our PC discussion focused on two main areas, in which we encouraged further discussion from the board. One was the shared concerns about the limited attempts to reflect the county's sustainability visions and goals. We heard from the applicant that it was very expensive to put solar panels over parking, for example, and that limited EV charging could be expanded with demand, that it was difficult to provide complete electrification of the facilities due to trade-off with reliability that's needed in a facility like this. And then the applicant is not really requiring density bonus, so they're not competing in the same way that many of our developers do to achieve some of those sustainability goals. The second area in which we focused our discussion was we would love to see some on-site or neighborhood affordable housing, and we'd suggested affordable housing for staff on-site. And we had a larger discussion where we'd like to see county staff and leadership consider what other jurisdictions are doing to meet this need. We'd heard anecdotally that neighboring jurisdictions do have affordable assisted and senior living, and how can we do that as well? So we'd love to see the development be more sustainable, have broader discussion to include affordable options either on-site or in the neighborhood, and overall we supported it. It's a very needed type of housing residential option in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerin. We'll move next to Ms. McIntyre.
Yes, good morning. Joan McIntyre, speaking for the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. C2E2 has recommended this project not be approved. Using our standard checklist, the score was 39%. Might change a little bit with some of the details that they provided, but hard to tell because of the kind of vagueness on some of them. Now, they're not producing in the green building incentive policy, and while we realize they're not asking for additional bonus density, we look at that policy as kind of our baseline minimum of what's required for sustainability. So that is kind of our marker there. The LEED Silver, I mean, that's still a very low bar to meet. All the other developments we've seen recently have all come through at LEED Gold. So that, you know, again, one thing we'd focused on is the energy efficiency. Up until through the PC, they had indicated a 16% commitment with striving to get to 20%. Site plan conditions indicate 20%, and they do now say they're targeting 20%. That sounds just short of a commitment, but we'll expect that they will retain that. But again, you know, 20% is a minimum, and we would really look to, and many of the developers have indicated potential for getting to 25% or higher over the ASHRAE baseline. The other area that we always focus on is use of fossil gas within the building, and here they're proposing for both the kitchen facilities, hot water, and some of the HVAC systems. Again, you know, if continuing to use fossil fuels and not shifting to high efficiency electric systems make it impossible to actually perform at zero carbon operations as the grid becomes greener. Otherwise, some of the other sustainability items are mediocre and don't really seem to help all that much to reduce urban heat island effect, offering residents close connections with nature, or managing stormwater runoff. And one thing on the energy, they do mention Energy Star, but I can't tell you what that means because there's very different scoring levels, and we look at what the scoring level is in terms of how we rate the building. So that would be, you know, one thing to explore further is what actually they're seeking to achieve on that basis. In terms of the other elements, you know, still a lot of impervious surface in the property. It may be less than what was there previously, but with that large surface parking lot, that's going to be, you know, very, even with the tree canopy, is going to contribute to urban heat island effect, and also limits the opportunity for expanded, say, tree canopy coverage, which actually, you know, and much of the landscaping tends to be, for especially for the residents, is somewhat low and without tree canopy, which means it's not going to be very appealing to the residents as the temperatures continue to rise. We think maybe there might be potential for solar on the roof, on the parking lot, or maybe even preferably a parking garage where you actually can get more space for impervious surface. And then they hadn't been committing to any stormwater requirements beyond the minimum and foregoing any points of retaining stormwater at the 80th percentile. Now, we do understand that they need to have special needs to meet for the residents, including the continuous operations in an emergency. But experts on assisted living design have pointed out that net zero energy buildings consisting of high-performance building envelope heat pumps and other efficient electric systems and on-site solar are the most resilient to an extreme heat event. So I think it would benefit them to look much more closely at some of those alternatives. Again, as I say repeatedly, we are facing a climate crisis, and really everybody in our community needs to do what's necessary in order to help mitigate and adapt to this, and really to prevent the worst consequences. So we urge, again, the county board not to approve it without improvements, or without certainly more clarifications. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll move to Cynthia Schneider. Cynthia, do we have you virtually?
I don't believe.
All right, well, if we get Cynthia back at some point during the discussion, we will be happy to hear some testimony from the Commission on Aging. And so we're now ready to move to our public speakers. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any?
We do. We have our first speaker is John Musso, followed by Adam Theo.
And Mr. Musso, the microphone light was turned off, so if you would hit that, please. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the County Board. My name is John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I would like to express our strong support for this proposal. We ask the County Board to approve this ordinance containing a site plan amendment and ordinance for the construction of this project. As was discussed in the staff presentation and the Sunrise presentation, we're facing a very significant shortage in the supply of senior living and senior housing units of all types. And this project is a really strong contribution in alleviating that shortage. Sunrise has already been an operator of senior housing for almost 40 years in Arlington at the property on North Glebe Road. And we think that this would be a very strong addition, not just to the senior housing supply, but also to the neighborhood as a whole. As you heard from the presentation, they put a lot of thought and effort into making this a very strong project and a very attractive addition to the neighborhood. So we think this would be a tremendous addition to Arlington seniors, and to indeed all its residents. So we ask you very much to adopt this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Alice Hogan.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Our community needs as many housing opportunities for senior citizens as possible. The 99 assisted living units in a modest 4-story building directly on South Glebe, a major road in Arlington, is perfect for our county. Over 17% of our population are senior citizens. It's especially wonderful that this facility would be catering to memory care, which is extremely costly. Memory care costs about $6,500 per patient per month on average across Virginia. It's even more so here in Arlington with our very high overall cost of living. The facility would benefit public safety with widened sidewalks, helping not just residents and neighbors, but also the staff working at the facility. Healthcare workers are often overlooked in these kinds of calculations. And aesthetics matter. Looking at the design, it's a very beautiful building. I'm a sucker for red brick and exposed wood architecture, so thumbs up for me. It would be a pleasure to see this every time I and others travel down South Glebe, knowing that our elderly community members are accepted in our community and are being cared for here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by Michael Bruce.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of the Alliance for Housing Solutions this morning. I wanted to point out that the Council of Governments is reporting that the 65 and plus population is growing rapidly in the region and, of course, in Arlington. We heard recently that Culpeper Gardens has about 275 independent living units, and yet they have 280 people on a waiting list, more than can even fit. Among those 280, 60 of them are homeless. We have the fastest rising group of homeless people in Arlington are seniors, and our county goal recently to end homelessness by 2026 is just 3 years away. We need immediate action. We're in desperate need of senior housing at all income levels, and most especially for our lower income seniors. This is hard to do. It is complicated to bring housing and services to bear. And we are disappointed that a corporation that holds 275 communities across the country cannot help subsidize a few affordable units. But with or without, we must figure out how to house our most vulnerable neighbors. We should not let even one development be built without some sort of on-site affordable housing. How do we do that? Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out now. These community members cannot wait. How do we proceed? Do we need a short-term task force? Do we need a working group? We need to quickly gather best practices, specialized tools, new funding sources, and whatever else it takes to create a feasible path to rapid development and subsidizing of affordable units for our older adults in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Bruce, followed by Bernard Byrne. Michael Bruce?
If Mr. Bruce is on, maybe you are muted. Okay, we will move to Mr. Byrne.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
The 4.1 submissions landscape plan does not describe the species and locations of any ground covers and perennials that the applicant will install. I have asked the applicant to provide this information during the site plan review process. However, the applicant has not responded to my requests. Therefore, I can't make any comments on it. To comply with the County Board's 2016 Monarch Pledge, the planting should contain native plants that support pollinators, especially common milkweed. This is the only plant on which monarch butterflies prefer to lay eggs and which survives in Arlington's natural areas. No other milkweed species native to Northern Virginia provides these benefits. Site plan projects generally do not provide these. A U.S. Forest Service publication states that common milkweed is nature's mega food for insects. Over 450 insects are known to feed on some portion of the plant. In the Northeast and Midwest, it is among the most important food plants for monarch caterpillars. Tree trenches and ledges should therefore contain common milkweed, as well as any available space on the ground, and there's not much of that. All plants should be native to the Mid-Atlantic region, including turf grasses installed in lawns. In this regard, it is important to recognize the most popular turf grasses, including Kentucky bluegrass, are non-native invasives, but are not on the county's invasive plant list. This project is going to install much of that. The project has very little green space and little space for pollinators. Although the staff of the application did not mention it, and the applicant did not mention it, it will replace a large lawn at the southeast corner of the site with impermeable surfaces, mostly a building. The project will therefore greatly increase stormwater runoff, despite what the applicant is saying. To create only a small portion of its roof is green. It will only have a lead silver, not lead gold, as has been mentioned. To create biophilia, native vines should hang from ledges and balconies. They should also climb on trellises from the ground and from ledges. This is really a project that really has very little, if any, but environmental benefits. Will increase impermeable surfaces, unlike what the applicant said. And just look at that existing picture. Look at that large lawn, which I've been at meetings on that lawn. It accommodates a lot of people. It's permeable, but it's going away. Thank you.
Thank you. And does that conclude all of our
Yes.
public speakers?
I'm still not seeing Michael Bruce, but just wanted to double check just in case.
Okay, going once. Mr. Bruce? Twice? Okay, public hearing is now closed and discussion is now with the county board.
Mr. Byrne, if you could turn your camera off, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions that we'd like to get to before a motion, or if you're good for a motion to be put on the table? Seems like we are. And I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Garvey.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Chair,
think we'll have discussion and questions.
Mr. Karantonis, yes.
I would like to have to ask a couple of things, if I may.
Can it,
So,
do you need it in order to be able to consider a motion, or can a motion be put on the table?
I'm comfortable with a motion be put on the table.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay.
I can wait.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to have a fair amount of discussion, but it's nice to get the motion out. So I would like to move the county manager's recommendation, which is to adopt the ordinance attached to the board report dated October 10, to rezone the property known as 716 South Glebe Road District from R6 one-family dwelling district to R5 one-family, and redistricted to two-family dwelling district, and make that to SD Special Development District. And I would like to move that we also adopt the ordinance attached to the board report dated October 10, which permits the construction of up to approximately 1.06 FAR density for an assisted living facility, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development, subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance. Did I get it close enough?
Is there a second?
I did, okay, good.
All right, seconded by Ms. Talento, and Ms. Garvey, I'll give you first crack at speaking to it, and followed by Mr. Karantonis.
Sure, I think this is a tremendous improvement to what is there now, and it is very much needed. I would like to have some discussion, if I might go on, and just a little bit of discussion from maybe both staff and the applicant on the issues of biophilia and stormwater and runoff and those sort of things. So if I might, maybe I'll just take a few. I assume my colleagues will have some questions too. But I'd like to just start actually with the stormwater runoff and the concerns, because that wasn't mentioned. Would staff like to comment on that? I assume we have looked at stormwater runoff issues.
So the project is reducing its overall stormwater runoff compared to the existing conditions. It proposes and will meet the Chesapeake Bay ordinance requirements for mitigating the quantity and quality of the runoff from the site. And through the process, we worked with the applicant to add a number of permeable parking areas throughout the site to reduce the impervious surfaces within the surface parking lots. And I'll turn it over to the applicant to discuss the issues further.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As Rob said, we are fully committed to meeting all of our Arlington requirements for stormwater runoff. We worked extensively with staff to make sure we hit those requirements, including the addition of permeable pavers and green roofs on site.
Thank you. And then two other issues that I'd particularly like to talk about, and maybe we won't handle both of them now, but maybe we will. Looking at the pictures of the landscaping outside, it's very attractive, it's very nice. There's a lot of green grass and not as many trees as I would think. What about adding more trees to that? Would you be able to do that? Why did you not do more?
We actually, we are planting an extensive amount of trees, and from where we actually started in the project to now, we actually increased the amount of trees. This was a comment from staff and public. So not only will we have street trees around on all the sidewalks, we'll have robust gardens, and we've actually increased our amount of trees around the site. If they don't look as full as they are, we're trying to be realistic in terms of when you plant them versus how they'll look in 5 or 10 years. But we are confident there'll be very robust trees and tree coverage on the site.
Okay, I mean, I'm not going to not deny things because of the trees, but I do think there's a lot of, in the pictures, there's a lot of grass, and even I know it would be good maybe to put trees there. And then how about, also there's sort of a movement now not to do lawns anymore. Grass is just really not so good. Mr. Byrne talks about that quite a bit. How about thinking about some other plantings that might, yes, include milkweed and some other things, so that it's just not all, it looks like a lot of green grass still, and I think we're trying to get away from that.
Sure. I think I don't want the renderings to confuse everyone. I think obviously it looks like a lot of grass, but we actually are very committed to using native landscaping and biophilic design all around the site. So we're going to have a variety of different landscape elements. It won't just be traditional grass.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Whitmore.
Kedrick Whitmore with Vanderbilt. Board Member Garvey, I would just add that there will be, following any kind of approval that you all make, there will be the need to submit a final landscape plan that is far more detailed than what we've put in thus far. And that does involve a very robust discussion and back and forth with county staff. So that is still being kind of finalized in those future plans that are going to go forward.
Thank you.
After this.
Thank you. And I know that there are concerns that maybe this landscape plan should be up front, but I understand you got to get some things approved before you can work on that. And we are going to have later on in this meeting our sources look at that, and I'm hoping we're actually going to change that a bit. I would really be interested in that landscape plan, even though, I mean, I don't think we approve it or anything, but I assume our commissions will look at that. So I appreciate your willingness to do more and look forward to doing more. Thank you. I'll yield the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is about the discussion about the on-site affordable units or contributions to affordability. I understand that the project, and this is a question for our staff and for the applicant. I understand that the project will contribute to $225,000. And if the project was decided to provide an on-site unit, the affordability would be only with regards to the rent, but not with regards to the services that, of course, are a major cost in these communities. Is that the correct understanding?
Right, that could be the case. I think in order to fulfill the requirement per the zoning ordinance, which is consistent with state code, an affordable unit will have to have an affordable rent. However, that doesn't necessarily preclude the applicant from exploring subsidizing some of the services. And the applicant does have the decision can be made later on during the permitting process. So there's still the possibility of pursuing a on-site affordable unit.
Thank you for that response. So I find the comments from Ms. Hogan very revealing and alarming because, yes, not only do we need the services, but we need the services and older adult care of all types, starting with housing, to be available to many more levels of income than it is today. And what Ms. Hogan has proposed to think more carefully about that and re-examine the resources that we have in Arlington, specifically also in Culpeper Garden. I think that this to me is revealing enough, and I want to follow up on that. It's not related anymore to this project, though, because the second question that I have, if I may, Mr. Chair, is about. It's a simple question. Sunrise to me is not any regular applicant here. This is a very big corporation. It's a leader in your industry. You have hundreds, literally hundreds of units, probably thousands of personnel. What will it take? What would it take for you to be able to produce more sustainable buildings and to produce a operation concept that's not only the building, it's also how your personnel moves, how the entirety of your operations is working to be more climate responsive. Given that you are a major player, this is not just a small corporation, and given also that you actually charge for the services a proper and high price, what will it take to persuade you to, go a little bit further than where you are today?
And Mr. Karantonis, just so we can add some specificity to this, are you talking about higher lead levels, higher energy efficiency
For example,
levels?
I'm talking to be at lead gold, for example, and commit to that, not just being somewhere in an aspirational universe. We know that buildings that are built at the higher LEED level, they are not only good in saving energy, they're also good for the interior climate is better. The air that these very delicate patients are breathing is better. There are studies that are suggesting very persuasively, in my opinion, that a better built building is actually far better for the vulnerable persons, vulnerable patients that are in there. There's less CO2 inside the building. There are less volatile organic compounds inside the building. Everything adds up. And then there is the very
Thank you.
big
Why don't we stop there
question
and give them
about-
a chance to respond to your question? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did want to make sure that we responded to the affordable question as well that Mr. Carantonis had, so I'm happy to do that now, or we can table it.
Do both.
Great.
Knock it out.
Thank you. So, Mr. Carantonis, thanks for your question. With respect to the affordables, this has been something we've been working on for quite some time. We heard these comments very early in the process, both from the SBRC, from the planning commissioners, from the Commission on Aging, really everybody with an interest in this. So I do want to let you know where we've been and where we're going on this item. I think the first important thing to do in terms of affordables is to set the table a little bit, right? County, as you know, have two different buckets of affordable housing contributions. There's a base contribution and there's a bonus contribution. We're not seeking bonus density for this project, as we've discussed, so we're talking about the first item, the base contribution. The terms of that contribution are provided in the zoning ordinance. It provides the developer shall receive an option to provide cash or provide on-site units, and this concept is also reflected in the site plan conditions. This determination does not have to be made until the shell and core C of O for the project, so that is going to be several years down the road. So I think the first point to make is that nothing is set in stone as of yet with an on-site versus a cash contribution. But because we heard so much from folks in the community and on the commissions, we have done a lot. And then obviously we understand the need for senior affordable housing as well. We've really dug into this. This is where we've struggled a little bit, though, because the county formula that determines how much the contribution is in terms of cash or in terms of units is based on a multifamily situation, right? And they should be roughly equivalent, right? So that if you're making a choice to contribute units or cash, it is generally the same. The problem, and there's been some reference to it, is that there are a lot of costs beyond rent for a senior unit. A multifamily unit, you will only deal with rent. But here we're dealing with utilities, we're dealing with meals, we're dealing with transportation, entertainment, and medical expenses. And so that means a senior affordable unit is not only a lot more expensive than a multifamily unit, there's also the lack of certainty, right? Because those medical costs can really fluctuate dramatically between tenants. So, we've talked extensively with staff about this. They're aware. They don't have a policy on how to deal with this yet. My understanding is that they are working on it, and we're going to continue to work with staff as we go forward. So I apologize for the long-winded explanation, but I think it's important because we've all spent a lot of time on this, and we're going to continue to do that going forward.
Thank you for that.
And
I know
the second piece, Mr.
that-
Carantonis, we're going to address the second piece.
Yep.
Yes, if I may respond to your question about sustainability, I appreciate your question. And the answer is, like everyone else, we're continuing to evolve and push ourselves to be more sustainable in the face of climate change, just like everyone else. And so I actually think this project is a good example of how we're pushing ourselves every day to get better. In terms of where we started, in terms of targeting what we felt we could achieve, which is LEED certified and a 16% energy savings, we've now pushed ourselves to target LEED silver and a 20% energy savings. But it's not just that. We've heard a lot of feedback from staff and from the public. So other items, again, that we've introduced that we didn't have in our initial proposal includes now having 5% EV charging stations on site. We initially did not have any permeable pavers, and we added over 4,000 feet of them on site. We also added green roof where available, as well as a number of other items, including further building commissioning and envelope commissioning, all items that were not originally part of our proposal. We weren't sure we could achieve them. We heard the feedback, and we pushed ourselves to get there. So I do think this is a good example of how we are evolving and pushing ourselves to be more sustainable over time. One other item I just want to point out, and we had this conversation with C2E2, is because of our particular use, because of our licensure and code, we have what's called defend in place. And what that means is for our seniors, you can imagine if there's an emergency event, it'd be very difficult and dangerous to evacuate an entire building of seniors in the middle of the night. So the way that our code and our licensure works is we're actually able to have what's called defend in place, where if there's emergency in a part of the building, you can move the seniors to another part of the building and keep them in place to keep them safe. However, in that instance, the requirement is for us to have the most robust backup systems in place possible. And so that includes having a natural gas system in place for both the generator and for the kitchen equipment, because if there is a long-term emergency, we need to have those very robust systems in place. We have looked at using electrical energy systems for those. We just haven't found them to be reliable enough that we're not comfortable proposing them at this point.
Okay. Mr. Cantonis, we can come back to you later, but you do have colleagues looking to be recognized. We'll start with Ms.
Sure.
Talento.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First on the affordable housing, Ms. Hogan, I've been reading the Post, and the mayor of Denver purchased a building to try and address homelessness in his first 30 days. And if you talk to our 4 or 5 homeless services providers, we're facing a challenge that we have not faced in years, and it's really impacting our seniors. So your comments resonate. The staff report includes language that describes that this is not bonus density, and if I'm not mistaken, the law is such that state law determines the amount of our contribution in this case that we can get. We can't arbitrarily say you must do more in contribution. And I assume the county attorney will speak up if I'm incorrect. This is a challenge. I think that there are a lot of us who deny that we're going to get to the end stages of our lives, but it is inevitable, and we need to provide more housing that addresses all areas. I guess my question, that's sort of my thinking. I think the staff report is pretty persuasive on this. I wonder if maybe staff could speak a little bit to what Mr. Whitmore described as a policy area where there's a greater need for clarification. And you don't have to have fixed all of this, but he mentioned some conversations, and it would be helpful if we know if there's some efforts there, if we could describe how that is working. And I don't know if that's Mr. Lamb or you're going to magically call on someone, but yes.
Right, thank you. So Mr. Whitmore is correct. We have been coordinating with them on this issue, and staff have been working with our partners in housing, who, to my knowledge, have initiated a study looking at how to incorporate affordability into certain elder care uses through special exception. That study has been initiated, but to my understanding, there are no set timelines for completing the study, but it is something we are currently looking at.
Great, thank you. And I am mindful that, at least my understanding is that healthcare costs towards the end of life escalate, and it's a huge portion of our overall healthcare bills. So without some sense of certainty, I'm comfortable with where we are based on the law as it currently is, and wishing that, particularly with respect to our statute, I'd like us to take an effort at that when we think there's a chance that it could pass, to revise that. So thanks for the answer to the question. I might have other on sustainability, but that's for housing for me.
Okay, Ms. Talento.
Thank you. Just to echo a lot of my colleagues' comments on the committed affordable housing. So I'm not going to repeat what they've shared. As I've shared, I strongly hope and support the idea of trying to find a way to make that happen. I recognize that there is a business model to all of this, that there are limitations to what you can do. But I think that even leadership within leadership can advocate for piloting programs. Maybe this particular unit can be a pilot on how Sunrise Senior Living can actually move towards adding to their mission, supporting all seniors at all income levels. I've had an opportunity to engage the association that advocates for senior housing and all the levels of care that are required, the expenses, the workforce loss that happened during the pandemic, the challenges that are faced with Medicaid and Medicare covering expenses because of some really small definitions on how senior living is defined versus other types of health care. And so I'm aware of the barriers that you all face in providing these services to the community from a financial perspective. But I do believe that at least here, there may be an opportunity to, with a county that is completely supportive of working with you to find a way to do that, to provide on-site affordable housing, maybe 2 units, one in the, the first level of care and one in the second. I recognize that third level care may just be too expensive. But I hear what you're saying, that you are working on that door is not closed. And so my comments are really just to encourage you and acknowledge the challenges that you face in making this happen, but hope that you can be creative in your thoughtful and engageful way on finding a way to make this work, and working with Sunrise Senior Living leadership to help them understand that this could be a way for them to really give to the community in another way than they already are. And then I'm going to make a comment on the landscape plan. And I know this seems very small and very minuscule, but sometimes I worry about voices that aren't at the table. And so first, thank you for working with our team to develop a landscape enhancements around the bus stop. I appreciate that. And I completely support native planting and pollinators. I do. I actually have invested some time in my own yard to encourage that. But as you're developing that plan, I hope that you will think about bee repellent bugs and wasp repellent bugs around the bus stop. When you're at a bus stop and you're waiting for a bus, you're usually very close to the street. You have limited places to wait. If you're not right there where the bus is, the bus may pass by you. And to have children with you and bees surrounding that area, even though it might look beautiful, I just think that it's going to make it a very uncomfortable place to have to take transit. So I know it's a very small detail, but I don't know how many people may be bus riders with children and think about things of that nature. So I just want to take the opportunity that as you're developing the landscape in those public areas, thinking about native plants like lavender, or I think it was marigolds, that are bee repellents and wasp repellents to help make it a more comfortable experience for public transit riders. And so that's all I have. And thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for reducing the pervious surfaces and looking to make a more robust tree planting area and bringing senior living to our community.
Thank you. Just want to explore the housing piece for a bit. And just please, Mr. Lamb, correct me if I'm wrong, but just to put a little specificity on this conversation, it's not a question of on-site units. It's a question of one. That is what the formula would translate to if the requirement is delivered in the form of an on-site unit, right?
Correct. It's just 1 unit.
So I think it's important, while there's been a lot of conversation about the principle of on-site units versus not, this is a specific case in which we're literally talking about a unit. And just to delve more deeply into this, and if at any point I veer away from anything that is part of staff thinking, please feel free to jump in. But the challenge that we have with this particular case, as the applicant outlined, is we do not have a way, or at least our analysis and our formulas do not work when it is more than simply a unit of rent. When there are other elements that contribute to affordability, we just don't have that factored in. And that's a fairly significant amount of analysis. And what that would mean in this particular case is having a rent level that can only reach a certain level based on affordability. But for the occupant of that unit, the charge that they would get from Sunrise, and correct me if I'm wrong, in some cases can equal or exceed the actual rent charge, the level of services that are provided. I don't know what your particular model is, but in the industry, I've been told that they can equal or exceed it. So we could have a unit that is affordable in terms of rent, but the bulk of what someone pays is subject to market conditions, effectively rendering that whole notion of affordability moot. Or if you were able to figure out how to have it live up to its principle, what it would require operationally is that the person who occupied that unit not actually use services. So be, in this case, a senior who didn't need services, so be requiring them to change their operational model from being an assisted living facility to being an assisted living facility for everyone except for one person who occupies a unit who doesn't need services. And then, because that's part of a cohort that may evolve into needing services at some point, that individual could be priced out of their home and displaced because they can no longer afford to be there if they needed to consume services. So we would effectively have something that's not delivering on its intent in any real way. That's where we are now. And I think that speaks to the desire of Mr. DeFerranti and others to figure out if we can have policy that can better allow for us to deliver an affordable housing program that does support the need of our senior community who is in need of assisted living. There's a lot of work that's going to be required to do it. And as this particular site plan proposal has exposed, you just can't shoehorn a desire on something if the policy doesn't support it. So stay with us as we do this, but know that it's not as easy as sometimes we believe. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think that I'm totally with you, and I think it's something we do need to be looking at. We're just sort of facing a huge issue with older people that need health care that don't have, services that don't have the money for it. And one unit here is not gonna do it for us. So I think that's great. In the interest of sort of thinking about what I'd like to think about later, not so much for this one, and I don't want to take up the time now, I'm interested in why solar panels on the parking lot won't work. I mean, why won't that work? If you can answer it really quickly, tell me, but I would like to look at that. And I also think that I could use a better understanding of Energy Star ratings as opposed to LEED. I know LEED is not necessarily the be-all, end-all, although it seems like it is, but there are other ratings that are also important. And I think I don't have the best understanding of that, and maybe the community doesn't either. And that's something else that maybe we could work on. That would be on our side to do, not so much on yours. But you look prepared to talk about the solar panels over the parking lot, and I would be interested in that. And I'm assuming one day that might make sense, and you could put them up in the future.
Sure. Yeah. So the quick answer is yes, we did study that. The two challenges are, first of all, the infrastructure of installing them would end up eating up a significant amount of parking space. You imagine all of the pylons holding them up. They would have to significantly expand the amount of surface parking areas. So now the asphalt area is getting larger, the green areas are getting smaller. So that's the first biggest issue. The second is just financial feasibility. It just doesn't make sense today to install the cost versus the return, especially with the significant amount of trees on site that would shade that, just don't make it feasible.
Okay, thank you. I've seen pictures where they do it, just one, and it doesn't look like it takes up that much space. I think they're from Europe. But anyway, I think that's something I'm not going to push you right now, but it's something that I'm interested in talking about, maybe more for staff. So I could use kind of a briefing on both those two issues, solar on parking lots, and actually why we can't start requiring more solar on roofs. As I said, I really don't want to see a roof in Arlington that isn't either green or covered with solar, hopefully both. And I'm trying to figure out what are the barriers there. I'm sure they're financial, but maybe there's some things that in the near future could change. And I do want to know a little bit, I think we do need this whole issue of people aging here and how we can get more facilities that people can afford is just going to keep coming. So I'm interested in that as well. But I'm ready to approve this particular project. I think it is a big improvement, and I'm looking forward to the landscape plan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That sounded like a concluding comment. All right, Mr. DeFerranti.
This is sustainability. I'm sure Mr. Carantonis will have thoughts in addition. I appreciate C2E2 looking, it sounds like there was a look back at the subsequent the updated version, as there were some changes the applicant did to reach a higher standard. I appreciate the commitment to 20% above ASHRAE energy savings. That's a level of energy efficiency that a few years ago we wouldn't have done. I do think that this is a different project than most that I can recall over the last 6 months, because they were all bonus density, to which we apply a different standard. It struck me as Ms. McIntyre, you were speaking, that you were sharing policy and reality with us that is morally compelling, and yet our law does not require that. It just doesn't. And that's why I think we should change the law. So if we held required things that the law, that our ordinances do not require, in some cases and not others, I don't know that that would put us in that would probably not put us in a great spot. So I'm happy to fully join you in the effort to work on our green building policies, and that's been an urgent concern, but I'm not in a place where I feel that I can vote against this project because it is fitting everything that we require in our enacted ordinances. So that's, you could argue that we ought to have budgetary incentives to get us further, and we ought to have other tools. I hope I can, over time, and I'm happy to work on it. But I do actually have, so those are some thoughts on sustainability. I do have a question, which gets to Ms. Garvey's points. My experience, we've just over the last 3 years been in marital negotiations with respect to getting solar panels, just being honest. I have desperately wanted them, and they are not cheap. And so we weren't in a place to be able to do it 2 or 3 years ago. And my impressions on multifamily buildings and offices is that finance is the biggest issue. There was a debate, I think, 6 or 8 years ago where Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac basically said, we will not make this an eligible cost of your mortgage, to which I and many advocates thoroughly disagreed. But we lost, to my understanding, we lost that. So I guess on finance, I know that the green roofs are small, and green roofs I think are good. My impression is that the net benefit, I could be incorrect, of solar panels, even on a tiny space, is greater than grass or green roof on that space. But the cost of those solar panels, even on a small space, would be way higher. They don't pay for themselves for 8, 10 years. The solar companies say 8 years, and they actually sometimes don't pencil out until 10 or 12 years. And so I just, if you could say anything more about the analysis, we've talked about the parking lot, the analysis you did on the roof, that would be great. And I don't want to get into battle with Ms. Garvey as to green roofs versus solar panels on a tiny space.
We need both. They're together, they're great.
I got you. And the question is also, we need both, but the question is sometimes you can't get both. You want everything as a community benefit, and you can't get both. So is there anything you can add a little bit to the cost that's there? I think it's an issue that we ought to surface at least.
Yes, so specifically to the roof, we did study solar panels for the roof of the building. The challenge here for our building is the majority of the roof is actually taken up by mechanical wells. Yep. So the actual usable space for potential solar panels is very small. And in fact, because of the roof design and the gables, it'd be very, very minuscule if actually having solar panels. The 2 areas that we're able to find for green roofs, again, would be so small that the amount of infrastructure and cost to install them would be just an overall net negative. So we found that green roofs were the better solution in this instance.
Great, thank you. You sort of explained it, but now I can sort of picture the strips and not fitting a panel that is the type that is there. Just trying to grasp at straws to try and get as far as we could possibly go. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are we okay? I will make a couple of concluding comments. You know, this hearing conversation, I think, is just emblematic of where we are in Arlington in a couple of key areas. As far as housing is concerned, it's a priority, one that has our attention, and so we want to see that this project max out what it can deliver in terms of housing. And for sustainability, as C2E2 has outlined, we are in a climate crisis, and they measure projects based on whether or not they're significantly contributing to mitigating the climate crisis. Those are noble goals. But in my opinion, we can't have every project measured against those levels. We have to remember that they exist within the world of what is allowable by law and what is explicitly asked for by policy and what is feasible given reality. And also, we measure projects not based on what they could be ideally, but based on what they are redeveloping as far as the status quo. And in this case, I think the conversation about this project has not been as favorable as it should be. This is a substantial improvement on the status quo. It is delivering substantially towards some very key goals of adding supply to a part of the community that doesn't have natural supply growth in units. Our seniors, as Ms. Hogan mentioned, we are looking at a future where the number of adults who are 60 and older is going to be the largest share of the population in the metro region. And the reason we are at a place right now where we have such a gap, a mismatch between available units for seniors and need is because of a failure to plan. And if we continue to double down on that failure to plan and deliver, we are going to be looking at a situation in the region years from now that is even worse than what we're experiencing today. And so that we're talking about, what is it, 99 units? That's a big deal. And I don't want this conversation about what this project is not delivering to obscure the fact that it is a big deal. And for that, I'm very grateful. Then when I look at the actual site conditions, and this is part of my extended neighborhood, so I know it very well. I was actually just there the other night with my daughter after an event at Thomas Jefferson Community Center. And as we're walking to Columbia Pike, we walk by the site, and right now it's not great for pedestrians at all. It's not wide enough. It doesn't provide any protection from Glebe Road, and I'm seeing what this project will deliver, and not only will it be visually attractive, it will actually provide the necessary infrastructure to make that a safe walk. It's not been well appreciated that currently, when we think about facilities, and even though this is housing for seniors, it is a part of a facility. It's going to have workers coming to it and visitors and whatnot. It has been constructed in such a way where it's going to have less of an impact visually and in terms of structures on its neighbors on all sides. So it's going to be a harmonious improvement to the community. And then, even though necessarily compared to what could be possible, compared to what is, it is making important improvements with sustainability. So I recognize and don't dispute that compared to what we may want ideally, this project falls short, but I don't think that's the bar. It's compared to what's feasible, possible, and what our status quo is now. And when I use that as the measuring stick, I enthusiastically am in favor of this project. And I would like to comment on something that Mr. Theo, one of our public speakers, said. I don't usually comment on architecture. I actually, but in this case, I will. I'm going to really look forward to walking past this building. I think it's going to look really nice and be hopefully something that encourages similar architectural treatments when things redevelop in the area. I think it's absolutely a nice step forward and something that's different than what we see with nearby form-based code development. So thank you for that. And with that, are there any other concluding comments? Mr. Karantonis?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I hope I wasn't misunderstood. When I asked about the affordable housing contribution, I was in full awareness that this is the standard affordable housing contribution, but we are talking about a very narrow path to feasibility of any narrow path or no path to actual feasibility to a unit on site. If at all, one thing that I would like to discuss, and I know that there is no path for that either, and we have to really continue the conversation about how we serve our seniors, our older adults, when they come to a point where they need assisted living, is to earmark the proceeds from this project to help an organization that actually, this is unique to Arlington, provides the services to older adults with lower, moderate, and lower income, which is Culpeper Gardens. And that could be, these $225,000 could be extremely helpful to reduce the wait lines. And I have to say, the model of Culpeper Gardens is amazingly important, and I think we should be taking second and third looks on this and try to support it as good as we can, because yes, we need older adult housing and assisted living. And I agree with you, Mr. Chair. This is a huge improvement to the status quo and a huge down payment towards an adequate supply of this kind of services and housing. The discussion on the sustainability is really not about this project. I like that architecture too. It's a huge improvement for Glebe Road. It doesn't raise to me the question whether we are going to, whether I'm going to vote against that or not. I'm going to vote for it for all the reasons. However, I cannot reconcile with the fact that the applicant, that I have the nagging suspicion or the impression that an applicant that runs hundreds, that has economies of scale that are very different to Mr. DeFerranti's solar difficult and expensive solar project. We are talking about an applicant that controls hundreds of this kind of buildings, employs more than 30,000 people. This is an industrial scale operation, and the expectation is that we want to see corporate responsiveness, not just a responsiveness. I can discuss with a smaller local developer whether they can do that, whether it is more or less expensive. I fully understand that it's not, that we don't have the leverage of the additional or the bonus density here fully. But I'm talking, I want to remind this board that when we built the public interest, built the Irving Street project for people with developmental disabilities, equally difficult production. Yes, we did net zero. We could do that. We bit the bullet and we went the extra mile. So I want to just promote and push the level of expectations on this layer as well. I think our community really deserves that, and the future senior patients and clients of this building will also deserve that. Thank you for indulging with me.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Unless anybody believed that we were actually having a debate, I don't really think we were. I think everybody kind of has the same perspective and end goal at heart. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we recognize that there are a whole lot of things that need to change in order to get to that whole idea that we get from each according to their ability. That's not exactly the way our structures are built. You know, if we take it back to a small scale, a very wealthy homeowner who decides to develop by right has the same responsibilities as a homeowner who's less affluent. It's just the way it is. And so in this case, it is what it is, even though I think we all wish that the tools were available and the interest and inclination on all sides to meet sustainability goals at the highest level. With that, ready for a vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
By my powers of reasoning, that means this is approved 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you. We are now ready to move to our next item. Will Ms. Jacobs call it, please?
Item number 22 is a request to advertise public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider adoption of the following elements associated with the Langston Boulevard Planning Study. A is the Langston Boulevard Area Plan. B, General Land Use Plan Map and Booklet Amendments. C, Master Transportation Plan Map Amendment. And D, the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance 6.1, 7.12, and 12.3.
Thank you. And before I turn it over to Mr. Schwartz, for everyone's situational awareness, we're kind of coming up on that in-between hour, so I will reserve the right to get us through our staff presentation as well as our commission testimony and perspectives. And then depending on where we are with that, we may take a brief little break before we get into public testimony. While that will keep you here longer, the benefit of it is it gives you a chance to sharpen your testimony based on the latest and greatest information from staff. So here we go. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a number of people who have worked on this effort, but wanted to introduce Natasha Alfonso Ahmed and Jennifer Smith and Joel Franklin. Joel snuck to the second row there. And Kristen Calkins is here. We have a host of other staff, including Irina Lazik and Ryan Toohill and Mark McCauley and Lauren Ferris and Demetra McBride, who are available also to assist with questions. But with that, I'll turn it over to Natasha.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, my name is Natasha Alfonso Ahmed with the Planning Division. I'm pleased to present to you today the draft Langston Boulevard Area Plan and several associated amendments that staff is requesting the County Board to advertise for public hearings and to consider for adoption in November. The area plan is a comprehensive, high-level vision for the corridor that will guide both public and private investment long-term. To implement the plan, staff recommends amendments to the General Land Use Plan map and booklet, the Master Transportation Plan map, and zoning ordinance, which I'll describe in more detail later in the presentation. So we are currently completing the last phase of a multi-phase planning study, which began in 2019. The RTA draft addresses community and county board feedback received on the first draft of the plan, which was released in June. It includes policies, recommendations, and design guidelines to support the goals and vision of a green Main Street, as well as implementation strategies. The planning process has provided multiple engagement opportunities since the beginning of the study. Most recently, our engagement for the release of the June draft included an online engagement form, in-person open houses, and focus group meetings. We also briefed multiple commissions and advisory boards and held a county board work session to seek feedback on the plan's recommendations and staff's perspectives related to community concerns. A summary of the comments and staff responses are documented in a comment matrix, which is attached to the staff report. The plan's vision and recommendations for corridor-wide elements, which include transportation and open space, apply to the complete and larger planning area. The plan's more detailed recommendations focus primarily on the core area, which includes parcels that are located on or nearest to Langston Boulevard, areas designated for commercial or multifamily uses on the county's general land use plan, and in very limited locations, areas that include single detached homes. Recommendations for all planning elements will apply to the core in neighborhood areas 2, 3, and 5, which include Area 5 West and East. Areas 1 and 4, which are East Falls Church and Cherrydale respectively, have adopted plans and policies in those areas will continue to apply. The plan's policies and recommendations are centered around economic sustainability, environmental resilience, and equity by applying a sustainable and equitable approach to land uses, by supporting and strengthening the diverse commercial base, by leveraging proximity to transit and existing activity centers to reduce travel times and carbon emissions, and by increasing housing supply and meeting the needs of diverse residents and household types. The plan proposes goals and policies for 9 key planning elements supported by design principles and guidelines related to the built environment and public realm. The plan's goal is to incentivize positive change in the core areas by providing other choices besides by right development, which will only exacerbate the problems we have today. Maintaining the status quo could require greater reliance on public funds, resulting in fewer strategic public-private projects to achieve the desired improvements and a longer time to meet many countywide priorities. On the other hand, if we proactively plan for change in coordination with other countywide plans, policies, and regulations, we have a better chance of controlling the outcome and meeting the county's goals and the community's aspirations. So in the next part of my presentation, I'll provide a very brief overview of the framework for each of the planning elements, along with the feedback we've received since June and what has changed from the June draft to the September RTA draft to address those concerns. The feedback also reflects the County Board's discussion during the September 12th work session and the Planning Commission's discussion during the October 2nd RTA hearing. So through that extensive feedback, we heard support for the planning policies as well as concerns on several key topics, including the plan's scale and extent of change and the potential impacts of the transformation of the corridor on existing businesses, the plan's vision for increased housing supply and affordability, building height recommendations and strategies for historic preservation, the elements required to create a multimodal corridor and accommodate new growth, the overall supply, access, and ownership of new public spaces, the strategies for managing stormwater and greening the corridor, and the implementation of the plan. Staff will continue to accept and address feedback as we prepare the final plan with the goal of balancing many community perspectives and plan goals. So the core study area is primarily characterized by low-rise commercial land uses, surface parking, and pockets of multifamily residential properties with extensive impervious surfaces and aging buildings that are not energy efficient. The corridor also lacks mixed-use development that supports a walkable Main Street environment, and the current housing mix in the planning area provides very limited opportunities for lower middle-income households. While the corridor overall has lower percentages of residents of color and is more affluent, specific areas within 3 census tracts have a higher percentage of residents of color and households earning less than $99,000 per year. So to achieve the vision for a green Main Street that links neighborhoods to businesses, mixed-use activity nodes, housing, and public spaces, a new land use framework is needed. This map illustrates how development should be concentrated in the mixed-use activity hubs, connected by areas that are predominantly multifamily to expand opportunities for increasing the housing supply along the corridor. The plan proposes 4 new activity hubs in addition to the existing East Falls Church and Cherryhill ones. The land use framework supports the policies on economic vitality and housing by again concentrating development in the core areas that support commercial activity and new jobs and expand the residential uses and densities that are allowed in those areas to increase the housing supply and therefore the levels of affordability. To support the land use framework, the maps indicate where mixed-use development and other uses are recommended and identify ground floor priority areas, which are areas where the ground floor should remain non-residential and where spaces should be built as commercial ready and able to support retail or retail equivalent uses when the market can deliver. At the work session in September, County Board members indicated the importance of supporting retail and small businesses along the corridor and the need for convenient parking for customers and visitors. To address the concerns heard, the plan provides new policies and strategies that support existing business owners while also attracting new businesses, that support renovation or redevelopment of constrained and small sites, that promote publicly accessible parking nodes and activity hubs, and that promote shared parking agreements between adjacent parcels and complementary uses. These policies recognize the importance of minimizing surface parking to support an attractive Main Street environment while also ensuring that there's sufficient parking and clear and concise signage. They also recognize that new connections can facilitate consolidated access to parking, which is needed to reduce conflicts between pedestrian spikes and vehicles on Langston. During the recent Planning Commission hearing, some commission members expressed a desire to extend the Gold Street designation near the Lee Heights shops in Area 3. The plan recognizes the importance of maintaining flexibility and does not at this point recommend expanding Gold Street areas beyond those specified at the major street intersections along Langston Boulevard. The 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan projected 2,500 affordable units by 2040 for Langston Boulevard through a combination of committed and market rate affordable units. Using this projection as an aspirational number, the potential housing supply and affordable units were studied during the development of the 2022 preliminary concept plan, the draft that was released in June of this year, and the most recent draft, the RTA draft, in September. And based on these analyses, staff has concluded that there is a range for what can be achieved along the corridor. The total potential units in the planning area by 2075 ranges between 19,000 to 26,000, which is approximately 9,400 to 16,000 net new units. The total potential affordable units by 2075 could range between 3,200 and 3,800 units. The table on this slide compares the current distribution of affordable units to the potential distribution by neighborhood area, and as you can see, the projected affordability is expected to remain distributed across the corridor, but with the greatest share in areas 3 and 5 West. The supply of affordable units may be increased in the future if sites contribute more than what is assumed today by our analysis, if land is acquired by nonprofit developers, and if potentially through further redevelopment in the Cherrydale and East Falls Church neighborhood plans, guided by new updated policies for those plans. The timing for updating those plans will be considered as part of the annual work plan discussion. For East Falls Church, staff recommends that this is also based on clear interest by VDOT and WMATA in joint development or air rights at the metro site. So county members expressed an interest in more county support through AHIF in the planning area for land acquisition and to increase the amount of CAFs in the planning area. The board also asked staff to consider policies that specifically promote the preservation of marks, particularly at the 60 to 80% AMI level. The Planning Commission recommended additional implementation steps after plan adoption to develop more tools that bolster the amount of affordable housing here and elsewhere in the county, whether through a follow-on study of this plan or through the Affordable Housing Master Plan. The Planning Commission also recommended revisiting the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans to look holistically at the corridor's housing needs and opportunity areas to meet those needs. To address the concerns heard, the plan provides new policies and strategies that encourage the use of AHIF funds for projects that propose significant quantities of on-site affordable housing or at deeper subsidies, and for land acquisition to increase the geographic distribution of CAFs in the planning area. The plan also indicates the county will monitor the housing supply and need at all income levels and encourages an increase in affordable housing through new on-site units and the conversion of existing marks to CAFs, and clarifies that a range of options, including renovation, infill, and redevelopment, are possible through this plan. However, it does indicate that renovation over redevelopment is not a priority. It is anticipated that most development applications would be reviewed through site plan review process, in which case the Affordable Housing Ordinance would apply. In addition to the minimum base density contributions these projects would be expected to provide, additional contributions are targeted for areas where there's a density increase associated with GLUP amendments. Property owners may also request additional density above the GLUP within the building heights allowed in exchange for on-site affordable housing. These strategies would help the county realize an increase of affordable housing units as the corridor's overall housing supply also continues to increase. The policies on building form are aimed at achieving context-sensitive building design by focusing the tallest building heights at activity hubs, key intersections, and within walking distance of metro and bus stops, and by establishing minimum setbacks, upper story step backs, and desired height transitions. The policies also focus on achieving development that fosters a healthy urban environment, enhancing connections to nature, and retrofitting surface parking with landscaping to reduce impervious surfaces. In addition to the concerns related to building heights and questions about traffic and school capacity, we received requests for additional height in specific areas and to clarify the proposed setbacks and step backs and how height would be measured using the building height and form maps in the plan. To address the concerns heard, the plan provides new language in the design guidelines to clarify again the minimum setbacks and step backs in specific locations. It clarifies that maps are not to scale and are only intended to show general height zones and where transitions are desired. Additionally, it clarifies how height should be measured for sites in floodplain areas and sensitive edges, which include sites abutting or across the street from low-density residential edges, where the intent is to set maximum heights no greater than 4 to 5 stories. The plan's policies for historic preservation focus on honoring the significant resources along the corridor by recommending partial or full preservation and interpretation. There are several property owners who are requesting to remove the preservation recommendations. Additional language has been provided to clarify that redevelopment is allowed and that preservation and interpretation decisions should be balanced with other plan and countywide goals. The policies on transportation focus on creating complete streets that accommodate all modes of travel adequately and safely, reducing driveways to again minimize conflict points, expanding the street, pedestrian, and bicycle networks, enhancing transit, and promoting different parking strategies. While there's significant support to transform the corridor to a multimodal corridor, some community members remain concerned with the recommendations to expand the street grid and also to reduce the travel lanes east of Spout Run. Additionally, some have expressed the importance of county participation in achieving the ultimate cross-section for Langston Boulevard. To address those concerns, the plan provides additional language to emphasize that vehicles will continue to be the predominant mode of travel in the foreseeable future, to clarify where and how county investments will be made, and that improvements to the corridor will be incremental. The plan modifies the proposed transit actions to indicate the county will monitor, evaluate, and study opportunities to enhance transit, reduce travel times, and improve transit reliability along the corridor, including through the county's transit strategic plan's recommendations. It indicates that more detailed transportation analysis of the Area 5 Langston Boulevard cross-section is needed in coordination with VDOT. It also adds new language and guidance about parking and identifies 2 new intersections in Area 5 East to be locations for further study in the future. There are 24 existing public spaces in the planning area with varying types of amenities. However, with increased growth, there will be a need for additional public spaces in the core area. Through this plan, there is the potential to achieve up to 28 new spaces in the core over time in the form of plazas and parks, which is nearly almost 6.5 acres of additional land, and an additional 17,000 linear feet of public space in the form of greenways, which are pedestrian and bicycle connections. While there is support for the public space recommendations in the plan, the community has expressed a desire for more county-owned spaces that can activities and programs organized by the Langston Boulevard Alliance. We have also heard concerns about the potential consolidation of recreation facilities and activities and the loss of park space as we envision more housing growth with future redevelopment. To address those concerns, the plan provides additional language to clarify that through future public space planning processes, the county will evaluate the space needs to address the changing context. It also acknowledges the need for accommodating spaces for children and designing spaces that provide accessibility regardless of age or ability, which is consistent with adopted PSMP policies. And it clarifies the county may construct public spaces on public right-of-way and private property that is not otherwise implemented through private redevelopment. Regarding the Lee and Langston Brown Community Center sites, the adopted PSMP policies support the consolidation of recreation facilities and activities. The county operates 14 facilities, 5 of which are joint use facilities with APS. The PSMP supports consolidating programs because it offers several benefits, including staff efficiency and opportunities for more robust programming. Existing facilities along the corridor have very limited capacity for programming, are aging, and one of them is at the end of its useful life. This plan is a long-term guide and considers how these sites may be able to achieve other community improvements and benefits, such as affordable housing through public-private partnerships. The plan has been revised to indicate that the county should study the feasibility of consolidating public uses where it's needed and where it's possible, while balancing community needs and aspirations, including the desire to retain park space at both of those sites. Only 21% of the core area has tree canopy coverage compared to the county average of 40%. Approximately 70% of the core area is also impervious and is located along the top of 13 watersheds, causing increased flooding in downstream neighborhoods. The plan recommends detention and overland relief in specific locations where new parks, plazas, or greenways are recommended as part of redevelopment to detain water or provide a safe path for it to flow. To address the desire for greater county participation in stormwater improvements and specific tree canopy targets, the plan clarifies the county's risk assessment management plan will identify additional long-term resilience strategies for stormwater, both countywide and in the planning area, that will inform and prioritize strategic investments. And it also includes tree canopy targets for private development. So to implement the plan, staff recommends several amendments to the general land use map and booklet, the master transportation plan map, and zoning ordinance. The GLUP amendments include establishing the Langston Boulevard Planning District to realize the plan's goals through new GLUP policy and zoning tools, adding open space triangles on the GLUP to indicate generally where public spaces are desired, removing the HCD designations for parcels in the core area, given the establishment of the planning district and new guidance for multifamily residential properties, and finally removing parcels within the Cherrydale Revitalization District that are adjacent to areas where redevelopment has already occurred per those adopted plans, to allow for expanded housing options. The MTP amendments include adding the Langston Boulevard Planning District boundary as a new area plan for new streets on the MTP map, and amending the second page of the map to note that this is an area with new planned on-street bike lanes. The zoning ordinance amendments include clarifying that townhouses will only be permitted by site plan within the planning district and amending the CO 2.5 zoning district preamble to clarify that it can apply to areas outside of metro transit corridors so that this tool can be used on Langston Boulevard. So in addition to these amendments, the plan establishes a future land use plan which makes recommendations for future land use designations on sites with the greatest incentives and opportunities for change. It also identifies existing zoning districts that correspond with the recommended GLUP designations for implementation. Requests for GLUP amendments and rezonings would be expected with site plan applications. And then for sites with limited incentives and opportunities for change, the plan indicates that after plan adoption and in the near term, staff will continue to evaluate and bring forward recommendations for appropriate GLUP and zoning implementation tools. Community comments related to plan implementation are centered around the requests from property owners to bring forth GLUP amendments with plan adoption, from the Langston Boulevard Alliance to expand the list of potential community benefits that would be expected in exchange for bonus density, and from the Chamber to increase the proposed base density. At this time, staff does not recommend expanding the list of community benefits to include the items suggested by the Langston Boulevard Alliance, mainly because there are already limited opportunities to earn bonus density, and including these would dilute the importance for the main priority items, which include affordable housing, particularly on-site, stormwater detention, and LEED buildings. Furthermore, the plan recommends aligning the base density for site plan applications with the level associated with the recommended GLUP designation and zoning district, which is consistent for all site plan applications and would provide greater opportunities to realize important improvements envisioned by the plan, including, again, on-site affordable housing. The Planning Commission considered this item at its hearing on October 2nd and voted unanimously to recommend advertisement for future public hearings to consider adoption of the proposed plan and the associated amendments. The Commission's actions also included 2 motions that passed, including a request for a new implementation step for further study and development of strategies to enhance the supply of affordable housing along the corridor, and to emphasize that the East Falls Church and Cherrydale adopted plans should be revisited soon in order to achieve greater alignment with corridor policies, including the opportunity to increase the supply of affordable housing in those areas. So in conclusion, staff recommends the County Board move to, again, recommend adoption of the resolution authorizing advertisement of public hearings in October and November by the Planning Commission and County Board respectively to consider the adoption of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan and associated amendments. This concludes my presentation. I turn it now over to the chair. And just as a note, the planning consultant and several staff members are here again in case there are questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alfonso Ahmed. And we are now ready to hear from a number of our advisory groups who are considering this request to advertise. And we'll begin, as we love to do, with our Planning Commission. Ms. Guerin, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey and board members. So I have a little bit more to say about this than I did about our prior item. The Planning Commission and indeed the community has been discussing this in various forms over the last few years, including some of us at very granular local meetings. So most recently at our public hearing, I'll focus on that. We did have 23 speakers, so there's a lot of interest in this. In terms of support, we heard from support for the process, including for staff, leadership. We've heard from meetings with representatives of individual communities to hear their concerns and see the sites. We heard support for the vision for greater density, including for more homes. And we heard that others did not support this due to what they felt a lack of process, including some frustration with the timing of the latest iteration and the changes, and some concern about needing more transit to make this work, and some concern about needing more density, more height, more units to make a plan like this work. Specifically, we heard from individuals about communities that would like to see some specific consideration for them. Ms. Jones, she preferred the option prior to the June revisions with 4 versus 5 stories adjacent to historic church in the Hallsville neighborhood, and noted that much of the housing in that neighborhood is already market affordable. Parents of children at the private Rivendell School on Lee Highway adjacent to the Lee Center wanted to make sure that that public space would be considered preserved since they use that. And we know that APS's green spaces often serve as de facto local green spaces. So that's not really anything new for us. So I just wanted to give you a sense of what we'd heard and what we were considering as we had our discussion. We also heard from C2E2, and they encouraged more building reuse and more options to reduce the expected increase in the urban heat island effect and to set some zero carbon goals for the corridor. Overall, the Planning Commission was very pleased to see the plan evolution. We know our community is changing, and we're pleased to see this thoughtful guidance to these changes aligned with county goals and initiatives. Regarding the timing of the changes, of course, we're always concerned too when we hear about a mass amount of changes to something and less time to consider them. But at the same time, many of us have been hearing from folks in the community, and so we knew that staff was working with them to hear their specific concerns. And so we were overall very pleased to hear that they'd been working with them and to hear that felt that they'd been heard and their needs were addressed. And we also noted this is the RTA stage, so there's time to consider the changes that were made and hear more about them, just as staff is continuing to meet with people in the community. So then our comments focused on a few main areas, one about affordable housing, one about concurring basically with this idea of reuse of buildings, and another with recommendations to look at options for acquiring more land. So with regard to affordable housing, we also are concerned with looking at more opportunities to find affordable housing along the corridor, to conserve our existing affordable housing, and to get some units at deeper affordability. And that includes looking at East Falls Church and Sherrydale as soon as we can to look at increasing CAF opportunities going forward. There were some questions about how we would coordinate with the housing conservation districts, whether or not they overlapped. And indeed, we did have a motion to explore additional strategies for affordable housing in the corridor. While that motion was not unanimous, Commissioners Lantelmi, Sarli, and myself either voted nay or abstained. It was because we felt this should be part of an overall county-wide one. We agree this is an opportunity to look at housing options. We liked the idea of maybe being more specific about encouraging reuse of buildings and exploring ways to support or incentivize this. We are also concerned about this idea of consolidating facilities and think that that's probably not a good idea. We want to reduce driving in the corridor. We want to conserve some of our green spaces to provide some visual relief. And so we support the idea too of looking at ways to acquire land for affordable housing, ways to preserve open space. And overall, we were very supported. This passed 11-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerin. And next we will hear from C2E2 Commission. Ms. McIntyre, I believe you're here still. Welcome.
Good morning again. Joan McIntyre speaking on behalf of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. C2E2 overall endorses the vision of Langston Boulevard to transform current auto-centric, low-density commercial buildings into vibrant, transit-oriented green Main Street centered around the activity hubs. And we really commend the staff for all the work that they have done in putting together this very comprehensive plan. That said, C2E2 has some concerns about the plans and recommends modifications to more fully reflect a true green Main Street. After all, this is actually our vision of what Langston Boulevard should look like, and it should reflect what we would like to see, and should, and most importantly, from our perspective, incorporate what needs to be done to mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis. The plan should prioritize preservation of existing multi-story buildings through adaptive reuse. Demolition and construction have a high carbon footprint that should be avoided when possible. The table on page 78 actually identifies numerous buildings, many of which are actually market rate affordable housing that are for redevelopment, but I think they could be good candidates for renovation and perhaps facilitated with some assistance to find financing and also tap into the broad range of federal rebates and other programs that are out there to help improve in terms of energy efficiency and shifting to all-electric buildings to bring us to more net zero energy buildings. At the same time, these renovations are also going to protect the existing tree canopy and open spaces that's there. The recent addition of targets for 35% tree canopy coverage in the target area is positive. We do hope that the plan then clearly actually delineates how those, what the setbacks are and how they're going to achieve that 35% on some of the larger development projects. Because as far as, I haven't seen that there's been much change in terms of the schematics. So I think it's important to make sure, follow up on that area. We think more discussion is really warranted in the plan on reducing carbon heat island effect for future development, including some of the best practices of design. Some of this would be, kind of the building orientation, varying of heights, reflective materials, in addition to a large number of biophilic components, which are fairly well detailed in the design overlaps. So maybe expanding the design principles that look at biophilia to more directly talk about the impact, urban heat island impact. Similarly, we really recommend the plan needs to be actually more upfront and clear in terms of setting goals or aspirations for net zero carbon and net zero energy buildings as the norm for the corridor, and to more clearly describe what is actually required to achieve that. There's a lot of information out there about what it takes to achieve these buildings. We've clearly talked about it in many of our project discussions. So again, a chapter within the design process principles would really help identify some of the current best practices for maximizing energy efficiency, eliminating on-site combustion of fossil fuels through electrification, installing rooftop solars, and selecting low and even, in some cases, negative carbon materials. We recommend that the plan actually look more closely at traffic and trying to find a pathway for actually reducing the traffic along Langston Boulevard, so it really becomes people and not car-centric. And it's, and that's really kind of through improved alternatives, including more frequent buses, microtransit, and micromobility option, recognizing that this is probably something that obviously is broader Arlington-wide, because you want to make sure Langston Boulevard people can connect to nearby neighborhoods, other areas in Arlington, as well as other areas in the region. So probably thinking of that within the respect of a much more ambitious and updated master transportation plan and transit strategy. And finally, C2, we too like to see inclusion of some, more specification of what types of county programs, policies, incentives could actually be used to ensure that these goals are going to be achieved, and to also make sure that, putting investment as needed so that we avoid any kind of piecemeal development. It really doesn't help to have bike paths, bike lanes show up and disappear. So, and again, make sure that the investment is there to deal with the stormwater. And that actually is fairly detailed in the plan in terms of the stormwater, but that's obviously going to require the county to probably put in investment and work closely with developers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. And joining us from Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, I believe we have Carolyn Haynes, hopefully virtually.
I'm not seeing
All right.
Haynes online.
And how about Anika Montgomery from the Housing Commission?
Yes, good morning, board members and chair. Thank you for the opportunity to give our input on this. We do want to thank we appreciate that the county staff and the community members have spent the last 10 years developing the plan. We do have some recommendations. I'm just going to get right to it. So the commission urges the county board to revisit the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans to take a holistic and comprehensive look at all of Langston Boulevard and its housing needs and opportunity. The commission would like more incentives to make residential and community spaces along the corridor more accessible to residents with disabilities. The commission would like staff to clarify language around the AMI and to ensure that income levels below the 60% of the AMI are considered in the plan. The commission recommends strengthening commitment to preserving legacy businesses. That was a big one, and and resources along Langston Boulevard. The community recommends incentivizing affordable senior housing development along the corridor. The commission recommends incentivizing co-locations of affordable housing with public land facilities and consolidating lots to enable more affordable housing. That was another big one that was addressed extensively during the meeting. Once again, the commission voted on the recommendations, 9 out of 0. Commissioners approved. And I believe that was the major point. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. We do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Jacobs, is that everyone from our commissions?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. So, all right, we're at that awkward time where this is why I get paid the big bucks to make this call. So what we're going to do is take a half-an-hour break before we then dive into public testimony so that we can hear you uninterrupted and with our full attention. So I apologize for those of you who have been here since the very beginning. I know you may be eager, but I do think that this is better overall. We'll reconvene promptly in here at 12:30 for the public testimony portion of considering this item. Thanks, everybody. All right, Ms. Jacobs, let's call our public speakers, please.
Okay, our first speaker is Wells Harrell, followed by Jane Green. And Mr. Harrell, before you start, if I can just get one moment. Just a little technical adjustment here.
Take your time.
Okay, Wells, we're ready to go.
Thank you. Chair Dorsey, members of the County Board, I'm Wells Harrell, and I'm here today on behalf of NAACP Arlington Branch. The Langston Boulevard corridor is wealthier and wider than the county as a whole, and most of the adjacent residential neighborhoods are even more so. As we said in our recent letter to county staff, NAACP Arlington Branch supports the vision of Plan Langston Boulevard, and we applaud the staff for recognizing the need to support legacy minority-owned businesses and expand housing opportunities for people of color. That's why we urge you, the county board, to modify the advertised plan so that it will realistically achieve the Affordable Housing Master Plan's goal of 2,500 affordable homes in the corridor by 2040. Now, we've heard that this plan doesn't need to achieve 2,500 affordable homes because we can make up the difference by changing plans for Cherrydale and East Falls Church. But that sounds like kicking the can down the road. We don't know whether the county board will approve any changes to those plans. And even if there are changes, we don't know when they'll be made, what specifically they'll be, and whether they'll actually enable more affordable housing, not on paper, but in practice. And speaking from personal experience here, the failure to implement the East Falls Church area plan, my own neighborhood, is a cautionary tale. The staff now projects that the plan will achieve 0 affordable homes, none, despite its goal of adding 100 to 250 affordable homes in the greater East Falls Church area. Now, maybe changes to that plan can solve the implementation problem. Maybe they can't. We don't know. And 2040 is coming up awfully fast, which is why we should give this plan, the Langston Boulevard plan, the very best chance of achieving our affordable housing goals. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity here. Let's make the most of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Green, followed by Jane Zimmerman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me make sure I pull up my comments. All right, hello, my name is Jane Green, and I live near and travel along the Langston Boulevard area. I support the Langston Boulevard area plan because Arlington's northern corridor deserves to be a showcase neighborhood. The people who live there deserve walkable, bikeable streets, mixed-use development, parks, and plazas. They deserve to have integrated schools. And all Arlingtonians deserve a chance to live along Langston Boulevard. I ask that you approve the RTA for Langston Boulevard without delay. I also have a few other requests to make this plan the best for Arlington's future. First, move items number 43 and 44 in the implementation matrix to re-examine the Cherrydale and East Falls Church areas, move that from long-term to a short-term goal. The second is to direct county staff to begin drafting a comprehensive toolkit to increase affordable housing in the corridor by 2040, not 2075. We can't wait another generation to make Langston Boulevard a place for people at all income levels. This could include bonus height and density for committed affordable buildings, special exception approval process and streamlined zoning for affordable housing, lower parking ratios, revisiting the inclusion of residential edges along Langston Boulevard to add more housing units and tapering, and co-location of affordable units on county and APS-owned land. Overall, I hope that the lesson we take from this process is that too much of our planning treats density as a problem to be restricted and managed rather than an opportunity that should be embraced. I urge you to reframe how Arlington envisions future growth and development. People are not a burden. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Zimmerman, followed by Michael Falkenhayn. Jane Zimmerman.
Ms. Zimmerman, are you with us virtually?
I don't see
Okay.
Ms. Zimmerman. Michael Falkenhayn?
Do I need to press it? So.
Nope, you can, there we
Okay,
go.
I
You
turned
can
it on.
adjust the lectern if that's a little bit too low for you.
I'm good. Good morning. I'm a resident of Halls Hill, and I am a federal economist who's 23 years of experience working on federal policy, including housing policy. The experience that actually resonates with me today, as I was listening to this morning's discussion, was that as a graduate student at the University of Wisconsin, I was the go-to TA for environmental economics. And the purpose of that course was to teach the complicated trade-offs involved in designing policy to try to encourage or restrict business so that they do what's good for the environment. One thing in that course that was treated as kind of a simple issue, a no-brainer, was restrictive zoning policies in major urban areas. It was considered pretty obvious that those restrictions were harming the environment rather than helping it. And so with that in mind, what I wanted to sort of suggest to you is that the most important thing you can do for global warming, to reduce global warming, to reduce emissions, is to allow more people to live in Arlington, to let Arlington grow. Ideally with green roofs, with solar panels, ideally with some concept of net zero. But I think that your concept of net zero and your concept of Arlington's carbon footprint should consider the effects of our restrictive zoning policies, the fact that they force people to live further out, travel further to work, consume more land than if they were able to live here. And when you consider the benefits of a policy like Plan Langston, I'd like you to consider the fact that you're going to reduce those effects of causing people to travel further to live in a larger, more sprawled area of the urban area. And so with that in mind, I really encourage you to continue along this strategy of which Plan Langston is a part to allow more people to live in Arlington, to let it grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bradley Hennickstein, followed by Christine Burka. Bradley Hennickstein.
Okay, let's move.
Christine Burka, followed by Aaron Roberts. Christine Burka.
Yes, I'm here.
Please begin, Ms. Burka. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, County Board. My name is Christine Perka. I live a few blocks from Langston Boulevard in the 22207 Yorktown neighborhood. I'm speaking today to record my personal support and excitement for the Langston Boulevard area plan. I've attended the info sessions, I've participated in the surveys, I've joined the walking tours offered by the Langston Boulevard Alliance, and I'm excited for the vision and the new possibilities that are outlined in the plan. Langston Boulevard is the only major corridor without a comprehensive long-term plan, and it shows. As a resident on this corridor, I can visualize the renderings in the plan. I can envision walking along with my family in the wide sidewalks, enjoying a coffee, dining outside, biking to a local market. We're long overdue for this cohesive and forward-thinking plan instead of the ad hoc development which has happened to date and will continue to happen unless there's a change. I also support the maximum amount of affordable housing along the corridor. Frankly, I was not surprised to learn that the Langston Boulevard corridor has only 5% of the county's affordable housing. This is our collective opportunity to open up North Arlington to more socioeconomic and racial diversity. This will increase economic activity and employment access for our local businesses, while also infusing greatly needed economic and racial diversity in our schools. Our children in North Arlington are growing up in a sheltered and privileged bubble. They're lacking critical perspective and diverse thoughts. We're not preparing them for the real world. I encourage you to maximize affordable housing all along the corridor to help us welcome new neighbors. And finally, I want to express my appreciation to the Langston Boulevard Alliance and the county staff for their incredible work on a well-researched, thoughtful, and inclusive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perka.
Our next speaker is Aaron Roberts, followed by Katie Wenger.
Well, thank you, Board, and thank you to county staff. I'm excited to see that we're very close to the end of this dynamic change and planning for this, what will be a very beautiful corridor, and I'm very pleased to live on that corridor. I'm Aaron Roberts, and I live in Palisades Park, which, for those who don't know, is part of the North Highland Civic Association. And we have had for some time an abiding interest in how this plan unfolds. Specifically, that we are incredibly excited about welcoming new neighbors to our community, and we hope that in light of the number of market rate affordable sites that we have already in our neighborhood, that those are preserved, that those do not disappear, and that any of the developments on residential edges are done with context-sensitive design and observe basic principles of transitions. We believe, I believe, that the current RTA draft does that with its guidelines for stepbacks and setbacks, and the recommendation in particular for the Air Force Association site at 7 stories tiered down to 5, and hope that the board will not only approve this draft, but when the imminent site plan review process comes before all of you, hopefully the decisions made here will carry over into that thinking. I reserve the rest of my time for others, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Our next speaker is Katie Wenger, followed by Dan Albin.
Hi, my name is Katie Wenger, and I'm a member of Voice and the Housing Commission. I'm excited about the draft plan for Langston Boulevard and want to thank county staff for all of your work on it. That being said, I believe the plan needs to go further to help Arlington live up to our equity and sustainability goals. First, I want to live in an equitable county. I don't want to live in a county where assistant teachers have to work multiple jobs to get by, and where families with kids in school keep having to move out of the county because they can't afford to live here. Or a county that is segregated by race and class with a 10-year gap in life expectancy between North and South Arlington. The Langston Boulevard plan must be revised to include a minimum of 2,500 committed affordable housing units by 2040, not 2075. To accomplish this, the plan must increase the allowable building density, commit to immediate revision of the Cherrydale and East Falls Church sector plans, and include a toolkit of policies to ensure the development and preservation of affordable housing. Just as important, I want to live in a sustainable county. I'm very concerned about preserving my future and that of the generation after me by addressing the climate crisis. And to do this, we must act now. The plan must include a commitment to being zero carbon, allow higher building density, much more than 7 stories, to enable more people to live closer to transit, incentivize greener buildings, and to provide community benefits such as stormwater management. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing your updates to the plan.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Albin, followed by Ethan Epstein.
Good afternoon. I'm a homeowner in North Arlington who first moved to Arlington in 2000 and has lived in Arlington since 2006. I encourage the board to approve the RTA for the Langston Boulevard area plan with modifications to allow for more housing. Langston Boulevard has been underdeveloped and underutilized for far too long due to zoning and planning that has been outdated for decades. Because of that, the Langston Boulevard corridor only has 5% of the county's affordable housing. As I'm sure the board knows, the DC area and Arlington in particular are suffering from a severe housing crisis that has driven up housing costs and created a cutthroat market for homes of all kinds. According to Redfin, as of September 2023, Arlington home prices were up 22.1% compared to a year ago. Arlington's median sale price is 62% higher than the national average, and the overall cost of living in Arlington is 39% higher than the national average. To address this housing crisis, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments says the DC region needs to build about 32,000 new housing units per year to meet demand by 2030. Arlington needs to do its part. The county should be more ambitious in its housing goals for Langston Boulevard. Increasing overall housing by 9,400 units is far too modest and far too conservative. It also seems unlikely under the current plan that the 2,500 new CAF units will actually be built in my lifetime. The best way to increase affordable housing is to dramatically increase the overall amount of housing to meet growing demands. I strongly encourage the board to increase the proposal's building height limits across the board to allow for greater housing capacity and more viable commercial and other uses at the street level. I also encourage the board to expedite reviews of East Falls Church and the Cherrydale area plans in order to complement the planned Langston Boulevard plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ethan Epstein, followed by John Oppenberger.
Hi, board members. This is a really exciting opportunity to update what's basically a polluting highway flanked by strip malls to the 21st century. So the community we plan for is the community we get. When we demanded every unit on 29 had lots of parking, we got lots of cars, traffic got worse, and green space became parking lots. When we physically separated residential from retail, people drove between them, resulting in traffic and emissions. The exact opposite was true here in Courthouse. Mixed-use neighborhoods are more environmentally friendly, and they're more economically sound as well. Built-in customer bases helps retail, and housing at a variety of price points creates upwardly mobile communities. For the county's economics, apartments pay taxes to fund sewers, roads, and metro, while parking lots don't. As someone getting a master's in urban planning, here are a few more reasons I like this plan. High-density mixed-use development here means less carbon-intensive transportation and land uses here, as well as less greenfield development and deforestation elsewhere. 2/3 of the planned area is currently impermeable asphalt parking lots that cause more flooding than new buildings with green roof and bioretention requirements will have. So replace them all. Affordable housing doesn't get funded by pixie dust, and it can't be placed in the fifth dimension. IZ requirements means affordability scales with market rate units. Please stop caving to people who don't understand the relationship between density and CAFs. And nobody bikes where there's no bike lanes, just like nobody drives where there's no roads. When we do the protected bike lanes, let's make sure that they're done well so that people actually want to use them. So on that note, I do have a few other critiques. Please plan any roadway configuration to allow for future BRT conversion per the NVTA Transaction 2040 plan. Please bring back height to get the caps dropped from the plan. And please expand the planning area back to East Falls Church because that station area is kind of an embarrassment. Loudoun County is beating us with the Ashburn Station TOD. That's all. It's a great plan. Really love the overall vision. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Oppenberger, followed by Mary Ann Shea.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. A 30-year resident of Arlington County in the corridor in Langston area. I think everybody supports improvements, supports change, supports the need for a plan. The problem is there's no assessment of the impacts or Arlington County's ability to provide money to support the plan. So I recommend that reject and do not advertise the draft Langston Boulevard plan. Instead, require a study to assess the impacts of the proposed plan and Arlington County's ability to provide funding for it. The proposed improvements, Arlington County won't have the money in the CIP. You've only got $10 million for the next 10 years in the CIP. Private development won't have the money to provide the improvements needed. It's laughable to artificially identify the need for 2,500 affordable housing units in the area without assessing the impacts of the ability of the area to actually accommodate the housing. The proposed study that was done had a faulty traffic analysis that was done, and they buried and quit publishing any information on the congestion that would occur with taking a lane away on Langston Boulevard from Spout Run to Veach Street. Severe congestion. The Virginia Department of Transportation will never approve taking a lane away on Langston Boulevard for a bike lane. So that's an example of Arlington County not having the money, not being able to take a lane away as an example of assessing the impacts of what's proposed before you go forward with changing the land use plan. Otherwise, you're changing a land use plan without having any ability to actually implement what you have. So with that, encourage you to reject the plan and go back and do the required homework.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Ann Shea, followed by Joseph Keys.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of the Lee Center and the garden and park around it. We need that park. Your plan shows buildings taking 2/3 of the park away. The children in our neighborhood go up there on a daily basis and use the blacktop. They need this space. These are boys who are teenagers. They need someplace to go where they don't have to spend money and they can have a good time and all be together. If you take this away, you will start causing problems in our neighborhoods. I believe that we need to change it. I think what you should do is take 1/3 of the lot and build a building on it, whether you renovate the old one or put a new one, but it only gets 1/3. That third will be a community center on the ground floor, which will be built 3/4 under the ground. The second story will go back to the Lee Arts Center, which was a neighborhood icon. Fourth, then we have a third floor, and that will be a state-of-the-art school where we will let the children rotate in and out, where they will learn about the environment and climate change and how to be part of the solution and not the problem. If you take 1/3 of what's left, you take another third and turn it into what's called a tiny forest or wee woods, which are being developed all over the world. You intensify, enrich the ground, and you grow a forest, which actually will be more than your retentive needs. Then you put in your big concrete thing, and then what's left will be the part for the kids. But in having a forest, those kids can go out there and plant their own tree. They can measure how it grows. They can watch how the climate in Arlington County is killing off our trees. If you go to Clarendon, they're dying.
Thank you, Ms. Shea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joseph Keyes, followed by Grace Herpé.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, on August 24th, 2023, Joe Holy died, and Arlington lost one of its greats. I'm here today to remind you of his work and to request that you honor his memory by refusing to adopt a request to advertise any Langston Boulevard plan that does not put forth a pathway to reach the goal of the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan, 2,500 units of affordable housing along the boulevard by 2040. Joe Holy was my friend and a friend of many people in Arlington, but more importantly, he was a visionary leader of Arlington whose work was instrumental in making the community the place we know and love today. In the 1970s, Joe was a member of the board for 8 years and chair for 3 of those. He served as chair of the Arlington Long Range County Improvement Program. He believed in planning and in making planning work. He was also a passionate advocate of affordable housing in Arlington. Joe and Midge were one of the 4 founding couples of the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, which in 2022 provided homes to more than 4,800 residents across 2,320 apartments. Joe was also a co-founder of the Alliance for Housing Solutions, which strongly urges that the county ensure that the final Plan Langston Boulevard achieves the 2,500 committed affordable units promised in the Affordable Housing Master Plan by the set goal of 2040, not waiting until 2075. So today I urge you to honor Joe and help realize his vision. Honor the plans that you have previously approved. Insist on the goal of CAFs in the Arlington Boulevard area by 2040 and dismiss the idea that it can be put off to 2075. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Grace Herpé, followed by Jillian Burgess.
Hello, my name is Grace Jerpy. Last time I was Grace White, but changing my legal name, I took my mom's last name, so that's the Jerpy. I'm here because I was here earlier this year when we were adopting the county budget, and we proposed funding only 20% of the money we would need to reach our affordable housing master plan goals by 2040. We eventually bumped that up to around 40% of what we would need. And, you know, I love this community, but I'm disappointed that we have done so little to reach our goals, right? We say we want affordable housing. Everyone agrees we need affordable housing, but people are getting pushed out of Arlington every day. Families are spending half of their money on rent. And, you know, we're not meeting our goals. And why is that? It's because we say we want it, And talk is cheap. You know, we can say we want 2,500 affordable units along Langston by 2040, but if we're not willing to make the policy changes to meet those goals, it's useless. It's not going to get the people who need those units their housing. So I'm here today to just say, raise the heights so that we can meet our goals. We know this is the way to do it. We also know that raising heights will benefit the whole community. This is not even a trade-off. We've known since the 1950s that denser development pays more taxes than low-density development. That's actually why we have the Roslyn-Ballston corridor. That's where we got our transit-oriented development from. So I'm excited to see a more walkable, transit-served Langston that is more green and with more affordable housing, but I urge you to adopt an RTA and a plan that actually meets our goals. We need affordable housing in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jillian Burgess, followed by Michael Bruce.
Good afternoon. My name is Jillian Burgess, and I live in Cherrydale, just a block from Langston Boulevard. I'm here to say yes in my backyard and enthusiastically support Plan Langston Boulevard's vision of a more dynamic, diverse, and dense Langston Boulevard corridor that supports people getting around safely and sustainably. Specifically, I support more housing, including affordable housing, distributed retail, protected bike lanes, and wide sidewalks in my backyard. I also appreciate the updated boundaries to the Cherrydale Revitalization District. We've been talking about this vision for years, and we should move ahead and advertise. And then we can move on to other priorities. I do have a few suggestions for improvement. I co-sign the comments of others about the need to increase affordable housing along Langston, and I support added heights to attain those goals. The East Falls Church and Cherrydale area plans must be updated in the near term to fit with this plan and to meet affordable housing goals. The master plan should guide the budget process, not the other way around. This plan must be clear on what type of bicycle infrastructure it is calling for. Enhanced bicycle lanes are not a term of art. They're not a term defined in our master plans. And instead, we should be using the term from the master transportation plan of low-stress bicycle infrastructure. Finally, the Custis Trail must be widened in this area. Everybody loves the widened segment from Lynn to Oak, and that should be continued all the way to Beach. And then from Beach to the Lion Village Shopping Center, we need a two-way cycle track on the north side of Langston to encourage people on bikes to get off the trail and leave the narrow trail to the people walking and running. Finally, a huge thank you both to staff and to the Langston Boulevard Alliance for all of your work to produce this plan and to listen to so much of the community in this development. Thank you and for your service.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Bruce, followed by Audrey Clement. Michael Bruce. Okay, we'll move on to Audrey Clement.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm Audrey Clement, candidate for Arlington County Board. County Board and a host of nonprofits have the back of Nova Yimbys. Despite its questionable objective, which is densification for the sake of densification, and its unsubstantiated claims about how much density is actually needed. At an October 2nd Planning Commission meeting, YIMBY spokesperson Jason Schwartz deplored the fact that Plan Langston Boulevard calls for less than 1,200 net new committed affordable units by 2040, which is less than half the 2,500 unit goal set out in the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan. Since 2015, there have been 3 major developments in Northern Virginia that render the county's housing projections obsolete. Number 1, the extension of Metro Rail to Fairfax and Loudoun counties with 6 new Metro Rail stations for the express purpose of transit-oriented development. 2, the advent of remote work. 3, the adoption of Arlington's EHO ordinance. With fewer people commuting to DC and better, cheaper housing available elsewhere, the need for all this density has evaporated. To meet residual demand, the EHO, together with rewriting the GLUP to convert single-family neighborhoods to apartments, will dramatically increase housing throughout the county. The Arlington EHO permit tracker reports that since July 1, 121 EHO permits have been or will soon be awarded. Taken together with the likely approval of a massive 92-unit APA apartment complex at the site of Clarendon Presbyterian Church, it's obvious that the sky is the literal limit for new housing development in Arlington County. Why then the need for 2,500 additional units along Langston Boulevard? Thank you.
Next speaker is McCoy Kaufman, followed by Susan Cunningham.
Good morning. I'm McCoy Kaufman, a proud Ballston resident. An area I live, which is gorgeous. I get to walk to the grocery store, to restaurants, to the metro, to get anywhere I need. My fiance used to live on Columbia Pike, and during that long distance relationship, I realized how segregated Arlington is. The county is clearly aware of the issue, passing the Affordable Housing Master Plan, as well as the Equity Resolution of 2019, with the goal to hit 2,500 committed affordable units by 2040. Langston Boulevard is an opportunity to meet these goals and to create an integrated community. However, it seems like there's a loss of vision in trying to reach those targets by 2070. That's a generation away. More affordable housing will now create an integrated community we long for but rarely see. This summer, I walked to Langston Boulevard from our apartment to get some ice cream. It was a hot day, unlike today, so we planned to take the bus back. Once we actually got there, we realized that it takes a long time to wait for the bus there. That's a very popular corridor, so we were surprised by that. And so we realized this, realizing with a master plan and the Langston Boulevard plan, this is an opportunity to increase transit, increase housing, and just make it a more livable, accessible community. We have the opportunity to address segregation and commit to those affordable units that we've done in the master plan and live up to the equity resolution. We have the vision, now we just need to act on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Susan Cunningham, followed by Adam Theo.
Hello, I'm Susan Cunningham and also a candidate for Arlington County Board. I'm glad you guys are looking at this today. I've been a resident along the boulevard for a long time. And I just want to give you a couple of thoughts. One is I really want to see in this conversation the board recommit our community to our legacy of smart planning and smart growth. I think the biggest example of this is the question of the heights along the plan. And really, I was taken aback last week when Ann Bodine and Ginger Brown were together at a civic association meeting, and they didn't understand where we were with the building heights. I think we need to slow down and make sure that we're really clear about that so that future boards are able to implement well. To that end, I would recommend that you delay board action until at least December, until that issue is real clear and some others are clear. And then, like many others have said, accelerate the East Falls Church especially, but also Cherrydale's inclusion. Secondly, I really think we can do more. We call this a green Main Street. We can lean into environment, and we really need to. This is our first major effort, and we have major climate goals, and the plan honestly doesn't scream them as much as I would expect it to. That would look like really committing to public facilities and public spaces, including, I love the tiny forest idea, the being bolder on efficiency and use, especially reuse of our existing housing. I'm really concerned about some of the numbers in the plan. It really shows that we have a ton of marks along Langston right now, 1,700, and that we've lost 2/3 of the CAFs in the last 3 years. So rather than moving too quickly, we need to make sure that we are preserving that 43% of the multifamily units that are currently affordable. That will not happen naturally going forward, so we need to preserve that. And then finally, just invite you to continue to strengthen our transparency and trust in how much time people have to review.
Cunningham, your time has expired.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Clark Abbott.
Good afternoon. I'm Adam Theo. I'm frustrated to see almost all of the affordable housing and other goals pushed back to 2075, more than 50 years away. I can understand how redevelopment of key parcels will take time, but affordable housing needs to be a priority for this generation, not 2 generations down the road. Unlocking housing opportunities for the people that need it now, please. I am hoping the county keeps up with recent promises to revisit the East Falls Church and Cherrydale districts, areas 1 and 4 respectively, but those need to be short-term goals, not kicked down the road for political convenience. The area around Beach Street in Area 5, particularly on the southern side of Langston, is also still terribly underutilized here. It is well within walking distance to Courthouse Metro and could easily accommodate smarter development in order to allow for committed affordable housing bonuses and other community benefits. All of these areas need lots of TLC and greater housing opportunities in order for Langston to be a truly connected corridor and help meet our affordable housing commitments. I'd also like to note that so far, there have been a dozen community members speaking up in favor of a full, bold plan for Langston Boulevard, and only 3 against the plan. There is no good reason to be timid with Langston Boulevard. It can be a shining example for Arlington in another 30 to 50 years, but it requires bold action now to set that in motion. I'm proud to say yes in my backyard. Thank you.
Next speaker is Clark Abbott, followed by Hillary Horn.
Thank y'all for the chance to speak. My name is Clark Abbott, and I'm here with Voice. I grew up with a small town with 1 main street. So imagine my surprise when I moved to Arlington, and we have more main streets than I can count. I don't want to give a number because people will be mad at me because I didn't include their main street. Broad Street in my hometown had all the small businesses and restaurants in the town. So people would go to Broad Street, live about 20 minutes away from it, go to it, get their food, drive from building to building to get done what they wanted to get done, and then they drive home. That is a drastic difference. I was surprised and grateful to be able to move to a town like Arlington with so many main streets, and they're also more walkable than I ever could have expected. I don't have a car because I don't have to have one, and that makes me so grateful that I get to live in this community. I was there during the Housing Commission when we were talking about the hearing of this issue, and I'd like to echo some sentiments I heard there. For environmental sustainability, let's keep that at the forefront of our minds as we innovate Arlington. By the time this plan is completed, it won't be an option to consider how sustainable we should be when we're talking about environmental sustainability. It's all going to be damage control then. So let's keep that in our mind and carry that attitude going forward before the effects of climate change become more serious, because they're going to happen. Let's adopt that attitude now and reduce the amount of work we have to do down the road. For equity, let's ensure we get enough affordable housing for all buckets of the area median income, including the 0 to 40% and the 40 to 60% AMI. It'd be great if we could do that using density, height, and transit options as a part of that. We should continue to do everything we can to continue to make Arlington a great place to work and live, and make sustainable decisions about how to proactively plan this out. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Hillary Horn, followed by Donna Brown.
Good afternoon. I live in the East Falls Church area. I'm the Social Justice Chair at Temple Road of Shalom. It's about a mile from my house. Temple Road of Shalom is a mile from my house in Falls Church. We're the largest synagogue in Virginia, and of the 1,800 families in our congregation, about a third are in Arlington. We're also a proud member of Voice. And I came today because I wanted to impress upon you how very important affordable housing is to my congregation. We participate in a number of community service projects, such as a hypothermia shelter that takes place at a church in McLean in December. But I also wanted you to know that we put our money where our mouth is, so to speak. We have an annual fund appeal specifically to address homelessness and the lack of affordable housing. We hold this fund appeal at the holiday of Sukkot because of the tradition of creating temporary outdoor structures where meals are served during the holiday, and it reminds us of those who do not have permanent housing.
So every year we raise about $60,000 from our congregants, including our 600 Arlington families, because we care deeply about homelessness and creating more affordable housing. We donate to groups in Arlington and Fairfax counties, such as Arlington Thrive and Doorways for Women and Children. We also support an asylum-seeking family here in Arlington, and we need to raise another $25,000 or so a year for that. So I really wanted to impress upon you this value to our faith community and urge you to have a plan for Langston Boulevard that meets the dire need for more affordable units that are outlined in the master plan. I just wanted to close with a personal note that for 30 years I've lived north of the East Falls Church Metro. We have 3 bus lines in addition to being walkable. We have bike share, and it would be a great place to have affordable housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Ms. Horn.
Our next speaker is Donna Brown, followed by David Little.
I'm Donna Brown, a 24-year resident of Palisades Park in the North Highlands area. My home lies roughly 100 feet from the property line of the former Air Force Association building at 1501 Langston. On the issue of affordable housing, my son lived with me for my first few years in Arlington, longer than either one of us would have preferred, so no one needs to tell me about the impact of the lack of affordable housing. He experienced it, as did I. 2 quick points. First, I really want to thank the members of the board and the Planning Commission and staff who took the time to walk our neighborhood and understand the impact of disproportionate massing and height on the former Air Force Association building. That meant a great deal to me personally. Second, I am now all for Plan Langston Boulevard as it now stands. And finally, I'm going to save you all some time and associate myself with the remarks of Aaron Roberts and Jolie Pillsbury, who will be speaking a little later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Little, followed by Ralph Vollmer.
My name is David Little, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a 30-year Arlington County resident, and our 2 children have gone through the Arlington County schools from K through high school. Of those 30 years, 15 were spent in different rental and condominium high-rises, and the last 15 in a single-family home, just 1.5 blocks from Langston Boulevard. So as others have said, yes, in my backyard. The Langston Boulevard area plan encourages mixed-use development. I believe it should, within that, should emphasize the promote conversion of commercial space to residential space. The plan encourages higher density development, transit proximity. It encourages increasing housing supply, multifamily housing, and committed affordable units. These are all very important needs of the county, needs which are increasing as we speak. I strongly approve or support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph Vollmer, followed by Terry Armeo.
Hi, good day. Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Vollmer. I'm a resident and owner at Cardinal House, which is at the intersection of Langston Boulevard and Spout Run Parkway. I don't have a rowing team with me, but I do have an elite action squad that followed me here from our building. We are here to express our support for Plan Langston Boulevard in general, especially as it pertains to Area 5, of which we are a part, and particularly to our parcel, which is 3000 Spout Run Parkway, where our building is located. The plan meshes very nicely with our own plan for community preservation. In fact, it's a crucial part of that plan. And so very simply, we ask for your support to do that. Our plan just meshes the county's goals of age in place and community preservation, of which is the key elements of our own plan. And that's all I have to say. And I have some signatures here of support, which essentially say the same thing, which I'll give to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Armeo, thank you, followed by Jordy Fabian. how do you make this go down?
Just 1 second. I think this works.
Oh.
Try that. Keep pushing
Yeah.
that.
Hello.
Hello?
Hope everybody's well. Langston Boulevard Alliance is basically a lobby group. And they have been putting out literature, which I saw some, and some of it was county, at a CivFed meeting the other day. Very slick piece of marketing, very lovely drawings. Who wouldn't want to live there on this beautiful green street? But way in the distance, in a building that you could not see, was the 10-foot-high building. And the only reason I even saw it was because somebody put a red circle around it. So we can do marketing or we can be truthful. And I feel we need to be truthful. And so some people are not aware that in their neighborhoods, the buildings could be 15-plus stories. And this is as you get closer to the Potomac River, which we're in a migratory bird zone, could increase window collisions. And people don't want to look out their window and see 15-story buildings. So I think we need to be considerate of that. People have been speaking about the need for affordable housing, and we do need that. That is the only housing that we are in dire need of at this particular time. I don't agree that privately owned park space is a public benefit, and that's what the staff was showing, that some of those, quote, parks are privately owned. And I can tell you from living next to one, conflicts arise between the residents that live in those types of, multifamily dwellings and people who are just walking by. And it's not usually a very good outcome. I have to say that there was a young man who got up and said he was studying urban planning and is in the master's program. That's great. But if you take a drive anywhere out of Arlington, whether you go west or south or what direction, everything's coming down for development. And building here is not going to stop it. It's happening all the way down to Florida, basically. And we're not going to save forests by what we're doing here. So that is a little false pretense. More of everything, more equals more of everything. So if you have more people, you have more ovens, more dishwashers, more refrigerators, more HVACs. If we really are in a climate emergency, why are we going that direction? I don't understand that, and people need to share resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jordy Fabian, followed by Jim Lyon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jordy Fabian. I am here representing APA, the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing. As you probably know, APA is one of the county's largest owners and developers of affordable housing, including several properties near Langston Blvd. I'm here today not just to talk about those properties, but also about APA's broader support for more housing along Langston Blvd. We applaud the Arlington County staff work on this plan, which we believe will lead to a more affordable, walkable, and sustainable corridor. The current iteration of the plan represents a positive step forward. It is the latest and broader effort to remake the county's planning and zoning laws in ways that support more equitable development. The land use vision for the corridor has largely not changed since the introduction of the General Land Use Plan in 1861. Since that time, Arlington has added tens of thousands of new people and jobs, mainly along narrowly defined metro corridors. This economic growth has resulted in unprecedented levels of prosperity, but also a need for more homes, especially affordable homes. And because the Langston Blvd corridor has been mostly off limits to building new homes, it has become exclusively only available for those lucky enough that have bought many decades ago, or only available to those lucky enough that are wealthy enough to afford one of the rapidly appreciating homes that already exists. That's why this plan is so important for affordability and equity. It represents an opportunity to benefit not just present-day Arlingtonians looking to move, but also future newcomers who need a place to live. A and new community affordable housing, the work we specialize in can only happen where we allow new development. Even with the current plan, there's enormous work left to do. Although it is a step in the right direction, the plan as written does not meet the county's own stated goals for community affordable housing for the area. That's why we urge the county board to consider additional actions after plan passage, including co-location of affordable housing on publicly owned sites, swift updates to the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans to allow for more housing, and continued investment in the county's affordable housing investment fund. Lastly, we are pleased to see an implementation framework, including the general land use plan amendments, being adopted concurrent with the plan itself. The county has been reviewing the plan for nearly 5 years, and the committee many years before that. During this time, the urgent need for housing has only grown more intense. So now it is the time for action to pass the plan and get started on building new homes. And in the months to come, we urge the county board to take additional measures to meet the affordable housing goals for this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Lyon, followed by John Musso.
Thank you. I'm Jim Lyon. I'm a board member for Eco Action Arlington, and we compliment the staff on the extreme hard work that went into this, and there are many broad elements that we support: the targeting of redevelopment toward activity hubs, the enhanced tree and park amenities, safer pedestrian pathways, increased bike lanes, the stormwater infrastructure. It has many aspirational elements. But here's the rub, however. The plan correctly recognizes the underlying tension when it quotes, "The plan must account for the constraints, opportunities, trade-offs, regulations, policies, and financial requirements," quote. In other words, there's cross-cutting currents, internal competing forces that will impact what is ultimately done, what is not done, and as to what level. The second rub is central to the first. Much of the actual redevelopment here will be in the venue of private developers who may hold different priorities. Now, there's nothing new about this in municipal planning, but it's critical to recognize this regarding something in the terms of this project's scale. This is a very big, grand endeavor with very long-term impacts. The end product will certainly outlast many of us, certainly me. What will Arlington face 20, 50, 75 years from now? How will climate change affect Arlington then? Have we built the foundation for sustainability that meets that time test? So my point here is that this plan will be better served if you more strongly, you, board, elevate and delineate with specificity key objectives in this plan that must prevail through the entire process in the face of the internal competition and private developer action, and encourage you to be repetitive in that. Now, there's a couple of elements we'd recommend. Make tree canopy gains big time. There's a unique opportunity on this scale to make some ground that we're losing elsewhere. Make a bold step to have trees be a centerpiece, not side amenities. Second, be bolder in making bike and pedestrian elements more centric, with planned connectivity to the hubs in the neighborhoods. As written, it risks becoming piecemeal with reliance on developer infrastructure. Third, clearly prioritize renovation and modernization of existing multi-story buildings over new buildings. Teardowns have carbon impacts. This can also help retain affordable housing. And finally, clearly state the goal for new and renovated building to be zero carbon, efficient, powered by electricity, and augmented by solar power. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Musso, followed by Zachary Newkirk.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. I'm John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce and former resident of the Langston Blvd corridor. I first just want to thank county staff for all of their hard work on this process over the past few years, and I also want to thank the Langston Blvd Alliance and all of the volunteers and concerned community members who kept the effort for this plan for the past decade, and now we're very close to the finish line. So thank you all for your hard work and advocacy. Regarding the specific request to advertise, the Chamber supports a vote for the request to advertise, but we do ask that the county board broaden the scope of the request to advertise to include 2 additional planned goals. That is, 1, the retention or expansion of retail and commercial serving community use and the provision of suitable parking resources. A lot of the discussion we've had so far this afternoon has focused on residential development and housing, and those are extremely important facts of the plan. But we also just want the county board to be mindful that the vibrancy of this corridor long-term is going to be not just residential, but commercial as well. And the addition of these 2 planned goals will really contribute positively to the plan in terms of complementing that balance. The inclusion of this language and also some language regarding a bonus density calculation would be helpful. Bonus density calculation values would be useful as the plan moves forward in terms of helping those who are interested in investing or developing this corridor will have a sense of what they can obtain in addition to benefits for the community. Lastly, we also just request that the board please include some type of direction for staff to work on a parking plan for the county board. I think that the chamber thinks collectively that based on what we've heard from members, that a cohesive, efficient plan for parking that incorporates just both the future of the corridor we want, but also with the present day needs of the corridor would be really essential to the success of the plan. So we request that the board move forward with the RTA with these specific revisions, and we look forward to the continued engagement with the county government as we move forward to the adoption of the final plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Zachary Newkirk, followed by Jolie Bain Pillsbury.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the County Board, Mr. Manager. Thank you for your time and attention this afternoon. This plan has much to be excited about, and staff should be commended for their hard work on it. I'm speaking in my individual capacity as a resident on an extremely local proposal in the updated draft plan for you to consider as we move towards a final plan. In the interest of time, I'd like to point you to a letter that I and a couple dozen residents submitted, a letter from the Yorktown Civic Association, and a letter from A.J. Dwoskin, which owns and manages the Lee Harrison Shopping Center, that directly address this issue. Specifically, I'd like to share concerns from the Yorktown community in Area 2 on the extension of 25th Road North to North Harrison Street as it relates to motorized vehicular traffic. In a short survey I distributed to around 70 affected residences this summer, all but one respondent expressed concerns over this vehicular extension. Put another way, about 90% of respondents opposed that proposal. In the alternative, I recommend a pedestrian or bike path for inclusion in the final plan instead. Doing so would alleviate many of our concerns and fit within a walkable, pedestrian-friendly future for the corridor. First, it would not permit cut-through vehicular traffic from a major commercial hub at the Lee Harrison Shopping Center. Second, it would be a more sensible fit with the residential streets back there, which are not complete streets. All of the streets in our neighborhood lack full sidewalks, let alone bike lanes, or even four-way stops at most intersections. On a personal note, I have to walk in the street when I walk my 4-year-old daughter to her preschool south of Langston Blvd because 25th Road lacks sidewalks on either side of the street in a lot of sections. And the thought of a steady stream of cars zipping by is one I think is rather unpleasant. An alternative bike pedestrian path, of course, would be more environmentally friendly with a smaller impervious surface footprint and would encourage walking or biking from members of the community, which would obviously, in a very tiny way, reduce carbon emissions. A pedestrian bike path would also align with several elements of the county's master transportation plan, which repeatedly envisions walkable communities, reducing traffic congestion, and to, quote, accommodate travel growth through shifts to non-automobile modes and improved management of the existing streets rather than the addition of significant new street capacity. In short, such a path, rather than another road for vehicular traffic, would create and foster connectivity while still maintaining safety for nearby residents. So I'll refer you back to those written documents, and thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jolie Bain Pillsbury, followed by John Wingard.
Good afternoon. It is lovely to see you all, County Board, and thank you very much for this opportunity, and especially a thank you for the staff. They have been incredibly generous of their time and attention. What I'm particularly appreciative today is to be able to say that I support the plan today with the revisions. And those revisions came about because the staff and others, yourselves, the Planning Commission, not only listened to us and looked at our pictures and drawings and facts, but you engaged in dialogue. And you met us where we were and you shared your points of view. I found that incredibly encouraging and actually inspiring in an odd kind of way, because I have not had many opportunities lately where the idea of community includes government. And so this particular moment in time for me is very important, because I think this is not the end of anything. It's actually the beginning of an even longer process, perhaps. And I want to say that I hope our community, just a few of us here in person, but all of us in spirit, will stay engaged with you. The other thing I've been inspired by is how many different ways that you and the other people, many of them volunteers, are willing to engage with us. And I enjoyed, I called it open mic Mondays, but I think it's called open doors. But that was a lot of fun. In addition, we discovered you can ask and receive the opportunity to sit and talk to board members, just in a conversation, 2 by 2. To find that these things are possible in one's own community when needed was a gift. So I thank you. There is the devil in the details. So one of the reasons we are saying that we will stay engaged is we know that someday the equation for measuring the height of the building on our hilly little parcel of land will be debated, but in a respectful and courteous manner, hopefully relying on a common set of facts. In addition, I was very encouraged to learn the phrase, I align. So I align, I hope I have her name right, with Ms. McIntyre of C2E2. When we began our conversation in the summer, we didn't know if there was any resonance to the idea that the AFA building as it currently exists is solid and brick and could be repurposed, and could be repurposed in a way that it would be a lovely home perhaps for the new neighbors we would love to welcome to our beautiful neighborhood, and they would live next to one of the loveliest tree canopies with old trees.
Thank you, Ms. Pillsbury.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Wingard, followed by Elizabeth Grossman.
Hello, board members.
Good afternoon.
As you know, I'm the notable tree guy, and as you might expect, most of my comments concern trees. First of all, I would also say I endorse the comments of Susan Cunningham earlier. I think this plan needs some work and it should be delayed. Why does it need work? Well, the Urban Forestry Master Plan says we are supposed to encourage the preservation and planting of trees on private property and preserve existing wooded parks and natural areas. Plant trees in parks, natural areas, other public open spaces to improve Arlington's overall tree canopy. Well, I've looked at the plan. I didn't really have that much time to do it. My wife and I were on vacation in Canada. One reason I even know about this meeting is I got an email from the USF folks, or whatever their acronym is. But anyway, looking at the area between Cherry Hill Road and Langston, I see that it is planned for some of the most dense construction, and right now it's full of affordable single-family homes, a couple of small condominiums. I don't quite understand why the board wants to super densify Arlington. It's just going to it'll bring in more taxes, but it's going to cause a need for more sewer facilities, more stormwater facilities, more schools, more parking, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think there's a net gain. I would love to see affordable housing in Arlington. I don't know that Langston Boulevard is maybe the best place for it because it's a very expensive area. But to the extent we can do it, we aren't going to do it without a subsidy. So that's going to be affecting our taxes. Some other things I would note, oops, I'm almost out of time. Well, the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Ordinance requires conservation plan for more than 3,500 square foot land disturbance. That's going to be needed most of the time. 20% forest cover in 20 years. Well, that's not even that great a goal. We should have more than that. Tree preservation ordinance, tree canopy fund. We've got a lot of tools for planting trees in Arlington County.
Thank you, Mr.
We should
Winter.
use them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Grossman, followed by Brian Coleman.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Grossman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Arlington Tree Action Group, or ATAG. At Monday's meeting of the Arlington Planning Commission, representatives for the county claimed that the current Langston Boulevard plan could achieve 35% tree canopy coverage in the core area. While ATAG applauds that goal, we do not believe that the county has the controls in place necessary to achieve it. The county has shown itself to be very good at developing visions for tree canopy alongside development, but it has a very poor track record in delivering on the promise. Development along Columbia Pike demonstrates this. Next slide, please. This was the 2012 vision for South Frederick Street between Columbia Pike and 8th Road South. Lots of trees. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like today in 2023. Next slide, please. This was the county's 2012 vision for Columbia Pike between Monroe Street and Quincy Street. Next slide, please. And this is the reality on the ground today. ATAG understands that development and growth of the tree canopy takes time, but trees can't grow if no one plants them. Before this plan is approved, the public needs to see that the county government can deliver on its vision. ATAG notes that all public space in the Langston Boulevard plan will be privately owned. Without county board oversight and controls, ATAG is dubious that the promised 35% tree canopy goal can be achieved. We cannot put the fate of our tree canopy in the hands of developers. What are their incentives to achieve the county's 35% goal? Also, ATAG notes that the plan calls for the demolition of the Lee Community Center and Park. How will destruction of mature trees and a mature native pollinator garden help us to achieve the tree canopy goal? The community waits to hear. ATAG recommends that you take as much time as necessary to consider and revise this plan before it is advertised to ensure that your vision for Langston Boulevard can be achieved. ATAG requests that you make the raw data that are the basis of the 35% tree canopy goal available to the public. Finally, we request that you provide key plans for new parks and recreation, that you show us how this plan helps us reach our 40% overall canopy goal, and that you come back with the package for a vote to advertise in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Coleman, followed by Alice Hogan.
Good afternoon, County Board. It's not news to anyone in this room that the county is facing a serious housing shortfall for our growing population, falling tens of thousands of units short for all income levels. This shortage is particularly acute for our lower income neighbors. We know that Arlington needs 60,000 housing units for all kinds, and that 10 to 20,000 of those units should be made affordable. However, staff recently indicated The county is currently on track to achieve its affordable housing master plan goal of 2,500 caps along Langston Boulevard by 2075 instead of 2040. For reference, that's 50 units a year. 2075 is a date when scientists estimate that we'll discover a new galaxy. It shouldn't be the target date for fulfilling our housing needs. Arlington must also foster rapid and robust development of affordable units to meet its new goal to end homelessness by 2026. The recent tragedy at the Arlington County Jail should have made the intersectionality of homelessness, behavioral health, and the criminal justice system abundantly clear, and the imperative to provide adequate housing to all Arlingtonians is equally as clear. There are several steps that the county can take to begin to address this shortfall. Upon passage of Plan Langston Boulevard, the county board should immediately pass a resolution to begin an expedited and simultaneous review of both the East Falls Church and Cherrydale area plans to better understand how Plan Langston Boulevard can achieve the minimum 2,500 caps needed along the entire corridor. Furthermore, to respond to future housing market needs, the county should continue to explore innovative pro-housing policies and tools to facilitate as many affordable units as possible. Such tools can include creating a special exemption approval process and streamlining zoning and permitting processes for affordable housing development, establishing a dedicated acquisition fund to preserve marks along the Langston Boulevard corridor, exploring transit-oriented development funding sources, such as the Amazon Housing Equity Fund, considering tax increment financing and general obligation bonds to finance CAF production and mark acquisitions along Langston Boulevard, and finally revisiting inclusion of residential edges along the Langston Boulevard corridors. Overall, Plan Langston Boulevard is a thoughtful, progressive vision that envisions a reinvigorated, more welcoming, and sustainable corridor. While I fully support the immediate passage of the plan, I also believe that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reimagine the corridor that deserves further investment to secure a brighter future for all Arlingtonians. While this may be a daunting task, I am fully confident that the county will take the necessary steps to meet the challenge and ensure that Arlington can be a home for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by Jacqueline DeRigette.
And down and down and up. Good afternoon. First, I want to say I was a coxswain on the W&L team, and my daughter was a coxswain on the Yorktown team, so go Arlington. And as a lifelong Arlingtonian, I am very excited about this plan. I want to thank staff and the LBA and the community for this robust conversation over more than a decade. It is time to move forward with this visionary plan that encompasses so many of our community values: environment, transit, walkability, supporting small business. But I will say it does need some work on, you guessed it, housing, and the opportunity to broaden the range of folks, of Arlingtonians who can afford to live on the boulevard. As many have said, in 2015, it was determined that we needed at least 2,500 CAFs here on the boulevard, and that represented 11% across the county. Today, we have only 5%, so we're still waiting to double that number on this corridor. And 8 years later, this is the minimum we need. Our county is growing, wages are not keeping up, and so this is an old number that should be the minimum, not the maximum. We as a community should not be passing a plan that does not honor previous plans that this board has already passed. And so we need at least 2,500 units in this plan. Staff, thank you for including the need for 30% units for our very desperate low-income earners, and for acknowledging that we're not going to get anywhere near 2,500 on the kind of AHIF that we have put forth in Arlington to date. We need a change in paradigm. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We need to increase housing supply, especially affordable housing, and we need to reintegrate this historically segregated corridor. We cannot do that with the plan that we have today. We need more work, more financial investment, and a plan to move forward. That includes committing ourselves to new tools and to reviewing the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans. The COG has said that we need between 60 and 70,000 new units in Arlington alone, and that 10 to 20,000 of them should be affordable. And we are fighting over the scraps of 2,500 units. We need to think bigger. We just passed a plan in Arlington to end homelessness by 2030. 2026. That is 3 years away. How will we do that with the plan we have today? Equity. This corridor is whiter, wealthier, much more home ownership. How are we going to interrupt that trend and improve opportunity for others? We can do that by 3 things. Include the East Falls Church and Cherrydale reviews immediately. We can provide new and innovative tools. What we have today will not get us there. And we need to invest much more in our AHIF. Preservation is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jacomina De Rogette, followed by Rafi Balin.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacomina De Recht, and I'm speaking on behalf of Voice as part of their executive board. We have a really visionary plan here. We should be proud of it. Everybody has worked on it, the community leaders, the staff, and it's an exciting future for Langston Boulevard. But let us face one fact. This plan falls short in affordable housing. It's really ludicrous to propose to meet those goals in 2070. I'll be dead, and my granddaughter will be in her 50s. Now, this county has committed to many admirable goals, and they've been mentioned by all the other speakers already. The Affordable Master Housing Plan with a minimum of 2,500 units on Langston Boulevard. That was passionately debated by your predecessors because they wanted distribution of affordable housing across the county. The recently announced strategic plan is a way home for all to end the homelessness, the regional fair housing plan, and the equity resolution that asks us to generate new innovative solutions for a full spectrum of housing affordability. Now, we really believe that the county adopted and signed on to all these goals in good faith. But they need to be reflected in the Langston Boulevard plan. And our toolbox will need to be expanded. Voice talked about co-location years ago. AHIF funding stays too low every year. The planning staff should be much larger. And for sure, East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans need to be addressed very quickly. East Falls Church is a metro hub, should have affordable housing, should have multi-family housing. Now, should you need to be reminded, the clock is ticking, families hurt, they double up in apartments, they face eviction. They have stress. That stress really reflects on the children's behavioral health, another of Voice's issues. You've heard about the long list of seniors waiting for housing. And who knows how many unfulfilled positions there are at APS, the bus drivers, the free clinic that would love to live here. It's time to move forward, and housing adequate to the needs and true to all your plans needs to be included.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rafi Balin, followed by Michael Hamilton.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I am grateful to the board and the county staff for taking the time to listen to residents' concerns. My name is Rafi Balyan, and I am a resident of Palisades Park community in Area 5 East. I've been a resident of Arlington County for 40 years and have lived in both the southern and northern parts of the county. I have seen it transform as home to verdant and vibrant communities with a healthy mix of retirees, working families, and those studying or just starting their careers. I currently work in the office of the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, and prior to joining the State Department 20 years ago, serving as a U.S. diplomat, I was a home builder and developer in the DMV region, including building affordable housing in close-in suburbs. The success of Arlington is very much tied to my and my family's health and well-being. Out of all the areas covered under Plan Langston Boulevard, Area 5 East is the only area that currently comes very close at 39% to the demographic diversity average of 40% across the entire county. I would like to ensure that the recommendations in the plan do not work against this reality in Area 5 East by resulting in the current diversity of families and residents moving out. I support smart growth that considers the environmental benefits of repurpose, renovation, and reuse to reduce the carbon footprint and impact of demolition and new construction. Reuse will also preserve resources and existing tree canopy and avoid high-rise construction in a low-rise residential area, which would decrease the tree cover and increase heat islands. Furthermore, higher density above 5-7 stories in Area 5 East cannot be supported either by existing or proposed transportation infrastructure. The entrance and egress into the community are limited, and it is considered one of the most unsafe areas for pedestrians and cyclists. Increased density without possibilities for significantly improved transportation infrastructure will create additional risk and liability and work against the county's Vision Zero commitments. Therefore, I support recommendations for appropriate setback and heights of 5 to 7 stories for the Airport Association building and consideration of similar setback and lower heights in surrounding areas in Area 5 East, in line with limited possible infrastructure upgrades. I further align my comments with Aaron Roberts, Donna Brown, and Jolie Pillsbury. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Michael Hamilton, followed by Ann Bodine.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Hamilton. I'm an Arlington father and homeowner. I'm recommending that we please pass the RTA today with no delay, but with some modifications. First, I just want to note that Langston right now is a dangerous road, and I second Jillian Burgess's comments. We need specifically low-stress bicycle infrastructure along every single foot of Langston Boulevard, so it can be a safe place for people to get by in a method other than a car. Second, I've also heard a lot of aspirations, in all these comments about how we can make Langston Boulevard an even better corridor for our community, including subsidized housing, public space, and other things. But we need to remember where these come from, which is private redevelopment. And all of these things we all like, they have costs. And to get these amenities, we need big density bonuses and big buildings. Strict height limits, such as 7 stories or less, basically means we're giving up all these community benefits, and we're just not going to get them. So I think we should get all those things that we want, and the way we got to do that is by having the tallest possible height limits that we can do. One other thing we should consider is how higher interest rates have changed the long-term development outlook in Arlington. And so when we started this planning process a long time ago, it was a very different environment for developers. So we should recalibrate our expectations about how much community benefit we can get from each unit of bonus density. Right now, with the higher rates, we're probably going to get a little bit less community benefit from each unit of density. So we probably need to go bigger to reflect what's happened with our economy in the last few months and the next few years. But other than that, I suggest we pass the RTA today as soon as possible. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Wilma Jones.
Slides. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm Ann Bodine from Arlingtonians for a Sustainable Future. We're asking you to delay this vote until new members of the board are seated and we have better analysis of last-minute changes. Next slide. We're also asking, next slide please, we're also asking the county consider 3 other urgent items that could affect the housing and transit market, namely a fall off in population over the last 2 years, a commercial office vacancy rate that is record high that could propose ideas for new housing, and a transit area that's already in crisis with a $750 million metro death spiral. Next slide. We have some process concerns. The latest version of the plan was not briefed to commissions, and it only came out 3 weeks prior to this vote. It entailed lots of changes to retail, parking, affordable housing, as you've heard today, and I don't think it's been fully digested by the community. So we need more time. Next slide. That September 28th version of the plan also gave us ideas of what we could expect in terms of new housing units, new jobs, and new retail. But you see that the items were not filled in. So it basically amounts to planning by Mad Libs, and I don't see how the board could possibly vote on that. Next slide. We've seen a lot of beautiful versions of the planning. We heard it also from ATAG. A lot of people are very pleased with what they're seeing, but we've been here before. We saw this on Columbia Pike, the beautiful tree-lined street. Next slide. What did we get? We got a lot of infill, pretty ugly design, very high massing, and just looming over single-family homes, and we're going to expect that here too. Next slide. Also promised on Missy Middle, we saw the house nestled in the neighborhood at the upper right, but here's what real design of a new sixplex in Alcova Heights. It's much larger than even the largest home in that neighborhood. Next slide. So what did PLB tell us we could expect? A welcoming, vibrant, attractive corridor with low to medium mixed-use character. Next slide. What we're seeing here is the charming Lee Heights shops, but as another person mentioned, it's not the whole picture. Next slide. Here's what it'll look like with the 7 to 10 stories proposed in the new zoning, and we don't really understand why we still need those awnings because the shadows will be cast over the neighborhood. Next slide. Again, here at Langston and Kirkwood and Spout Run, we see what the county showed us was a short 3-story building, and we have shown you what it looks like with about 6 new Marriotts piled on top of it. So this is 15 stories, and it could go up in bonus density. Next slide. That one site is worth $30 million assessed value today, and with the proposed zoning up to 5.0 FAR, that will go up to about $310 million. So even with the development costs, which are large, over many, many years, this is really a gift to the developers. Next. We're showing you here what the current density allows for in the bottom line, and then the middle area, this is again just for that line Village Shopping Center. This is basically the giveaway to the developers with no exchange for community benefits. The county has told us it can't do anything, stormwater, trees, the only way to do it is redevelopment. But this is a segment we're giving away and not getting community benefits, whereas the iceberg above the water is the only element we're actually trading for those benefits. And as you see, it's very minuscule. Next slide. The county's telling us they're going to build a green Main Street, but this is a high-density commuter corridor. It's a FEMA evacuation route. It's owned by the state, and the state has not yet given permission. You also see we're emphasizing bike lanes. 95% of bike users in the county are white, so we're questioning the equity issues in that. Next slide. Most of this was premised on the idea that we would be meeting affordable housing goals, but if you're just looking at areas 2, 3, and 5, and you're looking at the proportion, not the number, not the 2,500, the percentage of the housing units is going to go down by 40%, and we find that extremely shocking, and that should be addressed. Next slide. Along with the loss of affordable housing, we see gentrification here envisioned in the 31% African-American community of Halls Hill, and the county itself is portraying that as a largely white community after transformation to mixed-use hub. Next slide. So are we actually fixing all the problems that we've talked about? Having low to medium density, affordable housing, not gentrifying, fixing stormwater, and green Main Street. We don't believe we are. Next slide. So we're asking the county to defer the vote until new board members are seated, and we have the analysis asked for below. We're asking you to project the total maximum population build-out, and we're asking you to prepare a budget and environmental impact and demographic outcomes as compared to current zoning. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wilma Jones, followed by Ginger Brown.
Good afternoon, County Board. Here again. The John M. Langston Citizens Association, of which I'm the president, and I'm also a member of Callaway Church. Both of those organizations have been working with Langston Boulevard Alliance and the Planned Langston Boulevard County staff for about a decade now on this project. We understand that Langston Boulevard is going to change. My family has actually been in this neighborhood for 3 generations. I've been here for over 60 years. So we know that things are going to change, but we really don't want Clarendon on Langston Boulevard. Our neighborhood has a number of issues. Overall, we've voted to support the plan, but in the, since I have 5 minutes, I want to go ahead and raise everyone's concerns. There was a lack of development coordination among the different plans, the Housing Conservation District, Multifamily Reinvestment Study, Missing Middle, and Affordable Housing. We're very unhappy that the corridor plan eliminates 40% of the corridor, with Cherrydale and East Falls Church not being included. Doesn't really seem fair to us. We do agree with some of the previous speakers that this kind of looks more like a giveaway to many developers, which concerns us. The stormwater issue is a big one. We've been heavily impacted by stormwater issues with the water coming down the hill to the people who live down in the Waycroft Woodlawn area. And we're also concerned about how it might impact the small businesses. But the biggest thing for us is the change that happened between June and September, when in the 5,000 block of Lee Highway, which is where Callaway United Methodist Church is, all the way down to George Mason Drive, that height density was increased from 4 to 5. We feel like because on that block, those residences behind those businesses are right next to them, we feel that it's going to adversely impact their quality of life, just as it has done with the people who live behind the children's school. Those houses, those row houses right behind there almost get no sunlight now. We have a number of people who have lived in that community, in that block for a long time. We also have our historic Callaway Church that is in that block, and we are very concerned that higher building heights will impact that. The other issue is affordable housing. We are the most we are the community on Langston Boulevard that has more affordable housing than anyone. I do understand that most of the communities have 5% or less. We have 585 homes, residences, that's single-family homes as well as apartments in our community, and almost 12% of them are affordable housing. As a matter of fact, we have 2 of the APA apartment buildings in our neighborhood on Cameron Street. So we understand the impact of what more affordable housing will do for the county, but we want to make sure that the other neighborhoods are playing their role before Halls Hill is asked to do more. We do want to thank the staff. We were very, very pleased with how things were going until that last increase in density. So we hope that the county board will consider making that change before it goes further. And I don't know whether you're aware, but Halls Hill Highview Park, the John M. Langston Citizens Association recently received a historic preservation grant for our community to be listed in the National Park Service National Register of Historic Places. We have our new fire station opening, which we fought very hard to keep that fire station in our neighborhood, and those concerns are some of the reasons that we just would like to have a little bit more consideration on that one block to make sure that our residents, that our historic church, and that our neighborhood overall isn't adversely impacted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ginger Brown, followed by David Leibson.
Good afternoon, County Board members, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm Ginger Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Langston Boulevard Alliance. The community's vision, going back to the beginning of the grassroots effort in 2012, is to create an inclusive, walkable, community-serving commercial hubs that support small businesses and create a sense of place. And this plan does that. We are thrilled to be the point where we're at the request to advertise, and we're really looking forward to next month when this comes to finally being passed. I want to say thank you to the wonderful staff that we've had over the years. They've done an incredible job, and so we're very pleased. And we're particularly pleased with all of the changes that have happened since the last go-around, including changes to economic vitality, parking, transit, housing, sustainability, just to name a few. Today, we're here and we're happy to just offer a few more refinements because we're to the point where we're doing refinements for your consideration. We believe these details will improve the plan and increase community support for the plan in the final stretch. First, we align ourselves with the Planning Commission And we are skeptical of the goal of combining community centers, given the number of households that will be added to the corridor. We believe the goal should be removed. Our centers, the LAC, Langston Brown, the Gray House, Dawson Terrace, should remain as publicly funded and operated community resources, at least on the first floor if we are co-locating items. We believe all of these should also save our green space. Second, we believe the retail maps need some minor changes. We believe that the extension of the gold retail designation in Area 3 from Glebe Road on the south side to the Langston shops, as well on the north side, one more block, is essential to supporting the community serving commercial hubs. The Lee Heights shops are the heart of the community. The retail maps should recognize and respect this important community asset. The retail maps should be gold. It would be unfortunate if the Lee Heights shops were torn down or replaced, and what we ended up with was a gem of a residential building over time. We think that we at least have to try, make it gold, and if in the future it's a real issue, then we can revisit it then. We'd also like to make sure that there's clarity on any circumstances in which additional height could be attained through a rezoning. If you could clarify how the heights are measured so that there's from the base density to the bonus density, and that there won't be any, that the heights are the heights, and the height maps in the plan are what are going to govern the plan. Next, LBA is encouraged by added tools to achieve affordable housing, including the TDRs and the targeted use of AHIF for land acquisition. And now is the time to scour the corridor to find new properties for affordable housing that we can meet our goals. And I'd like to align myself with Alice Hogan and others, Brian Coleman, on the need for more innovative tools, like potentially a NOFA for Marks, to plan East Falls Church and Cherrydale. And then also for significant investment in AHIF on our corridor. We've lagged very far behind on investment in affordable housing. Next, we're concerned that we lack any increase in publicly owned open space. And we just want to make sure that when we look at the public spaces master plan maps for future acquisitions of land, that there are those identified on our corridor as well, just through the normal way that we acquire land and expand parks and once-in-a-generation properties. Next, it's very encouraging that the plan now calls for 10-minute headways, making it possible to live on the corridor without a car, as well as a new focus on Vision Zero safety improvements. We would respectfully request additional options to be added for pedestrian and bicycle connections on parallel streets. And we believe, and especially if you look at, we hope that you'll consider doing the pedestrian crossing and access aligned with Zachary Newkirk for the Lee Harrison Shopping Center. And finally, we'd like to align ourselves and give special consideration for the John M. Langston Citizens Association's forthcoming application for historic designation, and give consideration to their views on the heights.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Leibson, followed by Jean Hinsroth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Dave Leibson. I am currently the chair of the Alliance for Housing Solutions. Excuse my voice. And of some note, I was also had the privilege to be on the Columbia Pike land use and housing plan some years ago, 10 years ago. And more recently, I was on the working group that did the prepared for you the Affordable Housing Master Plan. You've heard a lot about housing, and so I won't try to repeat any of that. I wanted to simply say there are three things that I have been hearing that you can do today that will be very important, and then a comment or two about the Columbia Pike and the Affordable Housing Master Plan for context. There are three, clearly the staff and the Lehigh Way Alliance and all the people involved put in so much work and so much time, and there are a lot of constraints, and it's not really possible to do everything everybody wants, at least all in one plan. And I'll say that it is an exciting plan. This is a momentous point. You all have a real opportunity to be approving something that will have as much import, I believe, as the RB corridor that started the whole smart growth process in Arlington. The three things you can do today and you must do. One is approve a plan, but in your approval of it, commit yourself and future boards to the extent you can that 2,500, we will get to 2,500 one way or another by 2040, not by 2075. Planning and housing staff have told me there are other tools out there that could be used more vigorously. There are tools we haven't yet fully analyzed, and while the plan itself doesn't get us there, commit to every effort by the board to get those things done. There are going to be projects that come through. Use all of your force to make every one of those projects help to get there. Secondly, and clearly part of that process is the Planning Commission recommendation to do a comprehensive plan review of the tools that are currently using in this area on this plan and the tools we're not using and which ones might be possible. Commit to doing that comprehensive plan review recommended to you by the Planning Commission. And thirdly, as recommended by the Housing Commission and many others, move Cherrydale and East Falls Church to the short-term planning, not the long-term planning. They're critical tools. I mentioned that I was on the Columbia Pike Land Use, Housing, and Planning work group, and that's only been 10 years, and you already see a lot of things happening on the Pike. I think this plan will also take us to a very interesting and great place to live. One of the things that plan did, though, if you'll recall, it was built in part around achieving the community's objectives for the kind of community that we're talking about here, but it was also a very important part of that was preserving the 5,000 affordable housing units that were already down there. We have to put a priority on that in this plan as well. And that segues to the Affordable Housing Master Plan. If you recall, at the time, and I would argue still, there was a great issue about the distribution of affordable housing across the county, across the country, and across the county. And that Affordable Housing Master Plan spent a lot of time, staff spent a lot of really great work assessing the neighborhoods around Arlington, all of them, but including this corridor and what the absorptive capacity for housing would be, and concluded then, this was not just a number that the working group or the staff pulled out of the air, concluded that the absorptive capacity for affordable housing in this area was 2,500 by 2040. We have to do that. 2075, when we get to 2040, we're still going to have a lot more need. The population will have grown, and a substantial part of that is still going to be on the lower income scales. So we can't possibly accept 2075 as when we're going to get to our goal. So we urge approval, but we urge you take action by the way you approve it to help us get there by 2040. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jean Hinsroth, followed by Jason Schwartz.
This is my first time here, so.
We'll be gentle.
Thank you. A few of you have heard my comments before. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow board members, and Mr. Schwartz. First, I'd like to express my appreciation to Ginger Brown and the LBA and staff for 10 years of work on the plan. As president of the Leeway Overlea Civic Association, LOCA, located in Area 2 of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan, I represent members of our community as we request that Arlington County conduct a public evaluation with public input to determine the short and long-term uses of our community assets, the former Lee Community Center and its park, located at Langston Boulevard in North Lexington, to commence no later than early 2024. We request that the county maintain its ownership and stewardship of this 2.14 acre block and that both the Lee Center and park remain community space and any future improvements be 100% dedicated to community space. Designed by the architect of the U.S. House of Representatives Longworth Office Building and built in 1925 as an elementary school, the Lee Center and its park have served their community for 98 years. A 1957 addition provided a cafeteria, all-purpose room, kitchen, and more classrooms. In 1971, APS transferred the building to the county, which opened the community center in 72. The termination of the community center services coincided with COVID. Services were relocated to other community centers, and unfortunately, many of our residents stopped using the services, especially our seniors. That move was detrimental to the seniors. The plan suggests a stormwater detention vault be installed on a property which is at the top of a hill and upstream from the Cardinal School water detention vaults. A better stormwater mitigation plan for this property would be retaining its green permeable space and its trees. Arlington Cultural Affairs manages the LAC Art Studios, which remain on the second floor of the building. These consist of professional quality printing and ceramic studios, which the county is moving to Shirlington in 2025, at which time the building will be empty. The ground floor, including the large cafeteria, all-purpose room, and kitchen, is unused and is not available to the public or the studio artists. The plan recommends tearing down this treasured community resource or treasured community resources like our community center. The plan recommends demolishing the Lee Community Center building and replacing it with a public-private partnership multi-story building which would not be dedicated to serving the community. Demolition would destroy the vegetation which surrounds it, including a significant tree canopy and an 85% native plant pollinator garden. This contradicts some of the plan's goals, maintaining and expanding the tree canopy and green space, as well as respecting historically significant buildings. Key renovations required for the building include a new roof, HVAC, and asbestos removal. The building has 3 handicapped bathrooms and an elevator. The only ADA noncompliance issue is internal access to that 1957 cafeteria, which has a short staircase. Instead of restoring the building to its prior state, we suggest using this opportunity to update it to a zero-carbon, solar-powered preservation success story. This could include income-generating activities like Arlington's Creative Preschoolers program and a senior daycare, as well as after-school programs, a lending library, 55-plus programs, renting the former cafeteria for private functions, and charging for classes. I'm going to address some of the key planning elements in the plan on page Roman numeral 1. Activity hubs. The Lee Community Center was an activity hub. Before services were moved elsewhere, it connected residents who shared similar interests and needs. The plan recommends, enhanced vitality. The plan recommends replacing most buildings along the corridor as outdated, creating a canyon land. This will destroy family-owned businesses, primarily retail, which won't return, and create higher rents, discouraging small businesses along or located in new buildings. In Loca, this would eliminate the strip center, could eliminate the strip center, where you can find the original District Taco, an appliance store, et cetera, all of which serve our community. Housing. In Area 2, new 5-story multifamily residential housing along Langston Blvd will create a larger population, which will need community services and a park. I'm going to skip a lot of my comments. At the end, if you do approve demolishing this building, please consider maintaining the shell, gutting it, and reusing it for community services and other services like affordable senior housing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our final speaker is Jason Schwartz.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Schwartz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the YIMBYs of Nova. We support more homes for more people in order to increase affordability and prevent displacement. YIMBYs of Nova is excited about the prospect of a more walkable, bikeable, and multimodal Langston Boulevard with more housing options for people of all incomes. This important plan is long overdue. We applaud Langston Boulevard Alliance for their vision and efforts to get this plan on the agenda, and we also thank the staff for their hard work on the plan and community outreach. There's not much more for me to say, considering that 70% of today's speakers are in favor of this plan, so I'm going to be kind of repeating some things, but I'll go quickly. While the plan will add a much-needed housing supply, it is a very modest plan, especially in relation to our affordable housing goals. The most ambitious scenario in the RTA, which is scenario B, calls for just 2,500 net new CAFs by 2075. This means that the AHMP goal will be missed by 35 years. We need these affordable units by 2040, not 2075. This is a regressive housing policy change from the AHMP, which was passed by the County Board in September 2015, after 3 years of detailed analysis and community engagement. There is a clear consensus in Arlington that we need to prioritize meeting the AHMP 2,500 unit goal by 2040. According to the preliminary concept plan PCP feedback form, over 85% of renters and 55% of homeowners stated that meeting this goal is important. We need to ensure that the building heights and form are sufficient along the entire planning area, not just for minimum redevelopment viability, but to ensure that the desired housing, infrastructure, and other public benefits are achievable. For example, there'll be a lot of public benefit loss due to the upcoming River House development failing to match the housing ambition set out in the Pentagon City Sector Plan. Area 5 is a prime location to add more housing. Langston Boulevard is a 10-minute walk or less from the Roslyn, Courthouse, and Clarendon metro stations. Area 5 should be treated as an extension of the RB corridor because it is. Langston Boulevard is only an 8-minute walk from where we're meeting right now, but the development within this distance is limited to only 5 or 6 stories. While MATA is planning to invest potentially upwards of $30 billion to fix the Roslyn bottleneck, yet the Air Force Association site is just an 8-minute walk from the Roslyn station and a 15-minute bike ride to the White House, limits building heights to 7 stories. Area 5 East is the only area in the plan currently with a net negative affordable housing supply by 2075. We can do better than that. Other key asks include the following. 1, stipulate that public land be used for multiple purposes, including affordable housing, wherever possible. Number 2, design the streetscape to prioritize people walking, biking, using micromobility, and using public transportation throughout the entire corridor. 3, review the East Falls Church and Cherrydale area plans in the near term. Lastly, we urge the board to pass the plan now without delay. We need to be bold to make sure that the proper mechanisms are in place to course correct so that we can catch up to our already established affordable housing goals. It's time to finally pass this plan and create a built environment that we all deserve and meet the needs of all Arlingtonians, including the 62% of us who are renters. It's time to bring the beloved Arlington corridor magic that we all enjoy so much along the Route 1, Columbia Pike, and Roslyn Ballston to Langston. It's time to bring this long-awaited vision one step closer to reality. Thank you so much.
Sorry, thank you. And Ms. Jacobs, do we have any more public speakers?
No.
And with that, the discussion is now with the county board. Colleagues, I think we should do rounds of questions until we've satisfied them. I heard 3 recurring buckets: housing, heights, and sustainability. Of course, there are other issues that may not necessarily fit into that. I promise you will have every opportunity to ask, but why don't we start with those 3 buckets and any questions about housing? Actually, before we get into this conversation at all, I had asked our county attorney earlier to just say a few words about how we think about what needs to happen today as part of this request to advertise, because there's always questions about what can be considered, what has to be considered today in order to be able to ultimately have it in any adopted plan or actions that are planned for November. So, Ms. Kaur, thank you.
Sure. So when we talk about scope, that refers to the parameters of what the board can do between its action today, which is to advertise or approve advertisement, and what the board will do next month, which is approve the actual plan. The purpose of advertisement is to give members of the public notice of what could happen and how their legal rights could be affected by the board's legislative actions. What the board does today is not meant to make any decisions. It's a start to the conversation. It is not an end, and it is not meant to be a decision on all the details that will be considered later on when the board actually adopt the plan in November. And that's because advertising starts the public hearing process. So if the board were to decide everything today already, there would be no purpose to the public hearing in November. It is, like I said, a start to the discussion. Additionally, because advertising is to put people on notice of how their legal rights could be affected, what the board is doing today, in November, which is to consider an area plan, which is not legislation. It's not. It's a plan. It guides the board's decision later on when projects come in for development. So the nexus between an area plan and its impact on someone's legal rights is much more attenuated than, for example, when we advertise a site plan or an ordinance amendment. So there is even more leeway between what the board is considering today and what can ultimately be adopted in November after much public discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Kaur. And not to be reductionist, but essentially what we are considering as part of this process is developing or considering the adopting quite detailed policy guidance.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions on that before we get into our buckets? All right, why don't we start off with housing? And just to lay the framework, I think the addendum has attempted to address some of the lingering questions and concerns, but I'd like to invite Ms. Alfonso Ahmed to just talk broadly about how you considered housing with relation to the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan goals and the numbers that are contained in the actual plan document. Can you just explain a little bit about where they are, and to the extent that you can, address the whole idea of whether or not the goals have changed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the goals, no, they have not changed. I think we've just looked more carefully at what we can achieve with the different tools that we have available. Certainly when we looked at the numbers back in 2022, when we did the preliminary concept plan, we were under different assumptions. We hadn't looked more carefully or more in depth of what the potential affordable housing contributions could be for each of these sites in terms of the base density, the upglup, and then even with bonus density. So I think overall, what we know is that there is a range of possibilities, and it really depends on what gets developed in each and every one of these sites. As we know, they're all individually unique. So we've done our best to get a grasp of what we can achieve. At the end of the day, the goal is still for us to try to achieve as many as we can on the corridor, and that is why we've given those parameters in the plan for achieving it through those various levels. So in terms of the numbers, I think what we're showing is that there is still a potential to reach quite a large percentage of the 2,500 units that we're aspiring to by 2040. Certainly not all of them. They're not all going to be net new. We know that. But the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan, when they set that number out, we have to remember that there wasn't a planning process in place. We had not done an analysis of what could be accomplished along the corridor. We hadn't looked at each and every one of the sites and considered additional height or anything like that. And that sort of projection that the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan places is also based on, retaining some of those existing CAFs. So it wasn't a totally net new, it was all in all 2,500 units by 2040, including existing marks and CAFs that could be retained in certain locations. So I think we're certainly close to that with these new tools that we have envisioned and studied and tested, and potentially even more if we look towards the longer time frame.
And if implementation comes with new tools that were not modeled as part of the analysis, that could yield even more units.
Absolutely, and of course also in East Falls Church and Cherrill, we come back to them even if it's in a later time frame. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And if I could just do a quick follow-up, colleagues, and then I'll turn it over to you all. Is it also fair to say, and maybe Ms. Smith, who was part of this, I believe, can speak to this more directly. At the time of the Affordable Housing Master Plan, that was the 2,500 number was based on the prioritization of that as the number one community benefit to achieve with growth on the corridor. And as we think about this area plan, which was spurred on by a community-initiated process, affordable housing was one of several goals and priorities, including looking at height limitations, and is what emerged after the Affordable Housing Master Plan, stormwater resilience, for example. So in other words, if this plan were to if this plan had prioritized the 2,500 goal unit yield that the Affordable Housing Master Plan outlined, it could have been designed to achieve that goal, and the heights and everything else would have flowed from that. However, by the time we came to doing this plan, there were a number of other community priorities which had been elevated that had to bring everything into balance. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I think if I understand your question, are we now at this point doing this study looking at multiple objectives? And the answer to that is yes.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, you said it much more crisply and articulately than I did, so thank you. All right, I saw Mr. DeFranti first. And Mr. Carantonis, we haven't checked in with you. You still in Germany?
Yes,
right,
it takes a
right.
while until I'm beamed back to Arlington.
All right, don't worry. I'll make sure we get to you as part of this conversation as well. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try and keep my questions focused on the stage and the stage that we're at, the request to advertise, setting the boundaries of where we are. And so 3 just things to kind of flag that I am sort of thinking about that I think would be in scope, and I'll try to, I think I've tried to raise these. Housing Goal 6, which is on Roman numeral, I don't know, 4, I think, describes, at the end, it says up to 60% of AMI through redevelopment and infill, including units that achieve deeper levels of affordability. And mindful, we had at least one person testify, and we've had notes come in that say there could be a desire for more specificity. Greater levels of affordability is for sure a good start. I haven't figured it out, but if we wanted to reach slightly more specific number of units under 30% of AMI at the next month, we could decide next month to try and make a decision like that. So I got a nod from the county attorney. That's great. The other 2 questions, this may be for Ms. Alfonso Ahmed or Ms. Smith, or this concerns the Planning Commission's motion from Mr. Berkey. And I guess the first question is whether it would be in scope for us to consider the Planning Commission's motion next month. And, it basically talks about tools and implementation, so I'm pretty confident that we could, but I don't like to assume. And I also assume that Ms. Alfonso Ahmed might have comments on whether it's advisable to do that, which I'd also welcome if the county attorney, if you know already, Ms. Cord, that'd be great. If you don't, we can give time for Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, however you want to do it.
Which motion are you referring to? And what?
My apologies. The motion is, and I'll give you a moment, it's at the end of the Planning Commission's report. Essentially, it says it's a comprehensive review. A couple of speakers mentioned it, a comprehensive review of the Langston Boulevard planning area and actions and strategies for preserving and supporting construction of affordable housing within the corridor that are not provided for within the plan. My apologies for not fully vetting this before, but it came up with multiple speakers, and I had not had a chance to, and I would like to delay full consideration. I'm not even sure that I think that this is advisable, given the amount of work that has undergone in this, but I would love to delay having to fully consider it from today. But I want to perhaps first give a chance for Ms. Alfonso Ahmed to talk about thoughts on that, keeping in mind it's probably true that in your super matrix you covered this, but I do not have it off the top of my head, Ms. Alfonso Ahmed.
I'll just jump in, Board Member DeFranti, and just say that, if you would like for us to consider inserting something into the plan, an additional implementation action, that we, undertake additional study of this corridor in the context of this plan's parameters, recommendations, or anything else in the Affordable Housing Master Plan, please indicate that today, and we can take that back under advisement and, consider bringing forward a recommendation, to you at your meeting next in November.
That sounds great.
That's something that you would want us to consider.
That sounds great to me. It sort of implementation of tools, I'm not wedded to further study. This has been going on 11 years, and so I'm not predisposed exclusively, but I wondered, that's the question that's there for me. And so within the scope of the Planning Commission's description, I don't want you to take forever, but if you can come back with a recommendation as to whether you think there's any there that is worth pursuing, that's what I would like to do, only within the scope, if Ms. Kaur says it's okay.
Yeah, it would really depend on what we finally come back with, but it sounds like the general idea is within scope.
Okay, all right.
So if I could follow up before you yield the floor with that. I'm curious as to staff's response to, would you, as a general best practice or common practice, include elements in as far as your implementation plan or matrix within an area plan that are not fully specified as in terms of what their outcomes are intended to be?
Well, that would certainly be helpful to have, more clear guidance in terms of what the purpose of our study.
And the reason I ask that is because it's not just within the context of this plan consideration. If at some point in the future there becomes an interest and a need to look at a mark preservation analysis, the board is free to do that at any time, regardless of what this plan does or does not include. Is that correct? Okay, just for your comfort. I don't want you to feel like you're on the clock.
No, and I don't want to take too much time without moving us, actually moving us forward. Preservation of marks and then some of the strategies to get to 2,500 units is the area that I'm wondering about. And that surfaces sort of the last strand of my housing questions, which is, because several speakers have talked about this, and I am not interested in litigating the number 2,500 without putting shovels in the ground to get to 2,500. But the question is, if we came back and sought to refine the goals, because we have the 2075 goals, and sort of the advice was preservation of marks, other strategies to reach 2,500 units, is that more narrow, and is that something that could be feasible? And I guess, Ms. Kaur, you're going to say depends on what exactly you're talking about.
Well, since it's not prescriptive, this is just the board's policy goals, you have a lot of latitude in going above what the goal is now. I think that would be within scope.
Great. That's helpful, because I think to some that I talked to about this plan, Addendum 2 and the 2075 goals was a revelation. I mean, it was out there, but it's also just, there's 2040 that's mentioned, and I appreciate staff not wanting to, and we should not overpromise, but at the same time, we should prioritize. So I think I've got what I need on housing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Talento.
Thank you, and I'm going to apologize in advance if you're repeating things that have already been asked. But I am processing information. I have been feeling like I've been studying for a midterm all week.
This is the final.
No, the final is in November. I have been told very clearly the final is in November.
That's the makeup.
So, please bear with me as I process the information. But I want to clarify a couple of things. I don't have page numbers on my version of the PowerPoint, but you have a table, and this is the PowerPoint you presented this morning. You have a table that's called Plans Vision for Increased Housing Supply and Affordability. And I think you also have it in the addendum that you included in the board documents. It states there that the total existing affordable units today are 1,936. And this was a question that came up in my earlier review of the plan before our work session. In our affordable housing master plan, our goal is to have 2,500 units by 2040 that include calves and marks on the boulevard, which include existing. So I just want to be clear that as of today, according to this chart, technically, I think like 564 units short. I just need to understand, because I'm hearing, I'm all about committed affordable housing, but this is going to help me understand what tools we need to discuss to get more affordable housing units on the boulevard. And I'm struggling, I keep feeling like we're conflating the two, where we're saying 2,400 additional units versus what we have today and what our goal states and what our vision is, so that when we do have the final plan, we can increase that very clearly or recognize what tools are limiting us from that.
So one point of clarification is, yes, you're right, there are 1,936 units today that are affordable, but this includes units that are affordable at a higher range than 60%.
Okay.
And so approximately 1,088 are marks at 80% AMI. And so the goal, the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan goal for 2,500 is strictly for 60%.
Okay, 60% marks or caps?
Or CAFs, yes. And so that's really, if we're looking at only those units, that's about 900. So we're short quite a bit
Well, that's
to that
helpful.
goal.
So we're short more than 1,000, about
Yes.
1,500. Okay. So my next question is, when you look at potential new caps at 60% AMI, and thank you for that clarification, so helpful. You show that in 5 West, we can increase 132 existing caps to 1,651 existing caps on that same table. And I'm curious, what formula are you using in that increase? For instance, is this if affordable housing developers bought 3 or 4 buildings? Is this 3 existing affordable housing developments that, because of increased density, are going to be able to build 1,000 more units? Again, that will go to the tools in setting expectations for what density increase will be versus what density increase could be.
Sure. So 2 points to that. One is we applied a different methodology, which if you look at the breakdown in the plan of what we're suggesting for the base, the upglub, and the bonus density, we've applied that to very specific sites that we've analyzed all over the corridor. But Area 5 West has the most opportunity for change. There are more sites there where we've assumed more change because of either redevelopment or consolidation and so forth. In addition to that, Area 5 West has probably 3 sites that are already in the hands of affordable housing developers. One of them is Calvert Manor, and although, which is APA, and although that's a very small site, we assumed that they would be acquiring property around them and expanding and quadrupling, if not more, the number of units. There's also the Larkspur community, which is just north of that. And then there's William Waters. So there's already a few sites that are in the hands of affordable housing developers. And this analysis assumes that they're increase significantly at 100% affordable. But again, Area 5 West has probably one of the most opportunities for change just with redevelopment and infill.
Okay, so let me ask a question and follow up to this housing, and I think this will lend itself to a conversation as we move forward. If there is also a possibility that private developers could redevelop some of this land and not develop committed affordable housing, like we do not have any tools in place to prevent that, or even a high percentage of a chance to prevent that, is that correct?
So property owners have multiple options. You're right. There are commercial properties that may never take advantage of these tools if they don't want to do mixed use or they don't want to do any housing. So that's one thing that's for certain. There are even existing small apartment sites that if they are not interested in redeveloping and they just want to expand, whatever their current zoning regulations allow them to do, they always have the option to do what they can by right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so these numbers are based on the ideal situation.
Yes.
If affordable housing developers can maximize not their current property, but purchase surrounding property, and that other marks would be purchased for committed affordable housing.
Right, that other marks might be redeveloped to build something with more density. Yes, this is based on a lot of assumptions that a lot of these sites would change. And that's why we're always saying that it's a long-term.
But it's not based on the very low number of CAFs that we could obtain due to increased bonus density from a private developer.
No, it's a multiple,
I just
multiple
wanted
strategies.
to be clear. I know
Yes,
there's
no.
a lot of advocacy
Not
for
based
that
just on that.
higher density, and I just don't think that's going to get us to our goal. And I worry that that could actually effectuate the concerns that some people have about how this corridor could not be open to more affordable housing unit, short-term and long-term. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chair Dorsey, for entertaining my questions.
Great questions. All right, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't have, just following up a little bit, I think we're also maybe hoping that we'll have some more tools in the future. so that maybe there are ways of enticing the private owners to do affordable. It might not be enticing now. We might not have exactly what we can do, but I assume over time we're going to be continuing to look at what we can do. And then I believe I saw, I can't find it now, but I believe I saw that we're going to be monitoring this plan. I assume we'll be monitoring pretty closely housing and what happens. Are you envisioning sort of an annual report or something? What are you thinking about on that? Or do we not have a decision on that
I don't
yet,
think
maybe?
we have those details yet, Ms.
Yeah.
Garvey, but that's something that
We can talk about in November. Yeah, thank you. So I'm fine. I think we all want to do whatever we can for affordable housing. I'm not comfortable saying like I commit to something when I don't know how we're going to do it at all. But I think the more we can figure out some tools and continue to work on getting better tools, and then continue to monitor it, see how we're doing, I think that's a more hopeful way of getting closer to our goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, would you like any questions, conversation in this housing bucket that we're considering now? Please.
Very short, Mr. Chair. Mr. Linton, Mr. DeFranti has stolen my thunder already on this, but I have a residual question. That's still slide 14 with the explanation of how CAF production is envisioned to happen. So the question that came very often up in testimony today, was the delivery horizon 2040 versus 2075, and I understand very well the skepsis that comes for many housing advocates to say a goal of 2075 is really not a goal that serves our medium-term needs. So, if the question is for Ms. Alfonso, if the major delivery is on Area 5 West, this is the significant, the most important opportunity area. How does this inform our estimate about the time horizon, 2040 versus 2075? Because this is an area that is more, these opportunities are already there. We can see them in the next few decades. Aren't they actually enough to accelerate and to bring us closer to the nominal goal by 2040?
So I think we need to go back and look at what we assumed for each of those sites, let's say in Area 5 West, which, yes, we know has the most opportunity for change. A lot of those sites a lot of the redevelopment that can happen on those sites is predicated on consolidation. And there are a lot of single-family homes there too. So it may happen a lot slower than we think it will happen. So at the moment, I don't have that breakdown, sort of very clear in my head, like
Sure.
how many parcels within that area, we could achieve by 2040, what the breakdown is by 2040 for housing in that area. We can come back and share that with you in November.
Yeah, sure. And thank you for that. One of the reasons why I'm asking it this way is because I also think that this is an area that can be served by transit better. We may have a more efficient, more muscular TOD approach in the medium term than the entirety of the corridor, and therefore so I'm trying to connect that with a discussion about being more specific with a toolbox or an implementation, a set of implementation measures, and I can see how one thinking can help the other one. But as I see, it's within scope, so I'm comfortable to work towards that until November.
Thank you. I'd like to transition us to heights, if we could. And Mr. Karantonis, since you're sort of on screen, and if you're ready, I'll give you the first crack since we usually have you go last. So if you have any questions or comments about heights.
There was testimony that was asking about the precision of how heights are earned and where bonus heights are earned. I couldn't find in my reading I couldn't see that as a problematic issue. I could pretty much understand what the heights are that the plan provides for. But I don't know if staff has comments on the testimony we heard on this. I think it's slide 16. I believe so.
So just to refresh you, Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, there were a couple of speakers who expressed some confusion about what heights were actually allowed and how they were calculated, I think was what I was hearing as well. And I know that
and how they specifically they're earned.
Yeah.
Calculation of height as in function of how they are earned.
So I recall a number of comments regarding height. I guess, are you referring, just that I'm clear and make sure that I'm addressing the right question, are you referring to how we measure height in those specific edges? Or is it the question about whether or not there's could be increase in height beyond what the plan allows?
So I think Mr. Karantonis is asking both.
Okay.
What we heard from the community seemed to be more about how height is calculated. And what I think Mr. Karantonis led with was the conversation about if bonus height can be earned.
Yes. All right. So without getting too technical, we did put a slide up there that clarified, we think clarified in the plan, how height is measured. We certainly, the building height forms maps that we have that show the different height zones for each of the neighborhood areas are there to sort of give people an understanding, and the developers, that there are certain edges that are sensitive. We certainly want to be respectful of existing low-density residential edges, whether they are abutting a new property or across the street. And so we've indicated pretty clearly in the plan that along those sensitive edges, we do not want to see anything more than 4 or 5 stories, right? And then depending on where you are on the plan, there are sites that have more than one height that's been assigned or multiple heights that's been assigned, because some of them are really large, and so if they're really close to these low density edges, they have to taper or they have to transition. And so that's really what the plan is trying to illustrate. But in addition to that, we have very specific guidelines for setbacks and step backs that speak to those edges we didn't cover them all in this diagram. They're in the Chapter 4 Design Guidelines section. And in there, there's specific, again, guidelines for how buildings need to step back if they're beyond the 5th story, like to the 7th story, then beyond to the 10th story, and so on. And there's specific parameters. It's basically either a 1-to-2 ratio or a 1-to-3 ratio. So if you go up 10 feet, you go back 20 feet, or you go back 30 feet, for every floor that you go up. But in addition to that, we needed to make more clarity or provide more clarity for sites that where the zoning code applies when a site plan comes in. Every project has to show what the average site elevation is for their project, and that is a calculated distance or dimension. And when you look at some of these existing sort of low density or single family lots that are abutting these new properties that could come in and redevelop, that average site elevation doesn't always work in their favor. Sometimes, because the average site elevation is actually higher, it allows them to build from that point whatever number of stories that the plan allows them to do. And so we don't want to create inadvertently, because of that, a situation where if you're abutting a single family lot or across the street, that in that particular case, even we're saying it's no more than 5 or 4 stories, and then because of that average site elevation, you can start from a higher point, it results in a 7-story building. We don't want that to happen. So we've added additional clarity to make sure that it's super clear that along those edges, we don't want it to be any more than what the plan says, and it's measured from an average grade elevation. So again, not to get too technical. But then, so to the point about the other part of the question, which is, can the board approve additional height than what we're actually showing in the plan? At the moment, we have said that the plan heights are the plan heights. We haven't specifically indicated in our report or in our plan that we would limit the board's discretion in the future to, to approve more or less. Obviously, any site plan that comes before the board has a discretion to review and assess the plan on its own merit. So we haven't indicated or said anything specifically that says the board should not approve any more height than what we're actually showing on the maps. And the reason we did that is because, not that we think that there needs to be more height. Obviously, we've set the parameters, and so why we've drawn the maps the way we've drawn them. But we know that there are specific, site conditions that we cannot account for today, sitting here. There are going to be sites with we have said this before, there are a lot of idiosyncratic lots along the corridor. We don't know if the topography might create a condition that is either more favorable or not as favorable, and we need to be able to adapt to that, or at least react to it in real time with a real site plan and a real project. And I'm not sure sitting here today that we've accounted for every one of those conditions. So there may be instances where the board will need a little bit of flexibility, whether it is to adjust for a specific site condition that is just not something that the project can meet, or whether it is because there's something extraordinary that the project is coming in and we just need a little bit of flexibility to accommodate more housing, if it's affordable, for example, or if they have to provide, let's say, stormwater detention, and their height has to go a little bit higher because simply they have to build the stormwater detention. So there's a lot of very specific conditions that I think we wanted to give the board more flexibility to determine that at site plan. But we leave that up to the board to decide if that's the appropriate approach.
Just to clarify before we turn it over to colleagues, there's nothing in the plan that, that scenario that you just mentioned, the board would have to take some subsequent action to consider height above the plan, that they would have to in some way signal to staff or adopt some sort of an action that says it's okay to accept something that deviates for staff consideration to go to the SPRC because the plan guidance you have has height limits. And as part of this work, there's nothing, just to be clear here, there's nothing in terms of an FAR that someone could earn that would necessitate that height be allowed higher than the limits that you've shown. So I think what I heard from a couple of speakers was a concern that somehow the height could be adjusted based on some other element of the plan. And my read of that is no. No, right. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Mr.
Chair, this is
Yes.
also my reading of the plan. This plan provides a firm box within which we expect the site plans to come in. And of course, every site plan can have something that is very specific to the site plan, but this will need board action as an exception. So that's to me, it's very clear. I hope that it's after Ms. Alfonso's very thorough explanation, I think it's clear for everybody as well now.
Thank you. Okay, I can't remember who I recognized first. Mr. DeFranti, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thanks. I appreciate both Ms. Alfonso's description and then your summary. I want to see if I'm tracking where this approach is, and I think it's in the matrix, if I'm not mistaken, or is it also in the text of the plan? I feel like it is item number 2 in the matrix that provides this approach. Does that sound like I'm in the ballpark, or is it also in the text of the rest, the non-implementation matrix text of the plan?
Apologies, could you repeat that? I was sidetracked and.
No, totally reasonable.
Forgive me.
So I'm trying to understand where this approach, where we are saying that the plan is intended to form a box and you're not supposed to go over it, but we are going to listen and hear site plans. This approach that you described, I think it's in the implementation matrix at number 2, but it might also be in the text of the plan. And if I'm mistaken that it's not in here somewhere, or if I missed it, just let me know.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Division. So in terms of that question, we can go back between now and November before bringing back something for the board's final action to see exactly and specifically what the plan is saying. I would offer, I think, as just been touched upon in the recent line of questioning and responses, that it's been our tradition here in Arlington that when we bring forward for the board's adoption area plans, sector plans, corridor plans that have really specific building height guidance, that those are the building heights that staff currently views as being appropriate should any development proposal application come in for review. So I believe in terms of trying to clarify, and I think the relationship between additional density or bonus density and additional height, the assumptions and the overall approach that this plan takes is that any additional density potential that the plan would provide as an incentive needs to fit within the specific heights that are recommended in the plan. So if we're not currently saying that specifically in the plan or in the staff report that comes back, that may be an opportunity for us to refine between now and November.
Great. Thanks. I just have a couple of thoughts as we work this out. Ms. Kaur said that we can always clarify in the next stage to bring down the height, but we can't go up. That's one thought. We've received a letter from the developers from NIOP saying we want certainty, precision as to what's going to occur. And we may have done that perhaps in past plans. I am not one who believes that that approach is the best approach, because legally, I absolutely think that a new board, provided you did zoning, could take subsequent steps to alter the heights. So there's also a request from Ms. Bodine referred to by Ms. Cunningham, and I know it's the Langston Boulevard Alliance has mentioned that there's a desire for total certainty and precision, and I think the plan should do as much as it can to provide clarity, but I'm not one who thinks that we know what the future will bring with total precision. And so that, I don't know if that's helpful or harmful. That's my 2 cents on. I think both of you, we've been clear that these are intended to be the box, but we actually don't know for certain what will happen in 7, 10, 20, or 30 years. And so I'm reluctant to plan with such a level of promise in some certainty that we will know all eventualities when future boards retain the authority to consider site plans in addition. So that's my 10 cents on that.
Okay, Ms. Talento?
I'm going to stay on that thread, and I'm going to, again, you may be repeating what you say, and I'm apologizing, but I guess ask the question a different way. We received some requests about the limit the changes to height maps by including either strong language in the plan or better language in the zoning ordinance, et cetera. And so I hear what you're saying, but in this request, they share that other plans in Arlington do this, like the Clarendon Sector Plan, the Pentagon City Crystal City Plan, the Roslyn, and Special Glove Studies. And so I'm a new board member, and I apologize for not having some of that institutional knowledge, but if you could explain to me, is there a difference? And if so, why are we not following what we've done with other plans?
Thanks for that question. We have gone through a number of planning processes, and in times there are different circumstances and different community input through different planning processes. There have been some times where we have had plans where they've had a maximum height, just like we have here, and that has signaled that that's the policy guidance. There has been other processes where the board thought through its review and adoption of the plan that it needed to go a step further and say, under no circumstances will we entertain, any greater height in those areas. So I think what the combination of the feedback is that we feel like through this process that we have developed an appropriate heights plan for this area, and it allows for maximum heights to grow from anywhere to 4 all the way up to 15 stories, and that allows for tapering. But we have not gone to an additional step to say that this board or future boards would have no flexibility in the future. So I think back to Mr. Fusarelli's point, that we can go back and provide some further clarity, that we think that, again, this plan is offering density within these height levels, and that's what we would continue to recommend. And it, potentially with some additional feedback from this board, if there's additional guidance that you think that is necessary in the plan to either allow for additional flexibility or not, that's something that we can look into as we come back with our recommendation in November.
Okay, thank you. Well,
I see a language drafting exercise in our future. All right.
But I am sorry, Mr. I do have a few things on heights. So let me know if you need me to stop and yield the time.
Let's let Ms. Garvey get in here, and then we can.
I do want to just, happy to do that. Just
Okay.
want to
Ms.
close
Garvey
this
will
one
be
out.
really
Close this one
fast.
out, because this is just a follow-up. So are the Clarendon and Pentagon City and Crystal City, Roslyn, and other special glove studies, do they not have flexibility for future growth? Is that the difference? Because you're saying that this allows for flexibility and other times we have not allowed it. So these plans do not allow flexibility in the future, that their boards are married to the heights in these plans? Is that correct?
How I would.
No. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Fisrelli.
Please. No.
I mean, it's rare that the board has no flexibility
Right.
with our plans. So.
Well, I was just confused because that's what I thought I heard from our team. So I'm just trying to understand what the difference is between those plans that had language that was clear the way people are requesting versus our plan that doesn't. And we don't have to finish that conversation today. I'm happy to engage it, as today is not the final, but that's the clarity I'm looking for so that I can understand why we should move this forward the way staff is recommending versus some of the recommendations we're getting from community members. Thank you.
And in this, if you like, in the spirit of moving the conversation along, we can come back between now and next month with more information. I would say, as Ms. Smith noted, each of the plans that the board has adopted over the past several decades have always been developed within their own sort of circumstances and context. In some instances, that context has led to a desire for codifying in the zoning ordinance building heights. In some instances, they weren't. But even then, in instances such as Clarendon, where the heights are codified, if the board has found good reason to support a site plan that actually exceeds those heights, there have been amendments to those heights from the zone. So to, I think, the chair's point, there is that flexibility, whether it's through an additional step or not, I think is sometimes the question.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Garvey, and then we'll go back to more heights questions that you may have, Ms. Talento.
I think we're good. I understand Ms. Talento's concern. I'm thinking back, because I've been through a lot of these plans, and some of them we had different boards, we had different planning commissions, we had different circumstances, and there were some people that really wanted everything absolutely codified, and they wanted to be sure that from now until eternity, no building could go over a certain height. I was never very comfortable. I've always sort of been pushing for flexibility, and I hear we have some, and I think that's good. And as Mr. Fusarelli said, I mean, it's, which we get told a certain amount, the board, to some extent, can do whatever they want to do, so you can change it. I mean, there is some flexibility just because boards change. So I think your questions are absolutely, they're spot on, and anybody who'd actually, I hadn't, until I listened to you, thinking about, oh yeah, if you look back over this, you would see this kind of inconsistency, and it's really explained by different personalities and different kind of goals. So I'm fine with this. The only, I will just note that Ms. Jones came and was concerned about going from 4 to 5 stories in the Halls Hill area, and I'm fine with advertising at this, and I'm willing to maybe consider that, but within the scope, we can advertise at 5. We could come back down to 4 if we decided we wanted to do that. So I'm comfortable with what we've got here, and I appreciate the explanations. I think it was really very clear, but boy, if you asked me to repeat it to somebody, I couldn't do it. But we've got 2 months for people to figure this out with your explanations, so thank you very much. We'll get there.
1 month.
Ms. Talento.
This is just to follow up on Ms. Garvey's point on the reduction of the Halls Hills corners that they mentioned, that Ms. Wilma Jones mentioned. Is there a reason why could you explain the reasons why we changed it, just so that as we consider the final adoption, we can think about why what Ms. Jones is advocating for and why the plan recommends a higher story height?
Sure, I can speak to that. So just a point of clarification, the area that I believe, well, in general, we've never shown up to 4 stories anywhere in the plan, except where we've been adjacent to a low-density residential edge, like a single-family lot, and we're showing deliberately or intentionally transitions. But in terms of sites and redevelopment along Langston, we've never showed 4 stories.
Okay.
Mrs. Jones is correct that, you know, in the PCP, we had up to 5 along all of that section between between Harrison Street and well past to Glebe. And then with the feedback that we heard that we needed to be more bold and all of that, we looked strategically at those intersections to see where we could accommodate more height. We did it at the George Mason Drive intersection because we know that that is a corridor that feeds directly to the metro corridor, you know, further south. Secondly, the parcels, particularly the one on the southeast corner, which is what's within the John M. Langston Civic Association area, is quite deep and has enough distance and separation to be able to step down. We didn't go as far as 7, which was an original consideration. We just showed 6, but there's certainly plenty of space to transition down there. There aren't any historic buildings in that corner, so that was another consideration. And it is, that particular intersection is about 2 blocks west of sort of the area of concern that we know it's very important to maintain because of its historic nature, which is around the Callaway Church. So it is, staff feels that it is far enough west that it wouldn't necessarily create an impact to that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Mr. DeFranti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, just to follow up on that, we would have the discretion next month to, if we wanted to address Ms. Jones' concerns. Is that right? Under the scope, we could go, because she's asked for us to go down in height, we would be able to do that if we wanted to next month?
Yes, you could go down.
Okay, great. And then the only other thought, having sort of, we will get, over the next month, we'll have, I'm sure, quite a bit of discussion over this, but I did want to just clarify, at least for my own thinking, staff has articulated a rational basis approach to how we manage through, I think it's pretty well accepted that we have health, safety, and welfare, we have government powers to act, and so I feel like there's a rational basis for a box, but not a box that couldn't be slightly altered. And so that is, at least for the heights, that's plenty for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Last question about heights. Regardless of whatever heights are shown in the map, because there's a subsequent SPRC process, when you take a granular look at a site, it could, because of advocacy from the community or analysis by staff, the recommended heights could in fact be lower than what you're showing in the plan. Is that correct?
Always.
Okay. So, all right.
That's certain.
Just wanted to make sure we all knew that. You know, everybody always looks at the max and says that's what it's going to be. All right. All right, sustainability. Anything? Questions about sustainability? Go ahead, Mr. DeFranti, sure.
Well, I'm hoping I can ask a question that can seek to at least provide context. I don't know that we got a couple of speakers who spoke to, in particular, the Eco Action Board member, I've forgotten Mr. Lyons, I think. The more I read the plan over the past week, the more excited I got about the plan. Maybe that reveals I'm a nerd, but that's the case. But the net zero, the getting to all of our climate goals that we might have, it seems as though this area plan, it's just as we were talking about housing, you can't fit every competing goal into one. I don't know, I don't know whether this is a question for Mr. Fusarelli or we have one of our climate experts. I mean, on small buildings, we don't have a lot of ability to, you can't require that under Virginia law, to my understanding, you cannot require that someone's house is net zero. We get a lot of our climate benefits from bonus density, as we discussed earlier today. So maybe, without getting too specific, maybe Mr. Fusarelli or Ms. Alfonso, you could talk to the times when you were trying to get to this green Main Street and consistent with our vision of being net zero by 2050. And the relative authority that we have, because we should not, I don't think we should plan to miss our 2050 goal, nor should we say we have the legal authority to do things that we know we cannot do. And that kind of seems to fit with Mr. Lyons' comments that, like, we want to be more aspirational, but I don't think we should be planning on things that are not legally permissible in Virginia. So I don't know.
So thanks for that comment. We do have Demetra on virtually joining us, and I think she can speak to what it is that we can require today with the basic applications that come through versus, like you said, through site plan applications.
Hello, everyone. I apologize. I've caught something in the last 24 hours. It's a very long answer. I'll try and be short and precise. I think that in the continuing evolution of the Green Building Incentive Program, there are some great possibilities there. I think that we really probably need to advocate at Richmond to give local jurisdictions a little bit more latitude in establishing their own what would be considered today reach codes. And I think that there has to be, some innovative thinking about embodied carbon and adaptive reuse, and being able to offer developers and redevelopers options, promising options under that, which we are already working on an embodied carbon project right now. So I think that we have presently limited ability to compel, and we have some assets and some mechanisms for our use right now to perhaps partner with developers on reaching more zero net energy and certainly decarbonizing the buildings. But I think that there are other opportunities that are probably going to arise and emerge over the next 5 years. So I'm actually very hopeful that we can work together as a community to get there. I think there will be more options for having that conversation and coming to those goals.
Thank you very much. That's a great answer while you're under the weather to an ambiguous question. So I just really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I find myself thinking that other than the green ribbon, which I'll ask you to talk about a little bit, the other issues that we want, they're really, it's not for just this area. These are for like overall goals. I mean, I don't think we're going to have higher standard, for here and then not do it somewhere else in Arlington. So I think a lot of other things are going to apply here, and certainly we need to do more work in Richmond, and I'm hoping we can maybe come up with better incentives and things, but those would be overall policies that, and I'm sure in fact, I think I saw they're all, referenced in the plan for references. But I think the green ribbon idea, and there may be something else, but I would ask you just to talk about that just a little bit, about how you think that might work. And I think that's the idea of just connecting green through private and public and all kinds of different spaces.
Sure, so that's another opportunity to create more green areas. We do, of course, know that the purpose of them in this plan is to create more bike connections and pedestrian connections. There are guidelines in the document that speak to, that we want to see landscaping as part of that, not just sidewalks, for example. So certainly it's creating more. It's similar to the green ribbon concept in Pentagon City. It is about creating connections to existing public spaces, new spaces, and just making a smaller block size so that actually people are encouraged to walk and bike more. So it does more than just create more green spaces. It creates the ability to not have to get in a car to go from, short distances within the neighborhood.
Yeah, right. And then in the plan, when you've got it marked out, then people know you're doing a site, oh, that's a green, we should do it, because
Yes.
they make it all kind of tie together. So,
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you.
Ms. Talento.
Thank you. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the team for their efforts in the sustainability part of this plan. I think a great place to look is page 7 of the plan, where you list all of your sustainability goals. It's not 4, it's not 5. I think you have 16 here. And I think it's already been said, we only have control of so much that we can ensure happens. But as I've said before, I think stating that vision and stating those goals is an important part to making people who come into our county to develop and work with us understand what our end goal is. And so I just want to take a moment to thank you. I know I have a lot of questions today, but I also want to take this one just to recognize how hard staff has worked to get us to this point. When we look at the speakers that came today, most of them thanked you for all of the work, and engagement. And so please know that as we have today's discussion, that doesn't go unnoticed. It's really, I believe that we push and pull each other to greatness. I don't know if we'll get to greatness today, but we will push and pull each other to something much better, and appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, do you have anything on sustainability? You do not. Great.
So yes,
Oh, you do. Okay.
So first of all, I will add to what Mr. Linder just said and say this is the first area plan, major area plan, the corridor plan that recognizes climate change as a major stressor and a major major issue to deliver. I mean, we need to be able to show that our planning, our design, the outcomes of the plan, including the housing outcomes and transportation outcomes, are helping us to reduce our carbon footprint, helping us to counterbalance the enormous stress that we are receiving from climate change emergency. So my question, there was testimony on one thing. We heard that, for example, there are some apparently some issues with the bike lanes that they may not be viable because FEMA considers parts of Langston Blvd a evacuation route. I understood from conversations that this is not the case, but can you confirm that? That we would be hindered to, for example, to deliver good bike lanes, protected bike lanes, to have them in appropriate space because this somehow conflicts with evacuation route.
Thank you. Staff is ready to address your concern.
So we are part of the evacuation system on Langston Boulevard, but one of the things to consider is that we have the opportunity with the adoption of Langston Boulevard to do a detailed analysis in coordination with VDOT after the plan's adopted to look at how we continue to serve all of the needs of Langston Boulevard for an evacuation purpose, as well as the daily users of Langston Boulevard who are walking, biking, rolling, taking transit, and driving along the corridor. It's not a you can't, it's a we need to have a vision for what we're working towards and then continue to do analysis to work towards that vision in coordination with VDOT and FHWA.
Does that satisfy you, Mr. Karantonis?
Yes.
Okay. I tell you what, why don't we get a motion on the table, but then I know that there may be other areas that you're interested in that were not contained in those three buckets, but for the purposes of just keeping us going along, I'll go ahead and move that the, excuse me, pull it up here in a moment. Move that the county board adopt the resolution to authorize advertisement of public hearings in October and November by both Planning Commission and County Board to consider following elements associated with the Langston Boulevard Planning Study. Element 1, adoption of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan is shown in Attachment 2A and associated Addendum 2B. Element 2, amendments to the General Land Use Plan map and booklet is shown in Attachment 3. Element 3, amendments to the Master Transportation Plan map is shown in Attachment 4. And Element 4, amendments to the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, including Article 6, 7, and 12, as shown in Attachment 5. Seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. Does that work? It does work. We are now ready to continue the discussion. I will not take first privilege. We can go and continue with things that you're interested in. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, so much for getting a motion on the table. There's light at the end of the tunnel, particularly probably for the audience. 4 things that I just want to mention that I will be interested in understanding further over the next 3 weeks. One is the gold versus blue retail map. I did try to work to understand that a little bit. I know that there's discussion and advocacy as well as staff's view. I haven't actually figured out precisely where I am, but I do hear the concerns of advocates while not wanting to sort of overpromise. So then there's historic preservation at the Lion Village Shops. My understanding is we also don't need to determine that before the RTA. The pedestrian crossings, we got some advocacy, and I think staff has said that they might be open to that in the presentation. And then the last is that I mentioned that I'm still trying to understand a little bit, that I'd benefit from a short conversation, not today, but at some point, is accessibility, because I think there's a reference to another plan, and I just want to understand that a little bit. So those are 4 items that are for later. I certainly can yield, but I will keep going because there's one item that I suspect everybody knows that we want to think about, and that is 25th Street North. Mr. Newkirk brought this up, and the Yorktown Civic Association also brought this forward. There's 2 pieces of advocacy there. One is the street, and the other is the height and setbacks. I think staff provided information with respect to this. Maybe it's step backs, not setbacks. The first start with this issue that I think I can clarify, because I'm not inclined, is the step backs at that area near 25th Street are the same as every other part of the plan, and they're 10 feet. And so it would be changing the structure to some extent of all of the maps and all of the planning if we changed that to 20 feet or did something like that, correct? Okay. And that covers my views with respect to the step backs. With respect to the heights, this is a long-term plan. Most of us in this room will not be alive when it's fully realized. Sorry to say that, but it's true. And so I'm not in a space that I'm inclined to shift the heights. Single family, previously single family, now zoning that is residential that allows EHO units. Am I correct that that height limit is generally 35 feet? Yeah, okay. So the height that we're talking about here for 4 stories is typically 45 feet. I think I remember that from the plan, but that's okay. So I'm not in a space, I think we could address that at the next stage of the plan legally, but I'm not personally in a space where I would be inclined to pick up those 2 issues. On the issue of 25th Street North cutting through, I actually did go see the 25th Street yesterday, and I am certainly open and inclined towards shifting to a pedestrian-only access. I did hear Mr. Carantonis saying no. My personal opinion is that our task today should mean that we don't debate that today, because we can debate that next month. And so that's to say that we are for sure listening, and you have one person inclined, but I don't feel like I know everything on this issue, so I'd rather not speak when I don't know everything I want to on the issue. So I hope that helps.
Mr. DeFerranti, I did say no. I said that this is an issue that is within the scope and can be debated still. I have reservations on, I have a preference for maintaining connectivity and enhancing connectivity, because this is extremely important, but I understand the stress that the big shopping center and what might happen in the future conveys. So that's just a qualified discussion for the November meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis and Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I am fine to advertise this, and one of the future topics, I think, which I don't think has come up yet, that I think a lot of us want to talk about is where on the planning schedule we put, and that's not part of this, obviously part of this exactly, but where on the planning schedule we want to put Falls Church, East Falls Church and Cherrydale. I think I've heard a lot of people concerned about putting it off so far, and I think we may all share that, so we can discuss that over the next couple of months. Thank you. I'm set. I'm good to go.
Okay, Ms. Talento.
Thank you. And there's about 7 points that I'm going to touch on, and I will try to be brief, but just so that people know where I'm thinking as we go over the next month. I agree with Ms. Garvey on the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plan. I think that we need to address that. I know that I've shared that in the past, and I continue to be in that place, and I look forward to discussion on that and figuring out where we can land with some type of finite timeline. The next one is, I'm also interested in the 25th Street pedestrian bike-friendly walkway versus a road. That is something that I'll be exploring as well, so just so you all are aware of that. While I'm not really interested in reducing heights, I do want to look at the Halls Hills area that was mentioned today. Just take another look at where that is. The other thing that I want, my understanding is Gold Retail really puts in retail that is ready to go restaurant friendly. And if I'm mistaken, we can work through that over the next month. But I think that is imperative for the Lee Heights area and that area of North Glebe Road. It is a center of the community. It's where my family goes for multiple things. And I think that if we do not make sure that the intention is there for that type of commercial hub, then we will only go backwards. So again, as I'm learning today, board members can change a lot, even though plans are set. So if it doesn't work, we can look at making it work for the retail that's willing to go there. But I will be looking at supporting that request. I do have some questions about the historic preservation designations. I do apologize that I did not have time to dig into the plan, the updated plan this go, and I plan to do it over the next full month. But we've heard some advocacy from a few different people about places where full preservation would hinder their ability to create more housing, both market rate and possibly committed. And I just want to make sure that we are being thoughtful. A lot of people seem to be supportive of partial preservation and just understanding how that flexibility plays out. I believe you all may have addressed that in some of your comments. And again, I apologize, I've not been able to dig a little deeper, but that is something that I will be looking at if it has not been addressed. The chamber has mentioned a parking plan. As you know, I've been concerned about our lack of emphasis on parking, especially at our commercial hubs. I'm not looking at making it more car-centric, but acknowledging that we're not going to lose the car centricity in any time in the immediate future, and we do not have a high-level, it's not very, the bus times are not frequent, and we don't have enough buses to make it where you would not need a car at this time, as well as all the neighborhoods that we serve north of Langston Boulevard. And so really just being thoughtful and intentional about how we develop the boulevard and understanding who it serves. And, you know, again, it goes to that conversation of bringing transit in now so that people who don't need cars live there, or recognizing that we don't have a transit plan, and as we move over the next 10 to 20, maybe 30 years, we will still have people who depend on cars to get through everyday needs. I also want to mention that I'm still not very supportive of the consolidation of community centers, and I'll be looking a little deeper into that. I know that you've made some changes in language on doing studies where we are before we make those decisions, but I'll be looking at that a little closer. And I think those are all my points. Thank you again for the work and the effort that you have made today in the discussions that you're having with us and the community.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two amendments, and I think they're with the clerk. One concerns, and I think we should probably take them separately and show them. One concerns the...
Why don't you go ahead and move it before we talk about it? Make sure it has a second and everything else, just to be proper.
Okay, the first is to strike on page Roman numeral 5, PF 8, which concerns the consolidation of recreation facilities and activities that are currently distributed. It would also need to be struck on page 63 of the plan. And if we strike it in those two places, yes, page 63 of the plan. But if we struck it in those two places, it's possible that there's some other reference in the plan to this, in which case, I think sort of as part of the motion, I would, if it is approved, I would be asking that staff take other conforming steps to align with striking that language in those two places. So I'll move it and...
Okay, is there a second?
Yes, I can second that.
I heard Ms. Talento first. Okay, anything else to say by way of explanation?
Yes, I'm mindful that this is, we have other adopted plans where this is a piece of what we're seeking to do, But for me, the balance of Ms. Henceforth, her comments regarding the Lee Arts Center, as well as the population growth that we're going to see, I don't want to overpromise. I am not saying through this amendment that I think that we will be able to save the Lee Arts Center as is. I also would seek to clarify that in the plan, I think it's on page, it's right around 63, I think. There is a full page, it's page 65. There is a full page of scenarios which discusses the long-term planning of the Lee Arts Center. And so I think it is not responsible to say this will continue in perpetuity, but I do think it should be on the table that preservation of that building, the bones of the building, certainly not the roof and the HVAC. I just see the goal here as an unnecessary step that I actually, policy-wise as a whole, don't believe is in our best interests over the long term as we grow the population of this corridor. So that's why I make the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Talento?
I just want to echo Mr. DeFerranti's comments, in particular on the population growth. That is my biggest concern with the consolidation piece of our recreation facilities. And I think that not having that in the plan, if these are PSMP policies, we always look at that to discover whether there is opportunities to meet the goals of the PSMP. But I just think it should not be highlighted here as a goal, because I do think with the population growth, we need to ensure that there are opportunities, especially if we're looking to bring in families to the boulevard, which is what a lot of our CAFs and marks will do, that there are opportunities for those families to engage on the boulevard within their community. So I will be supporting this motion to amend that. And again, really appreciate the discussions behind that piece.
Thank you. I'll recognize myself and just say I'll probably be a contrarian, not because I care all that deeply, but because I think we're not necessarily taking the full text for what it's intending. It's both consolidating but not reducing. So it seems like we're talking about them both in tandem, and the goal doesn't say that. It actually talks about enhancing and expanding opportunities. Yeah, there's the language. So the consolidation is about not having them so distributed so that there's not any leveraging of community center activities. And I know that we've all enjoyed occasions at the Lubber Run Community Center, for example, and the opportunity for multi-generational families to do multiple things in one space without shuttling from one place to another is a benefit. And to the extent that that's the lens that informs how consolidation occurs while making sure that we're still meeting levels of service, I don't see that as a bad thing. But I certainly hear both of your concerns. It's not a hill I need to die on, but I'm not necessarily sure at this point in the process I'm all that committed to seeing that this go away. Ms. Garvey?
So I've been going back and forth and back and forth. I assume if we take this out, then the plan's just silent on it, right? Because I'm not saying, if I vote for this, I'm not saying don't do this, but I'm not ready to say do this. So I think I will go with the motion and vote for the amendment, but it's just basically because I'm not ready to take a position on what we want to do, and I don't think I will be for a while. I think it's going to take some time, but if some consolidation looks like a good idea, come forward with it. And if it doesn't, don't. So,
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to see, there's a comma there, and the place that I think of immediately is for the larger consolidation is different from, it's Dawson Terrace to be, but it's an early stage, but, and so it's just planning. So I'm going to stay with the motion, but I think we would have the legal authority to put something about larger facilities that would address broader issues. I'm just, absolutely. In the future, I think at the RTA, at the next month, we could put something in that just covers that. I should be transparent that I'm not so interested in the first clause. So for now, stick with the motion, but I just appreciate your comments. I think they're sound ones.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, anything to say on this issue? Now ready to...
I'm not going to add. We can vote on this, Mr. Chair. I will support the motion.
All right, we're now ready to move to a vote on Mr. DeFerranti's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And all those opposed, Mr. Dorsey says no. By a vote of 4-1, this amendment passes and is now added into the main motion. I believe you have another, Mr. DeFerranti.
Yes, another, and thankfully the last. I do want to move on page 179. This concerns the issue of housing and the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans. I think this is in number 43 and 44 with respect to the timing of review of those. The plan that Addendum 2 changed the language to the struck language as determined through the annual work plan process, which would be, I think, the only place in the implementation matrix where that timing is referred to. By making this motion, I am not suggesting that we not consider this at the annual work plan. I am saying that I believe there are many things that staff knows about the possibilities at East Falls Church that I do not yet know. But I also, this is like a burning priority for me. And so this almost rises to the level of our office vacancy rate for me. And the balance here, you know, if VDOT and Metro say no, we need to keep working to see if they might say yes. But we have to know that private developers eventually will be key. So I just think that I know Cherrydale has said not in the first, they want to first see how the plan works. And I know there are issues that we have to work through with the plan, but that's what you see here is the motion, and it's an attempt to try to clarify to signal to the community that these two parts of the plan should be considered sooner.
Okay, before we have further discussion, is there a second?
Second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Talento. And you know what, I'm going to give it to Mr. Karantonis. I think it's the lag of being in Germany, poor infrastructure in Europe.
You should take it.
He wasn't able to get in there. All right, so it's been seconded. Anything further to say from you, Mr. DeFerranti? All right, Mr. Karantonis, how about you?
I think this is very reasonable and really belongs to the completion of the job for the complete area plan for Langston Blvd. So these need to be prioritized. And by the way, East Falls Church is the only genuine transit-oriented development location on the corridor next to 5 West. So this is why I'm for it.
Okay, thank you. Please get some water. Ms. Talento.
So as I shared earlier, this is a very important part for me in the plan. I think when we talk about our affordable housing goals, and this was also shared by many advocates, that these two areas are essential to moving forward to meeting those goals. And I recognize that there are maybe challenges, Metro and VDOT collaboration, but we have those same challenges on Langston Boulevard, where we are an evacuation route, et cetera. So laying down goals and visions for these two areas that align with the Langston Boulevard plan, I think, are very important. I recognize that these two communities already have plans, and I recognize that they may have invested in them, expecting them to be long-lasting. But I think without having these plans either reaffirm their alignment with Langston Boulevard's goals or refine their plans, I have not had an opportunity, unfortunately, to dig into those yet. But I do think that we need to have a defined goal. And while Mr. DeFerranti just took out the work plan goal, and I do think that I will be moving or working with my colleagues in hope to support something that has a short-term, long-term understanding what those definitions mean for the county, or actually going to a date within a certain year, et cetera. I want to be thoughtful. I understand that I have the privilege of sitting here and providing feedback and thoughts, but I'm not the one doing the work on the ground. And so please know that I consider that. I just think that this is really important for multiple reasons, including our affordable housing goals and some equity pieces that I think I've shared in the past. So thank you. I'll be supporting this motion.
Ms. Garvey.
I'm going to be contrarian this time. I'm not sure if I want to put this in the medium or the near term. I think probably not the far term, and it feels more appropriate to be doing this in November when we adopt the whole plan. So I'm going to vote no at the moment, but I'll see where I am in November, if it's an option in November to vote on it.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and I'll just say for my own purposes, as I understand the net impact of the change, it's to designate this as a short-term priority. That's the effect of the change. And I think that reflects my own policy viewpoint. These are areas that deserve attention, not in the far off future, but as soon as resources allow. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that the nearest opportunity to do that is the annual work plan, because I do not believe staff has the ability to absorb this in a shorter term timeframe without additional resources or other specific directions. So in effect, seems to me that they're going to accomplish the same thing, but if this is a way that works better to make sure that that happens, since I will not be here, I have no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's appropriate to just see if staff has any comments on this. I don't mean to be heavy-handed in a pain, just I really do want to know what you would think on this, and So
if I could offer, I'm working right now, I'm putting together a budget that I have to bring forward to you that's going to have cuts in it. So I'm not going to have additional resources available, and the team that we have over here, once they finish up with this, they have 2 or 3 things that they immediately need to turn their attention to. So I'm never going to say no to the board, and if you want to find additional resources, absolutely, we will move it higher up on the list, but that means something has to move lower on the list. We have that conversation all the time, and that's fine.
Ms. Talento?
Thank you. I just want to clarify. I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud, and sometimes it takes a while for me to process my thoughts. So, County Manager, I completely understand what you're saying, and I recognize the staff. Here's my concern, that if we just say in the work plan, that work plan is going to determine that it's not going to be done for 20 years. So my goal will be I'm happy to say something to the effect of in the work plan within X amount of time. I just need a defined time. And just so that you know, that's where I'm heading. I appreciate what you were saying, Mr. Dorsey, and I will learn and grow on how to manage this the best way. But just so you all know, I'm not saying not to put in the work plan. I just think that we cannot afford an indefinite period. And right now, everything that is being discussed or is indefinite. And that's just one position. So thank you for allowing me to clarify.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to move to a vote on this particular motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, we have 3 ayes, noes?
No.
1 no, abstentions?
We haven't had one of those in a while.
Exactly, but this one I think is a righteous use of an abstention. I should not be committing people to do something that I am not going to be a part of. So, by a vote of 3 in favor with 1 opposed and 1 abstention, this passes and is part of the main motion. All right, do we have any further amendments? Any further comments in the main motion? I'll offer a concluding comment just to say that, the framework that I assessed this area plan is that staff tried to offer something that provided an incentive for private property owners to redevelop at a scale that is compatible with the built environment, and also that's in accordance with existing county policies, and also providing substantial enough value so that there are community benefits that meet some of our countywide priorities. It's a pretty hard thing to do when you think about it, right? You can think about creating value for community benefits when you are doing something wildly out of scale. We've obviously done that in Arlington with some of our successful smart growth strategies. This is trying to do something different, to say that the built environment matters. We want to keep things relatively to scale, but also accomplish some key community benefits. So I don't want it lost that this plan is a pretty important body of work in that it's able to deliver a plausible path to do those things. Certainly, it goes without saying that the community and its involvement, both in consideration of areas broadly and even parcels smallly, has been influential in helping get to a place where I think, look, it's beautiful that we had such wonderful constructive comments from virtually everyone who is ready to move forward in some way with maybe some suggestions for tweaks here and there, all of which can still be considered over the period of the next month. So I am very excited about this work. I think it is pretty ambitious in terms of looking at this very broad corridor, but has also been very specific in terms of, I think, being reasonable and plausible, and certainly something that we could actually see deliver on many of its desired benefits. I agree that Cherrydale and East Falls Church do need a contemporary look in the context of this plan that is absolutely merited. I would certainly urge colleagues who are remaining on the board after January and the new ones who will join to prioritize that, but that will come when they consider a budget. And anything that we do this year is just talk. Sorry, Mr. DeFerranti, that seemed disparaging, but I didn't mean it as such. But that's where the rubber meets the road as far as that's concerned. But I'm excited about what this means for Arlington broadly, and I look forward to the next month of engagement and perfecting the plan. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day, but this is such, even though this is an RTA, this is a big step that we are taking. The room may not be packed, but the community as a whole is paying attention here. I want to say a thank you to all the staff who have worked so hard on this. You've gotten tons of compliments, and it's the whole team. Perhaps you've had the pen a bit, Ms. Alfonso, but that I know you'd be the first to say it's everybody who's done. And the long comparative table that was asked for last month that you BAM produced, which is 22 pages or whatever, a ton of detail, tiny font, and great answers. It's just great work by all of staff, Mr. Fusarelli, your leadership, and Ms. Smith as well. And to try to give you a hint at how much I appreciate it, I am on the hook on the planning work plan to be accountable for saying what I don't want in if we want something in. And so just a big thank you to staff. There is one speaker I'll mention. I think his first name is David. I don't have his last name. He has said he has been a renter in Arlington for 15 years, and now he owns, and he lives 3 blocks away from Langston. He was the most powerful to me because he was saying not just yes in my backyard abstractly, he was saying yes right here in my neighborhood to more density. I live in this neighborhood, and it is my responsibility to help bring a future that is more socioeconomically diverse than where we are now. If we don't plan for it, it won't happen. So a big thank you to David, and I hope that is a rationale for why we must move forward. And then last, for those who don't feel that they've been aligned with, you have another month during which we will listen. We may not agree with all critiques, but to those who say the process is imperfect, no process is perfect, but this is an RTA. If you want to limit density, come to us and we will meet with you and we will have a conversation. That does not mean we will agree, but the process, saying the process is broken and thinking that this is the last date for the process are not consistent statements to me. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Talento?
Thank you. I just wanted to close out with just reiterating the thanks again to staff. I think Mr. DeFerranti said it very well. And I don't think you can thank people enough when they've really invested so much time and hard work and engaging the community, which is easily staff is easily criticized for not doing, and I just don't think that can happen today. So thank you for that. And I want to thank the Langston Boulevard Alliance for all the work. They have dug in so deep and also worked to engage the community and our neighbors on Langston Boulevard. I am very excited about the adoption of this plan and where we are moving forward. Change is hard. I mean, I would be lying to you if I told you I wasn't sad about the Lee Heights Shopping Center changing just a little bit. However, I'm very, very excited about the opportunity of bringing new neighbors to the community and preserving and sharing that treasure trove of a shopping area for our community with even more people. That is exciting, and I think that's going to happen all along the boulevard with what's being done today. And I'm very, very hopeful that we can realize the affordable housing goals that we have. And with that in mind, I don't know where it fits, but I do agree with a lot of the advocacy on developing tools for actually understanding how we really can realize those goals versus just what we're using today. It's not enough. We're not going to be able to do it with that. I know that we're going to be cutting budgets, but budgets won't be cut forever. So when we are not cutting them again, really investing in an AHIF or an investment on the boulevard for a fund for affordable housing on the boulevard. I don't know what my future will hold as far as serving on this dais in a future time, but it won't be in January. So over the next year, or two or three or many, I hope that boards will consider how to really work on a tool. So that's where I might be looking at that commission recommendation, where I think that's what they were discussing, but we'll have to dig deeper. So maybe that's another place for that, but I just wanted to share those remarks. I did not get a chance to acknowledge the people who came to advocate on those three issues. So thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for letting me provide some closing comments, and thank you again for this work, and I'm looking forward to this plan moving forward in November.
Thank you. Are we ready to move to a vote?
Sure, I just was going to say thank you.
Oh, Ms. Garvey?
Everything's been said, but not everybody's said it, thank you. That's right. And to everybody out
And we
here,
get to do it all again next month, which we
do.
all seem to have forgotten that it's an advertisement.
We're
But
good.
anyway.
Mr. Chair, I also want to really thank staff and Ms. Alfonso very particularly, and the entire team, and also the Langston Boulevard Alliance for an amazing work. This is a difficult plan. It provides a very unusual frame without a very heavy transit-oriented development base. It tries to get the right land use, make us achieve housing goals, weave in economic viability for a long haul. And it's the first time that the green corridor we attempt to plan and to deliver a green corridor, a type of urban development that is responsive to the challenges of climate change. I think this was very challenging, and I'm very excited to learn more about that. I want to remind people who have been engaged in this and also testified today of one thing. I live in a different corridor, Columbia Pike. It was mentioned today in a way that was kind of interesting to me. We started there about 21 years ago without any conditions to deliver affordable housing or not. We started in the nodal points, the commercial nodes of Columbia Pike. It took about, and we saw how slowly enabling development with community buy-in, with a form-based code that was prescribing heights and prescribing, the box, as we mentioned today. We as a community began to experience the corridor in a different way. We began to understand and appreciate walkability. We began to understand and appreciate economic vitality in the sense of preserving small businesses, of creating space for newcomers in mixed use, with challenges. But we began to understand that, and it took about 10 years until, and Mr. Leibson testified today, we came back. And we built up on that. We refined and we delivered a far better plan that is, I believe now, one of the best performing corridor plans in Arlington, which is the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Plan. So I really see the DNA of this experience present in the plan that that is before us today, and we advertise public hearings for today. And I'm extremely excited to see that, blooming like it happened in my neck of the woods in Arlington. So thank you for all the work. Thank you to our community for having engaged for so long. And we will have a lot of conversations in time to come. Also to the issue of East Falls Church, my motivation to have a specific sense of urgency, specifically on East Falls Church, and to a secondary degree on Cherrydale, is because East Falls Church is a transit-oriented development opportunity. Ms. Talent is absolutely right about that. It is critical to focus on areas where we have a lot of leverage to produce the housing affordability that we said that is our goal to produce. And this is an opportunity area that is really very, it's just there, and it really belongs to the completion of the plan. Thank you.
All right, we're ready to move to the vote on the main motion amended twice. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. And we will see everyone, or you all are welcome to participate in the Planning Commission process, which I think begins at the end of this month and carries over into the early part of next month. And then the board gets to come with all new material when we consider this at our November meeting.
And we can thank them again.
I know you will.
I will.
We do have one other item. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call it?
Yes, item 23 is a request to advertise public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board on the draft Forestry and Natural Resources.
Everyone, if you could keep it down a little bit. We're continuing. We're thrilled you get to leave, but we must remain. Bye, Jolie. Take care. Bye, Heron. Take care. Bye. Good to see you. Thank you. I admire your stamina for being with us from 8:30 this morning, my heroes. All right, Ms. Jacobs.
Go again? Okay.
Yeah.
Item 23 is a request to advertise public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board on the draft Forestry and Natural Resources Plan.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just while people are getting seated, I just did want to note that this time, after only 3 years of planning and public engagement, we're bringing forward the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan, and it's meant to update and replace two sub-elements of the Public Spaces Master Plan. Those two sub-elements were the 2004 Urban Forest Master Plan and the 2010 Natural Resources Management Plan. And I did want to make sure that I gave a shout out to Caroline Haynes and Phil Klingelhofer and the members of the Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group who've been working really hard with our staff from the Department of Parks and Recreation and our interdepartmental staff. And I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Delaney, who's going to spin a magical tale for you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Get our slides up and I will get started.
Share. It's loading.
All right. Great. Perfect. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Delaney. I'm a planner with the Department of Parks and Recreation and the project manager for the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan update. I'm joined by my colleagues Jennifer Fioretti, Irina Lazik, John Marlin, and Vincent Verwey, also of DPR. And we'll be presenting a short summary of the plan, our process, and next steps between now and the end of the year as we bring the plan to a close. Before I begin, I'd like to echo the manager's thanks to our Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group and its constituent commissions, especially Caroline and Phil for their support throughout this process. I also want to acknowledge the countless community members who put their time and energy into this plan. With each iteration, their feedback has made the plan stronger, and I know I and the rest of the staff team are incredibly grateful for their input. So with that, I'll get started, starting with an overview of the plan and how it fits into county planning. So the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan, or FNRP, is a new element of the county's comprehensive plan and will serve as the guiding document for Arlington's policies related to integrated natural resource and urban forest management across the county. It updates and replaces the Urban Forest Master Plan and Natural Resources Management Plan, both of which were sub-elements of the Public Spaces Master Plan, dealing primarily with public property. For the first time, from a planning perspective at least, we're looking at all of our natural resources as an interconnected system that covers not only public natural areas and parks, but the built environment and private property as well. In terms of timeline, we published the latest version of the draft late last month, and we are at the request to advertise stage, as indicated by our orange arrow, and I suppose by our presence here this afternoon. The Planning Commission unanimously approved the request to advertise at their October 4th meeting, and we anticipate bringing the plan to you all to consider for adoption in December of this year, should the RTA be approved today. I would like to touch briefly on how we developed the plan. Kicking off back in 2020, the planning process has included an interdepartmental core team with members from multiple divisions of DPR, as well as our colleagues at DES, CPHD, AED, and Arlington Public Schools as well, all contributing. The process has been supported, as I mentioned, by the Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group, a county manager appointed committee consisting of representatives from the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, and the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, with whom we've met regularly. This process has also included extensive benchmarking research to learn about current practices, innovative programs, and lessons learned from peer jurisdictions. Our benchmark communities for this effort included Fairfax, Albemarle, and Prince William counties in Virginia, Montgomery County in Maryland, and the cities of Seattle, Washington, and Richmond, Virginia, with some additional examples drawn from our Public Spaces Master Plan benchmark communities and others suggested by our consultant team for their innovative policies or practices. And lastly, but certainly not least, the plan has been shaped by 3 rounds of public engagement, starting before the first draft was written, that created opportunities for Arlingtonians to learn more about our environment and influence how we plan for its future. The outreach methods across these 3 engagements included online comment forms, educational materials, bilingual pop-up events, all across the county, virtual public meetings, an in-person open house, as well as multiple commission and committee briefings, my apologies. Overall, these generated over 5,000 comments that helped us shape the FNRP. And we've addressed a great many comments and made a lot of significant changes to the draft over the course of this process. But a few of the themes that emerged on our last round of public engagement this summer, I wanted to touch on briefly, including a general support for the plan and its recommendations, some concerns about the tone of the plan regarding urgency, especially around climate and tree canopy decline, a desire for more specific metrics and implementation details, and feedback that our existing volunteer groups and ongoing efforts, such as our ongoing deer management project, needed to be included in more detail in the plan. So we believe that the edits we've made over the last few months have addressed these comments and are reflected in the current draft, but I did want to share that short snapshot of what we heard the last time around as we kick off this involvement process. So I'll focus for a moment on the philosophical approach to the plan before we jump into its content. As I mentioned earlier, the FNRP is a combined update to the Urban Forest Master Plan and Natural Resources Management Plan, and we tried to go beyond just combining these into a single document and really develop an integrated perspective on environmental planning that emphasizes equity, a community-wide approach based in education and volunteerism, and a focus on reconnecting nature to daily life. The FNRP in that way follows from the county's equity and biophilic cities resolutions and focuses on breaking down the artificial distinction between nature and the built environment, creating more space for natural elements alongside us through biophilic design, and ensuring that the benefits of these resources are equitably available regardless of people's backgrounds. And we believe this approach is critical not just to the conservation of our natural resources, but also to quality of life in Arlington. So moving into the content, I will start with a short overview of the plan structure. So similar to other elements of the comprehensive plan, the FNRP includes an executive summary, vision statement, and priority actions that help summarize the plan, followed by our planning principles, a narrative introduction, and planning context to provide background on how this document fits into the Arlington County Comprehensive Plan. And that's followed by our strategic directions, where the plan's main policy recommendations live. and the implementation framework and appendices that illustrate how that vision will be realized, which I'll go a bit more in depth into in these next few slides. So beginning with the plan's recommendations, this slide highlights our strategic directions. These are the broad policy areas that form the plan's framework. In each of the strategic directions, the plan prescribes actions that the county should take to implement the overarching policy goal. And then finally, each of those actions will be implemented through action steps, specific implementation tasks that we can take to move these policies forward. The structure is similar to the PSMPs, the Public Space Master Plan. And in the current draft, there are 84 individual action steps. The first strategic direction, conservation, contains our bedrock conservation recommendations, ensuring equity is central to environmental planning and that the quality and extent of Arlington's natural resources and tree canopy are expanded and maintained. It also sets out our guidance for regulating the impacts of development on these resources, outlines state legislative changes that could better enable our conservation and management of our natural resources in the county, and takes the first steps towards quantifying ecosystem services and natural capital for planning purposes. It also offers guidance on and examples of biophilic design and recommends building on our foundation of successful volunteer partnerships to connect the community to opportunities to steward our natural resources. So many of these recommendations focus on private as well as public property, and so we are taking a holistic look at the plan's recommendations as we move into implementation to evaluate potential updates to the development review process that would ensure private properties help contribute to these overall environmental goals. Most of those recommendations are here in Strategic Direction 1, although there are others in other parts of the plan as well. So moving into Strategic Direction 2, which is focused on relieving the burden of climate change and tries to address its inequitable impacts through recommendations to direct resources to neighborhoods with natural resource deficiencies, using tools like American Forestry Equity Score, for example, to prioritize where those interventions are most needed. It emphasizes the intersection between access to natural resources and public health, in the context of a changing climate, especially in neighborhoods that are currently underserved by trees and green infrastructure. It also recommends encouraging the use of green infrastructure and biophilic design through the development review process to improve energy conservation and mitigate the severe impacts of extreme heat events. Continuing the plan's collaborative approach, Strategic Direction 2 also highlights opportunities to work with partners like our business improvement districts in denser neighborhoods to accelerate this greening trend. Strategic Direction 3 encompasses policies relating to conserving and enhancing biodiversity in the county. It recommends improvements to our land management practices, such as expanding natural areas, updating our species inventories, developing new management categories, plans, and requirements to support biodiversity, improving habitat management on public and private lands, and establishing conservation corridors to link nodes of biodiversity, like our parks, for example, together into a more ecologically functional whole. This strategic direction also contains guidance on managing the impacts of both invasive and native species on the environment and minimizing the impacts that aspects of the built environment, like outdoor lighting or window glass, have on native species. And then finally, Strategic Direction 4, operations. This encompasses guidance for day-to-day activities on staff's part to minimize natural resource impacts and help realize the plan's goals. It includes recommendations to report annually on implementation progress, similar to what we do for other comprehensive plan elements, such as the Public Spaces Master Plan, to regularly inventory and assess and report on the state of our natural resources using outcome-oriented metrics. These recommendations include connections to ongoing efforts like our deer management process, for example. It also contains recommendations to reduce the impacts of maintenance activities on the environment, to move to a proactive rather than a reactive or by request system for the maintenance of county-owned natural assets like street trees as an equity measure, and to deepen our partnerships and explore potential new funding sources to support the plan's goals. Out of all of these recommendations, the draft highlights 10 priority actions. These were selected to emphasize the major changes that the FNRP recommends over current policy, highlight our equity recommendations, elevate actions that staff felt would be most impactful, and to reflect what we learned about community priorities through our public engagement process. This list includes some of our cornerstone conservation goals, like reestablishing and maintaining at least 40% tree canopy countywide, while ensuring that 70% of those canopy trees are native species, acquiring land for conservation purposes, establishing connectivity between nodes of habitat. It also includes a selection of recommendations emphasizing the plan's focus on creating more space for natural resources and green infrastructure in the built environment through both local and state level actions. And lastly, this selection highlights the plan's equity measures in both the maintenance and establishment of green infrastructure and tree canopy, and emphasizes the FNRP's community-based approach to conservation through outreach and volunteerism. The emphasis on those priority actions does not mean that the other 70+ action steps in the document aren't accounted for. The FNRP does include a full implementation framework similar to that of other comprehensive plan elements, where every recommendation in the plan is included, along with high-level details about proposed timing, responsible parties and partners, planning level cost estimates, and potential funding sources. We've used essentially the same format that we've used with other comp plan elements and other recent planning efforts to ensure consistency with currently adopted plans, and also to make sure that the plan remains flexible enough to guide decision-making into the future. And finally, the plan contains 7 appendices that support the recommendations that we just explored and provide additional context and background. These cover additional information on the benefits of nature, a short history on race and housing in Arlington and their intersections with tree canopy and the distribution of green space, progress tracking on the Urban Forest Master Plan and Natural Resources Management Plan that this FNRP updates and replaces, a snapshot of some of Arlington's nonprofit and volunteer environmental organizations that contribute to this work, a draft native plant policy to support the recommendations in Strategic Direction 3, and lastly, definitions, acronyms, and additional context regarding this plan's intersections with other county planning efforts. So hopefully that was a bit of a window into the plan's development process and helps you understand not only what is in the current draft, but how we arrived at it. In terms of next steps and status, the Planning Commission heard this item on October 4th, as I mentioned, and we'll be visiting our commissions in October and November for a last round of discussion on the plan. And we are planning to return to you all in December for a public hearing should the RTA be approved today. So that brings staff's presentation to a close, and I'd like to conclude by highlighting the recommendation from the county manager that the board adopt the attached resolution to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on December 4th and the county board on December 16th to consider adoption of the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate it, Ryan or Mr. Delaney. And now we're ready to hear from our advisory groups, and it's great to see them all here in person. Ms. Haynes, Ms. Barker, Mr. Howell, Mr. Evans. We've got these wonderful seats with microphones ready for you. And happy to start with Ms. Haynes, who is the chair of our Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group.
Great, thank you very much. I'm happy to see you. Sorry I missed out on the last one. I had technical difficulties, so I decided I better show up in person. So anyway, glad to see you here. My comments are going to be short and sweet. And they're going to be alliterative too. So the plan is, in my view, comprehensive. It is now an element of the comprehensive plan. It's countywide, which for a first time, which is important that we're looking at this at the big picture. It crosses a lot of different departments and will involve lots of different participants in implementing it. And it's also private and public implementation. It's not just what the county's going to do, it's what we hope that we can get private property owners to do as well. It's also collaborative. As I think we mentioned, we've worked with the Energy Group and these 3 commissions, and my colleagues have been just super about staying on top of these sometimes kind of complicated issues. It's also had very extensive public engagement. I want to note, too, we've been greatly supported by Elizabeth Guerin, who is, I know, our PC Planning Commission rep today too, and she's just been a wonderful thought leader, and happy that it coincided with this RTA today. And she will be sorely missed when she rotates off the Planning Commission. And also the core team that I really want to thank. It's been really a delight to work with these folks, and they've been very responsive, and it's just been, very professional and very collaborative, and it's just been a delight to work with them. And then lastly, crucial, we've spent a lot of time developing these policy guidelines, and we can always quibble about is it perfect or not, but it's time that I think we all feel like is really urgent to get on with this. And so we really want to move forward on getting towards implementation. So we strongly support you all supporting this today, so we can come back in December and get going on this stuff. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. And Ms. Barker, good to see you again.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I wish I was as cogent as Carolyn, but I'll try not to bore you too much. I just can't emphasize enough, the FNRP is a major undertaking. It provides the county and residents with a new vision and tools to support our parks, trees, and urban ecology. With the enactment of the final plan, the county decisions must, for the first time, consider the importance of our urban forests and natural resources as among the 12 most important components of the county's comprehensive plan. This includes properly valuing the benefits provided by our green infrastructure and investing in its expansion, maintenance, and preservation by treating it as natural capital in budgeting and other county decisions. We are very pleased that the vision statement was amended to acknowledge the importance, and I should say I'm with the Parks and Rec Commission, so when I say we, I mean the Parks and Rec Commission was very pleased that the vision statement was amended to acknowledge the importance of creating resilience in the face of climate change, a concept that we hope features prominently in all county decisions. The PRC concurs with the 10 priority actions, especially the long-held goal of increasing public space acquisitions, but we note that a critical step in accomplishing this is setting aside funding to purchase the land. We are pleased that addressing tree canopy equity in underserved areas is a prominent goal, as these areas are most impacted by the heat island effect and most boosted by investment in tree canopy and parks. The funding, however, is going to be a challenge. The needs will be high because, as we know from experience, persuading tree planting on private property is a labor-intensive endeavor, and thousands of trees have to be planted to close the equity gap. The goal of enhancing the development standards is very laudable, and we remind you of the March 2022 letter that was sent by the PRC, the NRJAG, and the FNRC, setting forth our specific changes desired in the development standards to protect tree canopy and biophilia. And we are pleased about the large cadre of volunteers recognized in the plan and the opportunity to increase their numbers. We are pleased that the FNRP specifically calls out the other very large park-owning entities, Nova Parks and National Park Service, as well as the Arlington Public Schools property. Arlington County, as you know, is part owner of Nova Parks, provides tax revenue to this entity, and it is well within the purview and responsibility of Arlington to monitor and engage with Nova Parks to ensure that there is consistency of goals between Arlington County policies and Nova Parks regarding invasive plant removal, stormwater retention, preservation of tree canopy, to name a few. We're very pleased about the suggestion to join the area PRISM and to enter into memorandum of understanding with Nova Parks and NPS. And I'm sure others on the panel will speak a little bit more about biophilic elements, but PRC is very much behind all of the biophilic principles in the plan, including especially, I can't emphasize enough, the suggestion to use the capital budget to fund invasive plant removal efforts, similar as a capital maintenance program would be used in the built environment. We can't go through this process without at least mentioning that deer overabundance seriously threatens our natural environment, weakens our forests, and the Commission strongly supports deer control as an invasive plant control method. And with that, I will just thank the board for the opportunity to speak today and express extreme gratitude toward the dedicated staff that worked so hard to develop this, and applaud them for their amazing public engagement process that I thought was very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Howell.
Thank you, and it's great to be here, and I want to echo right off the bat, thanks for the core staff and the process they designed, and the way they supported it, and the way they listened, and the amount of energy and ingenuity, actually, that they brought to this, which is in many ways an unprecedented and unique plan. As Ryan said, it's not just a blending of two existing management plans, but it's a lot more than that. At the beginning of the process, when asked about how we could scope this, envision what it would be, the contract staff said they looked around and didn't find any other precedents in the United States, comparable sized cities, of anywhere where there was a forestry plan that also blended in everything else about natural resources and urban ecology and all the other pieces that actually on the ground make up what the real issues are. I did a quick look last week as we come to the end of this process, and I still have not found anything in comparable sized local jurisdictions that are similar to this. Now, I don't necessarily mean that we have to, slap ourselves on the back and run around and brag about it. But like some of the other things we've done, like Ballston Wetland Park, this will bring attention from other jurisdictions. This will be something where it'll be searched on the web, and maybe contacts will be made from one jurisdiction to another about how did you do that, or what were the things that you had to think about to make something this comprehensive. And this is very critical, of course, because we're talking about fundamental overarching goals such as climate resilience, ecological health, biophilic experience for residents. So it's a thing, and it's more than the thing as well. I want to get to a key issue and Jill mentioned capital investment. It's essential that we acknowledge the fundamental value of our natural capital and the necessity of active stewardship to protect and expand those assets. Doing so will require investment, both capital and annual operations, in order to maximize the extensive and cumulative benefits of biophilic space and climate resilience within the county. We need to look at these things as not nice to do when you can do it, but as fundamental investments that, unlike many investments, they don't degrade over time, they build over time. There are studies about how you can need to replace in 10 or 20 or 30 years, and we see this in some of the built structures that we have and built facilities, because they do degrade, they do wear out, they become out of fashion or unneeded, or the uses are changed. But in the case of nature, it is always what it is, and it's always what we need. So going forward, it's a different world, and we need to have a different paradigm for how we think about investments, and that means investing in nature is a higher priority than most places do and what we have done in the past. To start off then on that topic, in March of 2022 and also last year, or last spring, the FNRC sent letters on the budget, on the proposed budgets, with a series of priorities, which I believe are still just as viable now. And under this plan, I hope we'll get additional attention. There was also in March of 2022 a letter that was discussed capital investment and some of the different ways that we need to prepare for the implementation of this plan. And in that sense, I don't know if I should thank or apologize or whatever, but that also means, are we ready staff-wise in terms of people power and skills to actually do all these things? That maybe some of them are more and maybe some of them are different than in the past. The core of that letter was about, yes, that we could do better with more reinforcement because we're going to be doing more and better under this plan. Another point, the efficacy of our primary planning documents will be enhanced by this plan because it addresses very fundamentally and holistically the very geographic and ecological space that all the other plans operate in. Our plans need to work together and on an ongoing basis, an integrated basis, as a singular effort to achieve the most viable natural solutions for the county. And that includes things like natural features, vegetation, and tree canopy and that kind of thing, because these are common themes that underlie our approaches to other goals such as mitigating air pollution, heat island effects, storm runoff, and ecological imbalance. So the Commission strongly supports the implementation of this plan through a holistic and integrated approach, acknowledging and actively working the interrelationships between this new plan and other elements in the comprehensive plan, such as the Stormwater Master Plan, the Community Energy Plan, which will be coming up for an update next year, Chesapeake Bay Preservation Plan, and in many ways, all of the other plans in the comp plan assembly. Finally, quality of life. The human attraction to and benefit from exposure to nature and natural elements, which is biophilia, as we've discussed, is a universal result of our genetic heritage, and it applies to everyone. The amount and distribution of natural space and places in the county is fundamental for residents regardless of neighborhood, density, income, race, and education level. We need to do our best to make natural spaces and healthy environments available for all. But only about 8% of our space is owned by the county, and over half, 55%, is privately owned. So one of the things, as Carolyn mentioned, one of the things that's very important about this plan is that it recognizes the need for shared responsibility for a combination of county leadership and guidance that raises awareness and encourages stewardship as a blended public-private approach to the identified goals. Just in closing, I'd like to say that equitable biophilic space and a healthy and resilient urban habitat for all residents to live, work, grow up, and grow old are achievable goals with the adoption of this new plan. It's made even better by the incorporation of this plan as the 12th element in the comprehensive plan. So FNRC commissioners are enthusiastic in support of the plan and the milestones that it represents.
Thank you, Mr. Howell, and Mr. Evans.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm speaking for C2E2 this afternoon, and we need to add our congratulations to those that you've heard already. For the staff, it's done an amazing job in pulling this work together. It's done a terrific job in drafting the plan itself. The plan has a clear vision, has strategic directions, actions that recognize the importance of tree canopy and natural resources as natural capital capital that requires investment, that requires dedicated investments to provide a host of environmental, health, and economic benefits. I think the staff has done a fabulous job at responding to all of those elements. In particular, we really appreciate the extensive public engagement. You saw the chart in Ryan's briefing a little while ago. It's a complicated chart. It's hard to look at, but when you take a look at the effort that has been put into engaging the public, and perhaps more importantly, responding to the comments and the concerns and the issues that have been raised over the course of that engagement, I think deserves another round of appreciation. We do have one general area of concern with the plan, however, and I want to note them here, and very hopeful that we will be addressing them as we go forward. We feel that the plan still lacks sufficient metrics associated with some of the strategic directions. Indicators such as tree canopy coverage by neighborhood, progress on reducing invasive species, improvements in water quality, density of flora and fauna would all help in tracking the impact of the plan and health on our natural resources. It's one of these issues of the need to actually measure and report on the characteristics that are in the plan, as well as setting them out as aspirations. In addition, the implementation plan does not provide sufficient framework to track progress. A regular reporting schedule should be identified with progress reports beyond the brief statements of in progress or not yet accomplished to date would be very helpful in evaluating the plan and therefore improving its utility as we move towards implementation. More detailed reporting will also shed light on broad action items, identified a number of potential actions such as reduced light pollution and phasing out gas-powered equipment that are being addressed in the plan. We support prioritizing incentives and zoning changes to increase preservation of planting canopy trees, but recommend additional granularity in optimizing canopy given different types of land ownership and varying neighborhood needs. County should also explore offering technical assistance and incentive programs for installing conservation landscapes, tree care, and removal of invasives on private property. The issue of private property is central to the ideas that are captured in the plan, is one that we should all pay attention to going forward. C2E2 also recommends that treating invasive plants and reducing deer numbers be included in the plan's priorities, as these pervasive problems are serious threats to restoring and maintaining our natural resources. These are critical elements that must be addressed. They are addressed in the plan. We have to pay attention to them and include them in our implementation. We enthusiastically support the plan and are greatly appreciative of the work and the way the work has been done going forward, and sincerely hope that you move ahead with the RTA today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand that Ms. Guerin may still be with us. If so, would you like to represent the Planning Commission on this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Dorsey. I am still joining you virtually, in it for the long haul. So at the Planning Commission hearing, we had no public speakers on this issue, but we did have representatives from C2E2 and Forestry and Natural Resource Commission, and they generally supported the plan, but as you heard, they noted the need for more tools to measure progress, for zoning tools to preserve tree canopy, to provide space for planting these trees that we're asking for in alignment with our tree canopy goals, to meet all of our goals of equitable access to nature, part of our equity and biophilia initiatives, and a big part of this plan. And noting this annual reporting will be a very helpful step in guiding what we do as we move forward and progress with the plan. It is a very solid plan, and as a planner, I have to say, it's really an excellent plan, just like the Public Spaces Master Plan. These are so progressive, so comprehensive and inclusive, and they've included so much robust community engagement. I concur with the other speakers about the urgency to move forward, and I want to just share with you that at least half of the Planning Commission also personally commended the plan, the staff, and the community on their work to create and revise the plan, including the engagement. This passed 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerin. We appreciate it. Do we have any public speakers? Ms. Jacobs.
We do. We have one public speaker, Mary Glass.
How many did we have 4 hours ago? More?
5.
Yeah. All right. Welcome, Ms. Glass.
We may not have any. Ms. Glass?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have my slides up?
Yes, if you can go ahead and start your presentation, I will get those up momentarily.
I'd rather not do that because last time my slides never came up.
Oh, so you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You see them?
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Mary Glass. I'm with the Arlington Tree Action Group. And first of all, I want to thank, as everyone else has, the staff for doing this comprehensive, highly professional plan that clearly put in not only a lot of sweat, but a lot of heart. And so, you know, I think that we're very lucky to have it. And I also endorse the remarks from the commissioners. I think they give a good context to the comments that I'm going to make, which are a little more focused. You see, my title is meant to be a little bit of levity at the end of a very long day. Barking up the wrong tree is meant to say we're close, we're very close, but actually, you know, we may be able to do a little bit better. So next slide, please. Like some of the previous comments, I think that there's some issues that we could do better on. Some of the benefits and value of trees, the sense of urgency and climate change you've heard, understanding the neighborhood and urbanization impacts better to counter them, taking notice of what the citizens have already said they want in recreation needs, and coming up with a really good tree canopy assessment. Next slide, please. And you all know that our natural resources provide a lot of benefits, so I won't bore you with a recounting. But we do need to quantify this and track it on a countywide basis, and have individual tools available to neighborhoods or individuals. Next slide, please. And we all know this is part of the concerns that you've heard a lot about in private neighborhoods, trees taken down and left with, you know, not anything desirable, and a total change in the character of their neighborhood. Next slide, please. But we know that we're going to urbanize. There's no doubt about it. We're going to grow. We've got to find a way to do it the best way possible. So one of the things is we really need to be sure we're being innovative, not only in the tools, but in the way we use them. For instance, parks. Some of them have been challenged because we've needed to use them for stormwater management. And that really doesn't preserve them the way we might want to do. Next slide, please. This is a great effort, as I said, but I think we could have a stronger tone throughout it. I think we could expand and give more details on the climate change actions, and make clear statements about the actions, their timeline, their measurable goals, and how they're going to be funded. Next slide, please. As you know, a number of citizens got together and funded a new tree canopy study based on 2021 data by an excellent professional firm, and it came up with the number 33% as the actual existing canopy as of 2021. This is based on better technology than was used in the 2016 survey. And it also found that the future tree canopy goals set out in the plan cannot be met. Next slide, please. And here are some of the numbers. Again, I won't bore you with it, but I think that the important takeaway is based on these new numbers, which are very accurate, between 2008 and 2021, we lost nearly a quarter of our tree canopy. And so it's a bigger problem than it might appear reading the plan. I think we could strengthen that language. Next slide, please. And this is some of the detail that was made available in the new study, including not only neighborhood information, but down to the block level where there's plantable areas and what kinds of trees you could plant in those areas. And it's important to note that they found that 45% of the plantable areas available in the county, not counting streets and things like that, is public, and 55% private. So there's room in both places. Next slide. And this report also had information in detail about a number of other characteristics that are useful in planning. Next slide. And there are financial considerations to all of this. We spent $400,000 on consultants and plus county staff, but reluctant to put $20,000 into the new assessment that the citizens paid for. It's invaluable information that needs to be reflected. And the implementation plan, the $150,000 budget that's available for another canopy assessment should be used for other purposes such as a tree inventory. Next slide. All of this, I think, will restore trust by using the correct data and adopting more aggressive policies. Thank you. And the last slide has some links to
Thank you, Ms. Glass. We appreciate it. And we'll have the PowerPoint sent to us. Are there any other public speakers?
No.
Then the discussion is now with the county board. Why don't we begin with a motion, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I apologize. My computer was hibernating for a moment. And that's where I have a motion. But thanks to Ms. Glass, I was very intrigued by her PowerPoint presentation, but I forgot to pull this up. Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the attached resolution to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on December 4th, 2023, and the County Board on December 16, 2023, to consider adoption of the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan.
Second it?
I'll second that. I assume that's attached to board report dated September 29, I think.
Not
Just check. I think it
not
actually.
necessary. It's all good. You got the okay.
All right, we're good.
All right, Ms. Talento, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. First, I want to thank staff for putting this plan forward. I know that you are actually combining two plans and making it now one plan, which I think is really aligned with all the values that our county has about making sure that we're supporting climate and increasing our canopy and being thoughtful about our urban community and how we actually engage nature and continue to support it and grow it. I'm very excited about the work that you've put into this plan. I think that all of our representatives here have echoed that. I recognize that with any plan, there are improvements that can be made. And I think that this is a great start to moving that forward and making those improvements as we evaluate the plan in future iterations. But what you've put forward, prioritizing the recommendations, I don't know if people have had a chance to look at the plan, but there's many recommendations. They only highlighted, I think, about 10 that they're prioritizing, and they actually have points of triaging terms for meeting the goals, which I think is very important in any type of planning document. So I'm looking forward to supporting this request to advertise, and I look forward to the engagement in December and hopeful full adoption moving forward. Thank you for your work. Thank you all for being here and working with our team in supporting the plan. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Ms. Garvey, whose microphone I saw first, and then Mr. DeFerranti.
All right, thank you. I have a number of questions. It's great. It's nice. Everybody's saying this is great. This is really good. And it's the end of a long day. I do have a few things. We don't mention deer management, I don't think specifically in there. Why are we not? Does it fall in there somewhere? Are we going to get to implementation, or what are we going to do about the deer? I know you don't have quite a plan yet, but I would like to hear you talk a little bit about it. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. We do reference the deer study in this most current version of the draft. It had previously been a placeholder because the ongoing surveys and studies were still underway. We didn't have the results yet. So the plan, the current draft includes references to our recent aerial survey and field assessment, as well as our consultant's recommendation to pursue active deer management to conserve the ecological health of Arlington's forests. In previous versions, as I mentioned, this had been a placeholder, so this is new information with the draft we just released. This information is primarily in Strategic Direction 4, so it's a little bit deep in the document. I can understand why folks may have missed it or not seen this new addition. We've additionally incorporated the report on deer impacts into the plan as a reference, so it is linked to in the body of the document itself. However, as potential management strategies are currently the subject of our ongoing planning and public engagement process, the plan does not recommend specific actions at this time. So to sort of respect that ongoing conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe I'll ask you in November when we get to adoption, like when we might see a plan, because I think we need to get somewhere on that. Thank you. And then what about this issue? I don't think it's in here that, standard site plan conditions don't have so much of this. I mean, are we going to look at trying to get this more incorporated into the site plan conditions so that Bernie Byrne's not the only one who comes in at the end and talks about milkweed, and I know others are interested? What's your thinking on that?
Sure. So several of the action steps in the plan, specifically those in Strategic Direction 1 and Strategic Direction 2, recommend improving the development review process to mitigate environmental impact and to make more space for vegetation, tree canopy, and biophilic elements. Taken together, those action steps recommend that regulatory tools like the 4.1 process, like our standard site plan conditions and the county zoning ordinance be revised to better support the FNRP's goals for biophilic design, natural resource management, climate mitigation, and tree canopy, as we mentioned. So as we move towards implementation, we're taking staff, not just with DPR, but with our colleagues across the other departments, are taking a sort of a holistic look at the plan's recommendations to try and prioritize and evaluate potential updates and change to the development review process to include standard site plan conditions. And I would say that within the priority actions already in the document, action 1.2.3 sort of carries the water for this sort of complex of related recommendations.
Thank you. Great. Maybe in November we can talk about when those might actually happen too, because I know that's not just up to you all. And then if I might, one more quick one. Could you talk a little bit about bird-friendly glass and where that might or might not fit here, and maybe going higher? I think everybody saw the terrible article about the birds in, I think it was Chicago. But I know that continues to be a concern, the bird-friendly glass issue.
Sure. The plan does directly reference it in Strategic Direction 3, where we touch on fostering biodiversity in the built environment. The guidance in the plan is sort of based on the Green Building Incentive Program, but to expand that kind of across both public and private sites through development review and sort of project planning. So it is referenced. It is something we take seriously, and it's in our biodiversity strategic direction.
Thank you. And then one more, if I might, Mr.
Please.
Chair. Thank you, and then I'll be done. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be grilling you. The issue of having more metrics and things clearly measured so that there's sort of a regular report on things like, the bird canopy, the deer population. Are we thinking about, I think that's mentioned in there, but I'm not real sure. If you could elaborate on that.
Sure. The plan addresses implementation and progress reporting in kind of two main ways. The first is recommendations in Strategic Direction 4, directing staff to report annually on implementation progress towards the FNRP's goals, and includes that group of recommendations also includes some additional ones for specific data collection efforts and resource inventories that will help us track and report on those metrics. More broadly, the plan's implementation framework provides those high-level details in terms of who our partners are, what the time frame generally may be. But to get to that more direct question, we're looking at sort of an annual reporting model similar to what we do with the Public Spaces Master Plan. And that's explicitly spelled out in the plan, though we are, in light of some of the feedback we've received, looking at that language.
Still developing it. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just three quick points. I think both the staff and to our resident, each of you as leaders who's come after a very long day where a lot of time was spent on a other plan, which is also important. It's important just to sort of stake out how, to acknowledge how important this is. I think 4 of us were able to make it to the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust's event about 2 weeks ago, where the county partnered with the Conservation Trust to dedicate space. There's going to be some food that's going to be grown at the space, and also it's going to preserve some additional land. We do think about this, as I think you each know, on the land portion of this. Until we have a decision, we have to do those things in closed session. And so with respect to property to reach that 30 acres and the open space piece. So that's an indication, both the event and sort of the mechanics, that your goal of taking the plan and putting biophilic thinking and putting this throughout all that we're doing is on our mind. I'm not claiming we're there to perfection, but it's certainly on our mind. The second point is to acknowledge that the devil is in the details. There are two pieces of the plan that have this map that shows the map of tree equity with the 4 or 5 neighborhoods. Those are particularly striking. I'm now thankful that we have a rubric, and I'm eager to go forward with seeking to focus on tree equity. There are also other pieces of this. I'm glad that each of you is leading commissions that are contributing. And the last point is, because this is December and because I don't think we have RTA issues, I don't have extensive questions, but I want to dig more into the plan over the next 2 months, and perhaps it might benefit. We have had conversations, but if there's additional conversations, the more I get into the 176 pages and the more I then take your suggestions, then I can actually make it more real into how we're doing things. But I don't have them today. That's a promise that I want to get to it. And I'm very thankful that we have December, I believe, instead of November to do it. Thanks.
That is correct indeed. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot overstate how grateful I am to all the work that went into this this plan. Both staff and, of course, Heinz, to how everybody who contributed to that effort. I think there is a phrase there that sounds to me almost poetic in the presentation. It says a focus on reconnecting nature to daily life. Now, this is a very momentous thing, because we are taking this plan on to make it part of our comprehensive plan. That means there will be consequences for everything else that we're planning on. And I believe that Mr. Howell already hit the nail by reminding us that a very big chunk of nature, as we see it, is in private property, where we have not enough leverage and not enough policy tools. I do think that still, and I will be discussing over the next 2 months, how exactly we want to report, what is a reasonable way to benchmark and report. I believe that benchmarking is still under research. There are a couple of concepts that I want to dig a little bit deeper. One is the general concept of renaturalization. So spaces, assets that have been deprived or where nature has been removed. And I do believe that we have to have a strategic approach to renaturalize them. I have a bunch of ideas here that I would like to discuss with staff. I know that the plan already has many elements that sound like that are very close to this. The second concept that I care every time I read about that more about is the concept of strategically positioning us to care about biodiversity. It's not just it is something that needs to be specifically targeted, because one of the consequences of climate change is that it's actually attacking nature as well, and in many cases the reaction to that is to reduce or to lose species, to lose the diversity of nature, and the consequence of that is that we have a less resilient natural ecosystem. So these are issues that I want to still work a little bit on. I haven't forgotten about what Ms. Gearing very elegantly mentioned as zoning tools to preserve canopy. To me, this is this is work in progress, and until December, I look forward to a more in-depth discussion about this. And the same, because deer management has been mentioned. There is no question that we need to rebound to. We are out of balance, so we have species that are abundant because because we have killed or eliminated the other factors that balance their population. On the other side, we have insects that we're missing, or we have too many of them. We have issues with the resistance of our forest assets to beetles and other pests. So I think that these are questions that I will be discussing in the next 2 months until we get to the December approval. But until then, this is really very, very thorough and nice work. It has been a pleasure reading through that and engaging with everybody who has contributed to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. So appreciate everyone. Look forward to the refined engagement over the next month, but it's really remarkable that we are at a place where we've got so many passionate and sometimes divergent interests, which have nonetheless come together. And Ms. Haynes, as you said, collaboratively, countywide, comprehensively, love the alliteration. And this plan requires both public and private involvement. If I can add a few C's, this is a consequential thing, reflecting Mr. Howell's statement, that our county is able to actually put this into pretty concrete language, and even though there are going to be some calls articulated here in person and also virtually that we could do even more, I think this is an outstanding framework, and I look forward to hopefully having our community understand more about it over the next month. So with that, seeing no other further comments, we're ready to move to a vote on Ms. Talento's motion to advertise hearings. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? The ayes have it. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other business to come before the board?
No.
We do not. Therefore, we will be on a 70-hour break.
Sorry. Here we go. Not my hand.
Bam. See y'all Tuesday at 3 o'clock if you'd like to join us for that recess meeting. Otherwise, have a great evening.